What's going on, guys? Hello and welcome back. We are here with the Yeti Webcam Weekly. It is July 25th, I hope. Joined here with me, my twin across the world here, Mr. Flonne.
Yeah,
so
that's
welcome.
right.
Good to see you, sir. How you been?
I've been good. Haven't really been playing much lately, but I've been following, that's for sure. And definitely the developments in the meta have been pretty interesting the past few weeks of regional season. So they're just starting up already.
Well,
I mean, have you seen a more classic start than
after
two cost cremate?
After what happened last week, everyone's like, none of this Quicksilver Rill Tithe Proclamation side. Did you see that last week?
Yeah, I did.
It was pain for that guy. But Jimmy Lee with the Ithne Spirit of Fire slab directly in the middle of the his mat there. It kind of works out right.
Expected.
I would have expected
maybe that they start going fragmented spirits with this build, but I guess they just really want the cards.
Yeah, I think in terms of the Merlin, if you're playing with the cremation ritual, it's a little harder to use fragmented. But
yeah, but I felt with domains, you would want to find EK and Gloamspire ASAP, right? And he found it. So
Gloamspire kind of sick here. Well,
okay, I guess it's Faskier in order to lower his influence so he can get a draw. Actually, did he? Oh wait,
no, he just end stepped it to level up. Yeah, wasn't able to draw there. It had too many cards overall, right?
I mean, when you library cremate, you have a lot of cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good start right here, right? He has 2 domains. He has one of the really important ones. Right? Just needs to find EK now.
Draw 3 cards. All right, I gotta ask, what do you think about Savage Slash in like the Fire Merlin Fire hybrid build?
Oh no, I like it. Someone here, probably the best player in our country, he's been doing that since like last set, and it always worked out just because you kind of need that to clear allies if you're not going to play a lot of the mage stuff like the incendiaries. So just getting to kill any 3 HP ally with sword, it's a float, so it's pretty good. Though definitely I see reason why not everyone would play it.
Well, 5 damage on the field here into Jimmy Lee on Spirit. 1/3 of his health is already gone. Whoa. Kind of nice though. If you're Mar here, you're able to lower your influence down to 6. Put yourself in the position where you're able to gain benefit.
Peaceful reunion.
What the?
That's not
Fog-
something you see
Fog
very
Pony?
often in Merlin. Or yeah, I mean like I wouldn't expect that, but I guess there's a lot of big attack decks right now with the Tristans and the Nikos that have been emerging in the past week. So totally can see why you'd be playing peaceful. I mean, also this deck doesn't really have a good way of getting rid of things outside of a level 2 Tony Flame Sweep.
True.
Gonna go for the hard level. Let's see if he has more domains. I mean, the Gloamspire is just really good. Lets you recoup everything that you lose from all these level ups. So
3 down. 4
3
up.
down. What could that be?
Cool. 4 down for
That's
Eternal
EK.
Kingdom.
That's gotta be EK.
Surely it's unless he's playing 2 Palatial Concourse.
Yep, there's the EK. I mean, this is about as good of a start you can get.
Yeah, I love how
Well,
Jimmy
aside from
always just
creative.
like puts his cards everywhere.
That's true. I mean, yeah. I mean, look at that. He's got 4 domains, EK and Gloamspire. I mean, this is
It's a pretty good
about
start.
as good as it gets. He's also playing against a deck that doesn't kill that fast, so he actually doesn't feel as pressured to rush.
Well, it's hard to say because so when we're looking at what Mar has available to him here, like Jimmy doesn't know whether this is, hybrid or could just be Lorraine, right? Most people would expect this to be Merlin. If he went into like, let's say in Soul right now, you'd be kind of scared if you did, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Like imagine just getting in
And so
Soul out of nowhere.
Yeah, just imagine it's like a card they haven't seen in months, and then someone just busts it out.
Yeah, someone busts it out and you're
Savage
like,
Slash.
it's fine. Not a lot of damage is coming through. And suddenly you just eat a ton of damage to the face.
Okay, well, I mean that's another 2 damage. Another 2, so he's getting low, but he's Tony, he has a lot of HP. See if he just goes for the level up here. He doesn't have any float or anything, so
It's nice also that Jimmy has a dungeon guide available to him. He does have dungeon guide in his deck, so he will be able to like push 2 to 3 really quickly if he needs to.
yeah, but the thing is, does he have what he needs? He needs to have. Oh, looks like he's bringing something out. I feel like that's probably a level up. Oh, yep, looking like it.
Navigate the streets in
cremation. Beautiful AX, or not AX, SP2 cremation. I don't have SP2, so none of those yet.
2 to the bottom. Draw 2 for that.
Now, let's see if he has the combo. I mean, he has enough cards to just play DG and then use all his domains to pay for
An assemble.
but
It's kind of crazy because he can do it and just swing for 1 million.
I mean, his
damage.
opponent is at level 1, doesn't have, only has 20 HP.
So he's going to pay for the upkeep on the Eternal Kingdom there using cards in hand instead of using the reservable domains. Better do that since you woke him up beforehand. 3 down for Dungeon Guide?
That's Dungeon Guide, yep. If you're popping a fractal on the 3rd, that means it's Dungeon Guide. Alright, so looks like
I have no idea what those cards are, but Creation's Will's out, so it might be time, guys.
I think that's Hub of Innovation. I didn't see the one below it.
1 damage to face. Okay, 19 damage. Oh, 3.
Oh, 3 down. Is it so
It's over.
right
The
now?
game's over.
Hide in bush. There's 5 cards in hand. Can he can, so he has 6 cards, he can play
4
hide in bush.
swords, 4 buff counters. He's about to swing for a lot of damage.
That's
oh man.
4.
Oh man. Well, it's 7. It's 7 for each.
Oh yeah, 7. So
it's just 28 damage.
28.
To face.
Yeah, it's plus 3 because he just leveled up to 22, so it's 30 actually.
Oh, it's 30.
It's just over.
31 damage to face.
Oh, yikes. Okay,
Damn, that's crazy.
I mean, he opened the God's Art. What can I say?
That was like a Diana moment, but better. It's like Diana double dungeon guides you and taser locks you, except Jimmy just single dungeon guides and just one shots you instead.
I mean, I've seen people come back from double dungeon guide taser shot. If they can just get like a taunt on field,
or like
has no allies get rid of them. Yeah.
Okay. Really quickly, let's go back and talk about that. For those of you who do not or not familiar with Jimmy Lee's deck, Tonora's Creation's Will allows you to replace any incoming token with a Oro Steel Greatsword. Now, because it's a replacement effect, if these tokens have buff counters, the swords will also have buff counters. So in Jimmy's case, he played Assemble the Ancients, sacrificing 4 domains, which meant that he got 4 automaton drones with 4 buff counters on them. If he replaces those with swords, he'll have 4 3/1 swords with buff counters, making them all 7 power swords.
And Tony Creation Will's effect lets him sacrifice his swords into other swords to buff them with their power. So essentially, you can dump all of your swords into one and do one singular massive hit.
Yeah, so he sacrificed all his swords into one, got a 28 power sword, and then also had the level 2 effect from level up.
Plus
so
3,
he just straight 31 to face, leaving Mar 731 at 32 at damage dealt on a Lorraine level 1.
Yeah, I mean, even if it was Merlin, she would have still died. Even if he had Resolute, still died.
Yeah, the only way he would have lived is if he had triple Resolute on Merlin 2. And that is a crazy thought to think about. You need triple Resolute. Actually, triple Resolute, you still die.
That can do.
Unless you Resolute the dungeon guide.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Fire just doesn't have anything that can stop this. It doesn't have like a water barrier or any kind of spell shield they can use. So really, it's like if your opponent just has it, they just have it. I guess the one thing you could have is Incap, but
you can there's actually more now that you can deal with this deck than before.
Yeah, for sure. You can.
Do you know what the one card that counters this is?
It is. I'm gonna guess it's Reduce to Ash. Does that hit
is indeed
items?
Reduce to Ash. Yes, Reduce to Ash hits items and weapons with memory cost.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is compared to Spurn or like Zephyr, which can't hit. They can only hit Regalia. They can't hit items specifically. Yeah. But Reduce to Ash does let you hit items, so it's actually kind of perfect. But is he playing it?
Looking like a no. Not. So, probably not. Most people don't play Reduce to Ash when they should.
I mean, I haven't seen Merlins start playing Reduce to Ash mainly as a counter to Tristan.
Yeah, because it's also really good against it's really good against Terrafring and Safeguard Amulet.
Safeguard, Terrafring, yep.
Like on opponent's end step and stuff, and be like, hey, you can buy your Safeguard Amulet, level up, draw 3, triple Fireball.
Yeah, so it does have utility, but being a 3-cost card that hits very little actually, because it can't hit. Just for those who don't know, if you have a Regalia that gets a reduced cost from a class bonus, let's say like Covenant of Thorns or Luxaris map, you actually can't hit it with Reduced Ash because it uses the base cost. So it actually can't hit a lot of things. But the things that it does hit, it can be pretty crippling against. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna assume that Mar's gonna choose to go first because you don't want your opponent to have the tempo on you when they're playing a deck that can kill you this fast.
Yeah, that was spicy. So yeah, we talked about how Jimmy's deck works in terms of sideboards. I think Chalice of Blood's kind of useless here from R. Probably just gonna be
absolutely useless. He's never gonna get hit.
I think everything in his sideboard is like irrelevant against Jimmy. So it really just comes down to, do you think Jimmy's gonna put anything in particular in?
I mean, I'm expecting probably Incap. It's probably maybe just Incap, maybe Varrock, but I don't think he really needs it. There's nothing really. Maybe just Resolutes. Maybe he puts Blade of Creation because Merlin does play some taunts.
Whoa! Double hub of innovation.
Double hub.
This is the fake force cake. Hub of innovation kind of crazy.
You got to play double hub.
I actually thought about Hub of Innovation in the Water Tony deck that I play, but I decided ultimately that I was going to use Force Cake because it draws into your hand instead of your memory.
Oh, yeah.
But then I thought about it. I'm like, do I want the domain or do I want the fracture?
Yeah, but you need the domains for the.
I assume you're playing the fracturized target's really good. So
that's true. That's true. But you already have backup charger.
No, but the power. You want the power cell to remain a token though, so that it gets.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's such a hard toss up. There's so many things.
All right, so not as good. I mean, obviously, double domain. Well, non -1 domain is good, but you didn't see Gloamspire, which is really what you want to see at the start of the game. You're gonna put 3 down. I wonder what that. Oh, 4. Oh, is it 5? Oh my god.
Sudden Steal level 1
at level 1.
Crazy.
I mean, we did see a lot of level 1 Sudden Steals in Worlds. That's interesting for sure. I mean, I get why you need this card because you need to bust out a lot of damage quickly. But that's definitely not a very good tempo. Wow, he lost a dungeon guide.
Wait, that means he has 2 dungeon guides?
Well, no, he had to put his whole hand down to play the double hub. So maybe he had to just risk it.
Does hub draw into memory?
Yeah, so draws into memory.
Also, maybe he drew a dungeon guide into memory.
Yeah, either that or he drew it into memory off of one of them.
Yeah, unfortunate. It is what it is.
EK. Okay, all right. I mean,
Okay,
he has a good start again.
Dude, if you're Mar right now, are you like kind of tilted? You're like, dude, he gets EK every game.
And he's not playing Fragmented or Serene, so the fact that he just finds it is, without even glimpsing, he didn't use a.
It's not too unrealistic though, right? So
I mean, you're playing 4 of it.
If you go first, you have a 40% chance to see it, right? You're going second, so you increase your draw by 1, and then you play 2 hubs, so you draw for both your hubs. So you've seen what, 11 cards, 12 cards on the draw?
Yeah.
It's actually not that unrealistic to see it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the thing about EKs, you don't have to see it on turn 1. You have to, because it's class bonus anyway, so you really want to see it after that. But imagine if that's the card he lost off of the dungeon guy or off the level up instead. Okay, just gonna see. Does he have a better play? Is he gonna play another? Okay, no, I thought he was gonna play another Sudden Seal. Okay, hasty dump float, pretty classic. I mean, Jimmy just needs. If he has, he doesn't have 4 domains, but he only needs. He actually doesn't need 4. He only needs 3 since it's Lorraine 1. So if he has the combo, he could just do it.
Does he have it? Dude, he might actually just have it again. That'd be kind of crazy. Oh, shield mate!
Oh,
dude, he's afraid.
Yep,
He's afraid of it.
Oh, 3. Yep, Creative Shock, a double float. Oh, this is gonna be so schnask. If he has like a Blade of Creation, he could actually just go crazy right here.
Is he gonna dump a floating?
It's gotta be. Or maybe he just has like another domain. Oh god, he's in the light.
He dumped the blinding light cards that navigate the streets. I was like, it's probably navigate, right? Because that's this like main floating.
Well, yeah, it's like navigate and all right. So that's lost flame sweep. That's unfortunate. Let's hope he has another cleave or something. Maybe this game just ends right here. Let's see. He has 7 cards now. Not sure. Can't see his hand.
If only Jimmy had the real Tony
not
2B.
Shirtless. Yeah, unfortunately not the shirtless one. Ooh, 2 down. If he taps 1, it's Dungeon Guy. Oh, okay. Set up more domains.
A little palatial concourse thing. Wait a minute. Hold up.
2. Dungeon Guy.
2 for a library witch.
Does he have cremation though? Let me check his deck. Is he playing cremation?
He is. He banished 1 last game.
Oh yeah, okay. So I wonder if he's planning on cremating this or not. No, I guess not. I mean, he's gonna have to attack into it for the hasty effect, so gonna lose a float. I wonder if Mar is going to. Oh, also lost another flame sweep. No float to eat, so lucky for that.
He's gonna cremate the shield mate, eat it.
I mean, do you cremate the shield mate? Maybe you need to keep it around just to make sure that.
It depends how greedy you are. If you're playing against Jimmy Lee in this position, there is no way in the world you cremate the shield mate unless you have another one.
That's an extremely ballsy play to just throw away your only defense.
But even then, you might just sit there and you might be like, well, he has Blade of Creation anyways, so whatever.
His Blade of Creation, he would have 4 tokens, so Blade would be costing 3.
We got 3 costs.
So,
well, it's possible he also puts out like he might also just put on another palatial concourse and just make it cheaper.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. He's gonna cremate his
hasty.
He's choosing not even to attack with the hasty. He doesn't even want to risk giving him an extra card.
He doesn't want to hit the library witch. This game is so interesting. It's really just a big game of chicken right now. Because like when you're in fire versus fire, but you're also playing against a build that can very easily just one-shot you, you really have to be careful about the decisions that you make.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, creative on end phase. I wonder if he's just gonna hard level here. It would be more resource efficient if he does have Blade of Creation. Thinking about what to throw away here. Imagine it's... Oh god, it's in the light. Maybe we just go for some more hand advantage. You could go for the Wayfinders map, the one that gives that he can banish to draw a card.
Budget
Uses domains
GCR.
cost one less. I mean, in a domain deck, it's maybe it's better.
He still hasn't GCR'd yet though, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So like GCR, Wayfinder's map, backup charger. He could backup charge here. That's an option. It gives him another token as well. I think unironically, if he's planning on going GCR, if he has 3 cards in his hand, I think he has 2 though. Going backup charger could be really good. Oh, he's just leveling up.
Oh, he threw away 1 Blade of Creation. So
Blade of Creation
makes me think he either has another one or he's just going for a different line. Okay, I mean,
if he pays 2, okay, so five cards in hand on the other side means in cap could be available, right?
Yep, that's right.
If he doesn't sideboard in cap at all.
He's never knows. Some Merlins do put in the in cap.
No, but you have to expect that they would have it, right? Even if like we, we're omniscient here, we can see everything. But if you're Jimmy Lee, you're like, okay, maybe he sideboards like Tether and Flames or in cap. If it's Tether and Flames, it's free. You just
you don't care.
Damage. You don't care. If it's in cap, you're kind of shit out of luck. But then you could in cap him in return, right?
Ooh,
navigate the streets.
Digging.
Wait, but Merlin's gonna eat the floating now.
Oh yeah, true.
Really sad.
I mean, I think he just needs maybe he just needs to find Assemble.
Yeah, maybe Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy doesn't care if he eats the floating. He's like, I'm gonna kill this guy anyways.
Okay, did he bottom all 5? I think he bottom
the lesser of 2 evils here, right? Your goal is just to find the card you need to kill the guy. You don't really care if you give him one extra card.
Merlin just doesn't really have that much he can do, especially knowing that she's not playing Reduce or in cap.
I mean, how's the Merlin realistically going to kill him? 23 health with a Library Witch up.
At the same time, if Merlin just holds up, if she just always holds up 5 cards, always threatening in cap.
No, you just disrespect him. You just disrespect him. You just say, if you got it, you got it, man.
I mean, you have to force it out. I have to make sure, is this for cost? I don't think Assemble is for cost, right?
Oh, as like additional.
Okay, it's not for cost. It's not for cost.
Yeah, you just in cap the activation, and then he just says,
just force him to use the in cap, and then just find another one.
Yep.
Okay, choosing not to level up here. Interesting. I would think since you're on a even level counter, if you level up here, I'd go for it. But Terrafring is fine. Stops him from doing Assemble Blade, I assume. But then you'd have to know that he has it already. So maybe
it's funny because no matter how many shield mates you put out, you might just get Blade of Creation to death.
I mean, he has banished one, and he also has Flame Sweep, so he has multiple cleaves. So at any point, you know that you could just die here. So,
yep.
Wow, not doing
7 total cleaves, 4 Flame Sweeps, 3 Blade of Creations.
That's pretty awkward that he just had to pass here. I wonder if he just doesn't. Maybe his hand's just full of Crux cards.
What the GCR?
Okay, GCR. I mean, at this point, what else are you gonna be bringing out? Ooh, the glimpse.
He glimpsed after drawing. Wait, because he knew.
The Palatial.
Whoa.
Yeah, I did stack the top 2 cards of his deck with that Navigate, so.
Yup.
This Library Witch is never dying, is she?
He might cremate her.
He might.
Plus
he
1.
Still hasn't found the symbol at this point. Not choosing to pop the Terrafring, it seems.
He has, I think, 3 cremation rituals, so it's possible.
Ooh. 1, 2, 3. 3. Okay. Is it?
You know what he's holding all his cards up for? He's holding all his cards up in his hand so he can hard pay for Resolute.
Oh,
The
wow.
third hub is kind of spooky though.
Okay, so now we have 5 domains. So you are not living no matter what.
Your triple hub is spooky.
Ooh, so it's hub pass.
Is that Orb of Regret?
That's Orb of Regret. Wow, that's a card I haven't seen in a while. His hand must be so bad if he's bringing out Orb of Regret at this stage.
Wait, he sideboarded in the Orb of Regret. Whoa.
He's just digging for DG. Wow,
He's
doesn't
actually
even have like a
actually
creative shock or something. This must be really bad. I'm gonna assume his hand was just Crux, all Crux.
I mean, if his hand's all Crux, find a way to put 3 cards down, backup charge, and then do it in your like main phase or end phase.
Yeah,
You have the cards down.
I mean, if his hand was all Crux, then he should have just leveled up on that turn when after he stole the float. He's on the even level counter.
Yeah.
He gets so much draws off of it.
Orb of Regret. Let's see if he pulls a Subasa here. Maybe he is that lucky.
Maybe let's see if he draws the same 3 cards he put down, as is pretty common with Orb of Regret for unfortunate reasons. Do you think that, which is it, Orb of Hubris? Do you think it's better? Because I still think that Orb of Regret is better than Hubris, just because
Orb of Hubris is draw and then shuffle.
Yeah, it's draw and then shuffle back, so you have more agency, but it costs 1.
I think Orb of Hubris is significantly better because you can. Whoa! Wait a minute. Orb of Hubris I think is a lot better, specifically because you can draw 1 at a time and make a decision from there.
I don't know. I just think that the fact that it costs 1 is so awkward.
There are so many decks that allow you to have tons of floating nowadays, though.
Okay, well, I mean, he kills the library witch, digs Jimmy deeper into his deck. I mean, this looking pretty bad. I mean, at some point he's gonna draw this assemble.
Even if you terraformm him, he has so much influence now. Wayfinder's
he can absolutely pay for it. He actually could assemble and not even throw away all his domains. He could keep the EK and 1 other just so that he has more things to pay for. But
you just assemble for 3 and then like blade.
Because assemble for 3 would still be 20. It'd be 3, 6, 18. Then you just have to you just cleave.
22 would cleave. Yeah. 22 or 19 if he has flame sweep instead.
Oh,
he banished a flame sweep for a blinding orb.
Wow, he must not have. Oh, he's putting him put the cards down. He can't play Incap anymore.
Whoa.
Oh, I guess that's Jimmy's way of fighting against people who just hold up 5 cards all the time.
Each player has to put 2 cards in their hand into their memory, or each opponent. Sorry.
Yeah, so even with the incendiary, he still can't pay for it.
Oh no, dude, he might have triple resolute though.
Hey, I don't. I mean, if he just
how many resolutes do you think he has?
Sacks all his domains, it should be fine.
Surely he only has like
here.
Maybe he has 2 resolutes, 2 out of the 3 in his deck.
Yeah, I mean, he must have found it by now. If he was gonna go for the blinding orb now, he must have found the assemble already. He's putting a card down. I assume that's the assemble. He's probably trying to math out if he has enough cards to do everything he wants to.
4, 7, 28, 29. 29 kills through double resolute. If he has Blade of Creation, it kills through triple resolute. It would be 32, drops down to 23. Yeah, so if he assembles for 3 and then pays for Blade of Creation, he kills him through triple resolute. I think he has the cards for it too, because if he sacrifices 4,
he's got a ton.
He pays 3 for Blade and then 2 for the attack.
Actually, if he just sacrifices 5 for
never mind, he has 4 cards in
assemble. Oh yeah, he doesn't have that many. But if he blades, he'll have 5 tokens if he sacifices everything. So that'll be
if he sacrifices everything.
Yeah, but he's under tire.
He's 1 card short if he does that. He needs 6 cards in hand. Because you get the assemble for free, and then you need Blade of Creation is going to take 3 plus 2. 2 for the terraforming. What?
Okay, just guys.
There's no way, man. There's no way.
Oh wow. Okay, wait. So is he just gonna assemble now and then just wait for next turn?
Wait, yeah, I think he's gonna assemble with all allies. Oh, never mind. He's doing all swords. I thought he was gonna do all drones for a second. I was like, "There's no way, man."
Yeah, and then he's just gonna chill. And the next turn he goes for it.
So all the swords
can't kill
technically,
a sword.
technically all the swords come in rested, right?
Yeah, they do.
So like if you were to like Cordelia and then assemble the ancients, your assemble the ancients would come in all rested.
Okay, so I mean, at this point, you kind of you got a level. All right, looks like he's finally pulling it. Gonna go for level up here, but I mean, at this point, if you don't have
I think he just lacks the cards to pay for
incarnate
creation.
if you don't have like incarnate, you just can't. You're not gonna make it. He's gonna kill you.
1, 2, 3,
Incap
4,
also
5,
can't stop a
6.
blade of creation, so
Using 1, 4, and 6.
not even afloat.
Fireball, Ghost
Ooh.
of Pendragon, and what was the last one?
I did not catch it, but yeah, I mean, losing a
Either
pen
way, that's
here,
tough.
unfortunate. He's gonna at least get an even level counter turn here.
Anything prereq? Creative Shock?
Maybe if he had creative shock. Oh, he only had 3 cards in hand.
It's non-ascension.
No, he had a fractal. He could have played an end phase creative shock.
I don't think he wanted to pay the end phase Creative Shock unless he was planning on discarding a fast here. Oh, recollect and draw.
Nothing. I mean, maybe.
I'm trying to figure out what the out here is for Merlin. The out is like you have to play Incarnate. If you don't play Incarnate, you just lose.
Yeah, you have to just hard play Incarnate. He's level 5.
He has the cards for
7.
it.
I mean, he has enough. He has a fractal plus a bunch of cards on it. He could totally do it.
Oh, he banished the Incarnate from level up, dude. Yeah, he's counting his cards right now. He does have enough for Incarnate. It's
okay,
it's
this
6
would
and
be
the fractal.
All right, this would be 5.
Yeah,
5,
so 6
8,
fractal.
8, 16, 24, 32, 40.
And there's the Incarnate Majesty.
Then Blade would be. This is like 44. So it's he's off.
Bro, imagine if Jimmy had a in cap.
And he does have a 1 of incap in his sideboard, or is it 2?
He has 2 in the sideboard, 1 in the main. So like, imagine getting in capped on your Incarnate Majesty there. You just insta
Yeah, but he just sacked all his domains. He doesn't have any cards left. This is actually looking kind of bad now. Because, yeah, even if he goes for it, he can't kill it because you have to do, like, what, 60 damage to be able to kill through Incarnate?
He needs to do 59 damage.
Yep.
To one shot through Incarnate.
Yeah,
but the thing is,
so
he can deal enough damage to kill the Incarnate and then play it again. Because one Incarnate has been banished, one's been used. He would have to Crux Sight to bring it back. Jimmy actually runs a Nullifying Lantern in his main board, so he could just play Nullifying Lantern right now.
And then just slam into Incarnate with like 2. Ooh, okay, there's the Smoke Bombs. I mean, still not enough.
Smoke Bombs, not bad. So we have what? 8 times 5 is 40?
Yeah, he is far off.
20 damage on field right now?
Like, not even close.
44.
He really has to kill the Incarnate first. I mean, he could sack, or he could just go for a Blade here.
What if he actually sideboarded in those Varuks? If he plays a Varuk, he just wins the game.
But can he pay for Varuk plus Blade? Because
no, you just attack. You just Smoke Bombs and attack. Oh, he has 2 taunts. No, he has Interceptor. And
he has double taunt. So
he's 2 turns away from it. So he does have to cleave.
I think he can just Blade here, kill both. Yeah, he's just gonna kill both of these taunts.
He's gonna Blade for.
He's just gonna Blade with not sack the rest of them just to. I mean, imagine if he just plays Incarnate again next turn.
I mean, if he plays Incarnate again next turn, you just do the same thing. You just Blade for 12 again. If you have it.
All right, so he's gonna slam for 12, or if he has Varuk, he can play the Varuk. Does he have like a Resolute that can keep this deer alive? Because this is for 12, but he could sack the sword if he wants to. He's gonna I think he's gonna. Oh,
he's gonna pay Resolute on.
You can't do that. He's just gonna sack the sword.
He's gonna sack the sword. Yo.
All right, and now you're not drawing next turn. You're not on an even level counter. You have that's 6 cards. You're gonna have 6 cards next turn.
Yeah, that's really rough. I mean, it's not possible to pay for Incarnate now.
I mean, he's gonna be level.
Actually, wait, it is
6. He can't because he has the fractal, so he can. He'll have 7 influence if you count the fractal.
Well, he's gonna go Drawn Blade.
So he can pay for it.
He's gonna go Drawn Blade as well because of the Shield Mate.
Oh yeah, he also has a float, so you can get a Drawn Blade. So he actually, he can pay for it if he has another one. But he already banished
15, and then Mar goes to 10. It's not bad.
That was a 16 plus 4. Yeah, that was a 20 damage. So 10.
I assume he retaliated Jimmy to face for 4, but some people forget.
Oh yeah, people always forget.
I guess he did forget because he didn't tap it on his life counter. So unfortunate. Retaliate is indeed a decision to make. It's not automatic.
Yeah, I mean, does he have the third incarnate?
Wait, I'm not crazy, right? He was at 11 before the Blade of Creation. And then he bladed.
I mean, he took a sudden steal, so and then he took like a bunch of hits
didn't
from
revenge
Hasty.
or he didn't retaliate against the with the horse.
No, I think he was yeah, because no, I think he was at 7 actually, because he took one sudden steal and then he got hit by a Hasty once. And then he took 4 from Deer Retaliate. So I think he's actually, I think this is actually right.
I thought he got Savage Splashed as well.
Oh, did he? I don't remember. Can he pay for this? Deer still. I think because he can draw a card of this. He has a Fractal.
Oh, he did miss the Retaliate. Yeah. So Sudden Steal plus Hasty plus the Deer attacked him once. And so he did forgot to retaliate with the Spirit.
If he breaks the sword, if he swings here, he could break the sword. I think he has enough to pay for it.
Cards in hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with the Fractal. Yeah, he can play it again. He doesn't even have to break the sword here. He can just he can just hard play it. But if we have Varrock, we can kill.
Dude, if Jimmy has Varrock, it's gonna be so funny. Dude, this is gonna be so base. This will be the one game I've ever seen someone use Varrock.
I mean, people used to play it back in the good old Ensol days, but fortunately,
what does Jimmy materialize here? Nullifying Lantern? Dude, he went Smoke Bombs, but he really should have went Null Lantern.
Yeah,
he Null Lantern last time, it would have been fine, right?
He really should have gone Null Lantern there. Because you could just go Smoke Bombs this turn. You don't have to do it
he needed the Null Lantern last time. It was free.
Yeah, this game would be super over.
Null Lantern is so based.
Let's see, how many incarnates has he been playing? Most Merlins only play 2 these days.
He runs 3.
Oh, you didn't say, okay.
And he's played 1, returned it, played it again, and then there's 1 in banishment.
Yep, so, I mean, he hard drew it, but I mean, chance of you drawing all 3 incarnates. Ooh. I mean, this happens when... Oh,
Chalice of Blood.
The Chalice of Blood. I guess he has nothing left. Did he already break his Sword of Seeking?
Terrafring.
Even level counter turn. Draw an extra. I probably would have gotten Sword of Seeking just so you can swing with it, but... Oh, he's popping Starfring here? I guess is...
It's less of an issue if you run Ascension, but in this case, since he doesn't run Ascension, he kind of needs to pull another sword if he wants to attack.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure you don't want to break your Drawn Blade.
Killmate Laval.
Right,
our game 1 being giga fast turned into game 2 being really slow.
He swings here with sword. That's 3. Incarnate swings for 4. Oh wait, he's doesn't retire, right? Okay. Oh, wait, you have to pay another 2. Even level countered sudden steal is a lot of damage.
He just paid 2 because it's free. He's level.
Right,
he's level 7 right now.
Right. Efficiency. Okay, I mean now you probably just chill. Or is he gonna spend more to attack with Incarnate?
Oh shit!
All right, well,
the fireball for 8.
That's 8. That he's dead unless he has.
Jimmy, draw a card.
No.
You have a smoke bombs. Wait, I don't think he has anything that stops that damage. Actually,
he doesn't have like Echoic Guard or something, or what is it? Provoke Obstinance.
Yeah.
Nope. I know he was playing Provoke in his old builds because he was worried about people
Excaliburing his sword.
Excaliburing his sword, but you probably need it now just because of Reduce, though not that many people play Reduce. So if you're confident in yourself that people do not play that card, then I mean, this deck is so much fun, but damn is it gimmicky. Alright, so I mean, we still have 23 minutes on the clock. If it's another fast game.
Dude, I really wanted to see the Varrock. I really wanted him to put the Varrock on the field and Mar just go, well, shit, okay, it's over.
Yeah, that would have been...
I've never seen someone play a Varrock in a real game because I did not play during... I never played during the old days, so I never actually...
I have been Varrock Flame Sweep for game before, so... With an incarnate on field.
That's kind of spooky.
The good old Ensel days.
Dude, Varrock is actually kind of based, huh? No wonder it was category 1.
Yeah. The problem with Varrock is that you can only really play it on the turn you're going for the kill because it stops you from materializing. That's why they played it in Ensol, because she doesn't really you're
Materialize.
soling all your swords away.
You go level
anyway,
3
so...
and then you just play Insult a million times.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like you don't need to materialize that much, but with most other decks, especially like Merlin, like she tends to play a slower game. But yeah, I could definitely see it coming back just because there's a lot of veilings in this meta. But definitely if water was more common, or Rai, or like Arsana with spell shields, maybe people would start bringing out Baruchs again.
Arsana, spell shields, cope. He's coping.
Do you think? Let me ask you. Do you think we're gonna see a Froxy card come out after Ascent Chicago?
I really hope so. I really want a card that says Arsana bonus, or a card that says put this card under your lineage if your lineage says Arsana.
That's
really
so
cool.
specific.
That'd be really cool.
You know what? I
mean, that's what Proxy cards are, though, right?
fan,
Like Proxy cards are
Tony
intended to
fan.
be specific.
I want a new level 2 Tony because this +3 power one is not cutting it for level 3 decks.
What do you mean, man?
I was talking about with my friends. We're trying to think of like what would if Xander needed Deft Executor to become good, we're like what would be a good alternate Tony level 2? And I was thinking, how about
the Tony is good.
I mean the level 2 one though. In an aggro deck, sure, but in a level 3 deck, it feels kind of bad, Because a lot of the time you don't even have a wow. Okay, well he opened the classic.
I'm a big fan of Invigorated Slash.
I was thinking Tony level 2 that just plays a domain from his deck.
That would be crazy. Just summon a domain.
Yeah, roll a dice to make it balanced, so you can't get a EK out. Make it like with a cost like 2 or lower, and you can just bring out Hub of Innovation or like 3 costs or lower, so you can bring out EK.
You can bring out a lot of good things with 3 or lower, though.
I mean, basically, you Hub of Innovation, just get a free draw in the memory. I think he deserves a card that pluses him. If Xander can get a card that adds an assassin action back to hand.
The thing is, plussing on Tony is like kind of dangerous because when you get to level 3, you start plussing like crazy, anyways. Like you can output 3 damage every single turn with a sword. Create a sword. No cards lost.
Right, Dumping Savage is not ideal. It means he didn't have a better float to throw away. I don't know, man. I think he needs help. I think he needs a better level 2.
I think the reason why I think that Tony doesn't need it is because all the sweeps become so viable with the current Tony level 2. You can just level to 2 and then just be like Hurricane Sweep for 4, Flame Sweep for 4.
Yeah, but what you could do now is you could play both Tonys, and then if you're playing against aggro, you go into the other one and sweep. And if you're playing against a slow level 3 deck, you go into the one that pluses you.
Doesn't that just make Tony like the strongest champion in the game?
I don't think so. I think okay, this is my opinion. I think Neos cards are I think they're kind of weak. So
really,
I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like Neos cards are like really strong.
Really, I think Neos cards kind of weak. I'm not gonna lie. Like every time I play Neos, I'm like, man, I feel like this deck is so close. It just needs some
Blade of Creation is insane. Ares is insane.
Blade of Creation is good. Ares is good. They're not like Storm Slime good. They're not.
I actually think that Ares is better than Storm Slime.
Really?
The thing that enables Storm Slime, the thing that enables Storm Slime to be really good is actually Stone Scale Band.
Oh yeah, Stone Scale and Gaius. So yeah, exactly. So he needs a Regalia that makes the Neos cards work better. I don't know how. I mean, I think Blade of Creation is really good. I just wish it had a. I wish Neos had a win con that felt a bit more unique than just Cleave. Verdina is kind of cool, but
I mean, are there that many really unique win cons? Merlin's win con is Fireball.
Fireball. Okay, you know what? You're right.
Rise win con is just Arcane Blast, Advent of the Stormcaller.
Hey, but he needs to get a lot of levels. It's different.
Sure, but he just plays the same. Like it's the same thing as Storm Slamming people, just slower. Okay, I don't know if unique win cons is probably the correct phrasing for that. I understand what you mean though when you say like it would be nice to have more win cons, but I feel like
I think I want something that feels more Neo-y, I guess.
I mean, like, Neo-y is just having a lot of a lot of things on the board, right? Blade of Creation kind of already does that.
Assemble feels the most Neo-y to me, but it feels like you have to play Creation's Will to make Assemble work.
I guess to be fair, the reason why I think Ares is so good is because the shields are really good. And Ares
I think Ares is really strong.
Shields. Like,
I think Ares is really, really good.
Andy's right though. He said, Ares is great because it confuses your opponent. It's really the reason I think Ares is so good is because the shields are crazy and people read them and then stop.
Yeah, the redirect is crazy. I think Neos is good against some decks. Like it's good against Tristan, I'd say. There's some decks it targets, but there's also a lot of decks it just loses to. Pretty, or at least it has a really tough time fighting.
It sounds balanced though.
Like, yeah, no, for sure.
It's kind of what it is in the meta. It's like the balance is good because it's very rock paper scissors focused.
Actually, yeah, right now the meta feels very much
like
some decks just do really well to others, and they do not so well to others.
And then the basic deck check is your deck good enough to beat slimes? Like basic slimes.
Yeah, slimes, and I'd say like Merlin. It's like if you can't beat those two, you kind of gotta go to the drawing board.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be like a consistent win condition. Like if you can just fairly fight either of those deck's probably pretty good.
What? Okay, let me hear your opinion. What do you think is the best deck in the format, right? Or do you think there is no best deck?
I think the best deck in the format always, in Grand Archive specifically, very heavily depends on the region you're playing in.
Oh, no, for sure.
And it also depends on the format of the tournament, because if we're talking about something like Worlds, it's very different than we're talking about something like an Ascent, because an Ascent is going to have 300 players, and you're playing like essentially 13 rounds of Swiss, right? Yeah, whereas when you're playing at Worlds, you're playing 16 of the best players, and they're going to build for each other.
I mean, that's why we saw in Worlds, everyone was playing Rye all of a sudden. It's like, I think everyone there was just kind of expecting,
Wait, so that one was additionally because on top of like Swiss rounds, like you could change your deck after Swiss rounds.
Oh yeah.
So like Rye made a lot of
flexibility. I also think that if your goal is just to hit top cut to get your invites, it makes sense to play a deck that's like really reliable and has a really even matchup spread. But if you want to win, maybe you go for something a bit spikier that has more high roll potential.
I think
so like in a store champs where you actually have to get first, it kind of makes sense to just pick a high rolly deck.
Yeah, there's a couple really good high rolly decks right now. You can play like a high roll version of Tristan on Wind. Yeah. You can also play Nico in a very high roll focused way.
Nico's a very high rolly deck. If you just hit your Iceman slams, you just hit him. Wow, he's dumping a lot of flow here.
The thing is, you can choose to play these decks in different ways. Like you can choose to play them really high roll. You can choose to play them like really control focused. I think you can really high roll people with Merlin still.
Oh no, for sure.
Like, I mean, there are just ways to go crazy.
I see 2 hasties on field. I would consider that pretty high rolly. Let's see if we have a sweep here, because we kind of gotta get rid of these 2. I mean, see the Tony level 3 or level 2 maybe coming up here.
I don't really.
I'm just saying though, why does Lorraine get to draw cards and get +2, but Tenoris just gets +3? Oh, 4 down.
EK.
It must be a sweep. Must be a sweep. I think it's a sweep. If it was gonna be EK, I don't think he would have leveled up. Oh, it is EK. Okay.
I don't think he can afford to not level up. He needs it for the health, because if he goes Dungeon Guide into 3 and plays like Pendragons, it's gonna go crazy.
Yeah, he just can't get rid of these. Can't get rid of these hasties. This is like the nightmare scenario when you're playing against a Merlin and you're playing a deck that doesn't really play clear. Oh, can he? Maybe he still has enough cards to play a Flame Seep here. He taps 3. Or is it just straight Dungeon Guide up to 3? Ooh, okay, Gloamstar's good. He didn't find that last game. Gloamstar, I love this card. Probably my favorite domain in the game. Especially against decks like Merlin, who... Oh, he's choosing not to tap it.
I think he has 2 cards in his hand.
Oh, he needs it to pay for...
Well, no, I think if he does it, it's just not... Well, I don't know. He might have. I don't know how many cards he has in his hand. It's hard to tell. Jimmy Lee's angle is a little tough for me to figure out.
Yeah, he doesn't show his hand. We do get an angle of his cap. So, yep.
So the Jimmy Lee special is 3 things: Creation's Will.
Yep.
Cat, and the blinding light that is the graveyard.
That's true. All right, can Mars see a DG this time? Because he did not see a DG last game. Dump float? No. Okay, dump float. Eat float DG. The Merlin
I think
classic.
even with his last game, like I think he should have just hard leveled.
I think he should have hard leveled earlier. I think sitting at level 2 for like 3 turns was probably wrong, but
yep.
Because you just want to get those levels. In the end, you're in an even level counter turn, so you're gonna start stabilizing really quickly. So Jimmy has, I assume he has probably 2 or 3 cards left in hand. Okay. That looks like, oh, he's just passing. Okay, no DG again. Hopefully he has like a creative this time. And then maybe just hard level. Eat one of your floats and then hard level.
I think he's holding off
Ooh.
to see if Jimmy does it or not. Oh, I guess,
Lost.
well, that answers that.
He did have a sweep. He did have a sweep. All right. So now that he has so little cards in hand, he can absolutely just play this Gloamspire every turn, but. And his opponent has a lot of cards in hand, so chances are they're not going to be able to lower their influence enough to actually get a draw off the Gloamspire.
It's such a funny statement. Merlin, Sylvie, and Tristan all play different flavors of Fireball. To which,
I mean,
Shika goes, if
yeah,
you generalize Fireball as a card that kills your opponent, then yeah.
I mean, Lightweaver is all this kind of Fireball.
I mean, at that point, why don't you just say all these decks have a different combo?
I mean, allies, when you think about it, allies is like playing a lot of fireballs that hit you every turn.
A lot of small fire. True. Like, revealing, uncover the plot, if you have Lightweaver's Assault, is actually just Fireball for 2 multiple times. And draw a card. I mean, it's simple as this, guys. Everything in the game is just a different type of Fireball.
That's true. Hey, Oh, 3.
Oh my god, it's happening. Wait a minute.
Okay. I mean, wait. I'm down.
He's going to assemble everything that's not the Varrock, right?
I mean,
or is he just going to sacrifice the Varrock anyway? I guess there's no... Wait, no, he realized he has enough damage to kill over Resolute. That's why.
No, but there's a Library Witch. He needs to have a sweep.
Or a cleave. But he has 5 tokens,
does he have enough? Yeah, so it's 5. So it's good. If he has... Is that 3 cards in hand? Or... Because if he plays
I think he's about a Blade of Creation. Yeah,
just enough. Okay, so he's going to sack just enough to make it lethal and then force him to use cards and then just sack the other swords in the win.
Wow, that's kind of crazy. So this is Blade of Creation with 3 swords.
8, 24, 28.
It's a creative shot. Oh no, it's a creative shot. He doesn't have it.
I mean, even if he has a Resolute, there's just no way you're starting this. It's
he's gonna ping 2. Wait.
Yep, and it's over.
Yeah, he knows he doesn't have it. I was gonna say he could ping 2 with his Library Witch card.
That's true, but
yep, that's
I mean, there was nothing. Yeah. There was nothing that could save him there. Not when you don't play Reduce Dash.
He used the Neos Fireball.
I mean, yeah. I mean, is it not a fireball that hits the whole field?
I mean, yeah. It's just a giant meteor strike of Neos swords out of fucking nowhere, bro. That's crazy.
I mean, I would say this is one of Neos's better matchups for sure, or at least this specific build. Dude, that's that was a crazy ending. It was just like, oh, okay, you're dead.
Casted Neos Fireball, cleave.
What was that? That was 3 to play Varrock, and then
3
to play Assemble.
He tapped the Varrock, his 5th.
Yeah, and then played 2.
Yep, and then he played 2 for the Blade.
I mean, EK is such a strong card. If it was only more reliable to actually get it out.
See, the only problem with EK is that it's Guardian only, so you can't play domains and like any other fun build. Basically, it's like it's only Tony really, and I guess maybe Nico if you wanted to, but that'd be kind of weird.
You know, you're right.
Domain Nico,
but Nico's already so good. She doesn't need to dilute her deck with more stuff.
Yep. Domain Nico, Enclave, go.
I'm definitely right now we're in the situation where we just don't have that many champions. But as time goes on, as we start getting more combinations of element and champion and classes, I'm so looking forward to what we're gonna get out of that. I mean, we're already gonna see it with Kome, because that's the first time we're gonna get a tamer or a Terra that's also a mage, which is weird because it's actually not a lot of the Terra cards actually have class bonus, which is when I was checking out, I was like, what are the cards we can play from OG Terra that can go into this? And it's like him or Terrasite, Arima. It's like a few.
We're gonna get a lot of new cards. I'm certain we're gonna get a lot of new cards. But I want to see something that's like, if you play, I know it's kind of crazy, but I want to see something that's like, if you play this, gain access to blank like types of cards.
Ooh,
might be too much though.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, they have that in the, what do you call it? In Sealed, they have that one spirit or the one regalia that lets you activate another
Yeah, the
class's
Gate of
card.
Alternity. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of down for that to be an actual card in the game, but do you think people would play that if they had that? A one cost card that just activates other class bonuses? I don't know. It might actually not be good enough.
Yeah, I
Unless
don't know.
you
It's hard to say.
could you
It
imagine
definitely
Merlin
likes to get
though?
when it's there.
Merlin with Mage Warrior and then brings out Gate of Alternity, activates Assassins, so they can play Incap for 2.
Technically, Gate of Alternity is only like legal for play in sealed format, though.
Yeah.
Like in the
I'm just saying
FAQ,
that
so like
if they made it
getting
legal
a
outside
Merlin
of
would be
Sealed.
so lucky.
Yes, I'm looking forward to the next set. I mean, okay, between the two, who are you more excited for? Are you more excited for Jin or for Kome?
Not gonna lie, don't really care for either.
Really?
I'll just build and figure out and learn things as I go. But like neither character has me like I need all the cards. You know, like that's how
Yeah.
I felt about Arasana. Then I played Arasana when the starter decks came out, and I said, never mind, I'm kidding. You guys didn't hear anything. Go back to my Lorraine.
Yeah.
But
I
I mean
mean,
overall, maybe Kongming just because she's cute and Terra's cool. But I mean, new element is always interesting. I'm interested to see like what the archetype of the new element is.
yeah. I mean, I agree just because I like Mage. And Warrior, cringe. Imagine playing Warrior. We've been doing that for like 200 years now, since the game came out. Mage is like, you just play Rai, or it's Fireball. It's just Fireball City. So I'm looking forward to a new Mage. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how Terra. I feel like she's got to be kind of animal-based, because all the Terra cards are about animals and beasts. Like, unless they're very different, where like one is separated, and these are like the Kome cards, and these are the Sylvie cards, right? That'd be kind of lame. I'm curious to see. Hopefully we get spoilers in Ascent Chicago. Just saying.
That'd be cool. Upcoming
I mean,
spoiler.
Sildar's already started saying stuff on Twitter, so you already know that.
That guy
Though they're very
loves leaking.
vague.
That guy loves
He
leaking.
said a AMB tidbit hay bales. I don't know. What
Yeah,
that
dude,
means.
Farmer Tony's gonna go crazy. Farmer Tony about to gather a billion times, make
I don't know if that
15,000 swords.
means farming. I don't know if that means gather. I don't know what that possibly means. So yeah,
Dude,
we'll see.
Jimmy Lee is gonna have the best time in the world. He's gonna be able to play Gather deck soon.
Oh yeah,
Soon.
I'm definitely looking forward to it. I mean, I definitely think Gather Tony's funny. I want to see it actually work. What in his win Tenoris, was he playing the cultivator? What's it, fertile ground and stuff, or no?
Sorry, repeat that.
Was he playing fertile ground in his win Tenoris
No,
decks?
no. I wish, dude.
No?
I wish.
I mean, it'd be pretty funny. Not gonna lie.
That would have been pretty cool, but yeah, not quite
So
there.
I don't know how you get your first herb. You'd have to play one gather card in your deck, or like a few gather cards, just to get your first herb.
Gather,
Actually,
gather. Kindling flame.
kindling flame. I mean, it's literally fireball.
True. Kindling flame is indeed a fireball. Right? You're literally lighting something on fire and attacking someone with it. So technically.
So, I mean, we've got a lot of events actually coming in the next week. Obviously, we have the Yeti regional on the 28th.
We have the elusive regional tomorrow, and then the Yeti regional.
The elusive regional. You have the Yeti regional, and then after that we have Ascent Chicago on the 4th.
The 2nd or the 3rd. It's like immediately the week after. It's a 3rd, I think.
Yeah, and then after that, there's just more regionals, and then we have the Philippine regionals. You know, just gonna give a shout out. If you want to go, it's right before Ascent Singapore. So if you want to get like a 2-for-1, you go to Asia, go to Philippines, do our regionals, and then go to Singapore right after. So,
one of the cool things I've noticed is a lot of people have been streaming their regionals.
Ooh,
so like,
yeah, I mean,
there's been a lot more access to content on like in GA.
Yeah.
Right? Like before, it was just TM32 streaming like SoCal, and then
or it's just the big
would
ones,
stream
right?
Michigan. It's like the people who were kind of established would stream, but now it's like everyone's trying to stream their things, and I'm like, this is so cool. There's so much stuff to watch always.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, one thing I can say is that we need more tournament footage, you know? when someone who also plays other card games, like I play Fab, and it's like they're like during national seasons, there's like 20 VODs for me to watch that are like 11 plus hours long. But in GA, like sometimes it's just like dead times because people don't stream all of their regionals or all of their store champs. So sometimes they're just starved. I'm like, I really want to see someone play right now, but there's just nothing to watch. So definitely looking forward to more people getting into the whole streaming business. So yeah, I mean, like obviously we stream these every week, but definitely like the really big like high level tournaments. I want to see more of those, even if it's just regionals. Regionals aren't like necessarily like extremely like super high level.
Dude, I wish I could play 18 hours of GA in 2 days. I want to play, but I'm just casting always. So you want to play? You want to play card games? Card games are fun.
I haven't played in a while. I've been like just busy, so that's why I have to live vicariously through other people playing.
True. I need to just teach my sister how to play Grand Archive. Nah, she wouldn't play Grand Archive anyways. Sad. I have no one to play with.
Yeah,
you know, this is what it is.
I mean, how is the scene in Canada?
Depends where you live. Where I live, there are 0 Grand Archive players. The closest Grand Archive player I have met in the vicinity is a 3-hour drive or a 1-hour flight.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's very regional, right? I mean, all card games are like that. Some card games are completely dead in one place, and then they're the most popular game in another place, right? So, I mean,
yeah,
I mean, growing.
Speaking of that specifically, it's really funny because I always hear people say things like "Card Fight Vanguard is dead in the U.S."
And yeah.
It's like the game is pretty popular, but it's like there's specific pockets where like no one plays the game at all, no one carries the game at all. But it's kind of like that with any card game, right? Like there are pockets where lots of people play and pockets where nobody plays, unless it's like actually just truly dead.
When I was here last year, my cousin, she plays Vanguard. She used to play Vanguard. So we went to a store and there were like 50 players or something. And I was just shocked because everyone always tells me Vanguard is dead. So like I know it's popular in the Philippines, but I thought I know in the US it's really dead. So I thought maybe here it would also be dead. But apparently, I mean, it seemed like the game was kind of alive.
Yeah, you'll always just be able to find places where you can play things. And if not, there's like always online.
If you love a game, just play it. Yeah, I just wish, I really wish we had an automatic sim. I don't like playing on TTS.
I actually don't mind TTS. Just because like the more I think about like how a simulator would work, there's just a lot of interactions and a lot of time spent asking like, is this okay? Are you good with that? Any response, etc. To which like it ends up just being the same thing as like just playing it on a sim or like playing it in TCS anyways. It's just the movement of cards might be a little bit more smooth.
Yeah. No, what I really want is I just want to be able to find people to play with without having to go to looking for game. Because on the sim that they use for Fab, the online sim they use, they're just like you can just find anyone who's playing, like any room that's open, you can just go into it. So it's more convenient because I don't know. I'm the type of person who doesn't like having to go into having to ping someone to look for a game.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's actually quite nice to be able to just find matchmaking ladders and just join in and be like, hey, looking for a game, and it's like, okay, here you go. Here's the person you're playing against.
Yeah, so for me, that's the big thing. Just because I don't know, as a socially awkward person, I don't like having to ask for things. So yeah,
press button, give result.
Good. Yeah, exactly.
Good. Also, just as I mentioned, guys, we will not be having statistics or like fancy statistics screens today. Our graphics man, Mr. Super Mitch 8, is too busy having fun in the real life to spend time with us on a Thursday.
I mean, more fair. That's fair. I mean,
he's too
gotta
cool
have fun
this week.
Card games can't be everything.
True. Card games are everything. My whole life is card games.
Okay. If your life is card games, no fault to you.
Oh, there's too much fault. There's too much fault in that one. I should have picked something. Should have picked something else. Anyways, I want to go back to your conversation about what you thought about best deck and format. I think
sure.
Best deck and format entirely depends on the event type. I think if you're looking at something like a regional, I think that the best deck is probably still combo Winteristed. When you're looking at like Ascent, I think if you are aiming for top 32, it's probably Merlin, and I really hate to say that.
I mean, is there any deck that is more reliable and consistent and does the same thing every time?
The thing is, Merlin has become so much more consistent, I think, with the newer cards coming out.
Yeah.
Like between
I mean,
Fragmented Spirit and also like the ability to play backup charger if you want instead.
yeah. They also have cards like Retold Fortune,
yeah,
which if you're
Retold
like
Fortune
really
is
leaning
good.
into like the prismatic stuff, it's more draw, cycle, filter, float stuff, which is exactly what Merlin always was already playing, right? So
I don't know
think
what
she's
I would
just
say. I think best decking format is if you're trying to win top an Ascent though. Like I want to say it's still Tristan because I think the skill ceiling on the deck is really high. But I think that
yeah.
because I say that, I also want to say that I think that Water Tony control could be really good.
I
Because
want to
Water
say
Tony
that's good, but I
control
still haven't
can
seen
play
it.
really well against Tristan. And it's
But I
a
feel
fair
like
matchup into Merlin too. It's
I
really
think the
hard
problem with
because like
Water Tony
sideboards are so
is
good
kind
now.
of. I feel like it kind of struggles a bit into, at least in my experience, it struggles into like Merlin and Sylvie, who are more popular than Tristan. Even though Tristan is always there, you don't, because she's a harder deck and also because she's an expensive deck, not as many people play her. So
I feel like you struggle against Sylvie against players that are good. I think
yeah,
if you are more skilled on a lot of these advanced element decks, you will probably win and push yourself into top 32. Because there is
Yeah.
a really high skill ceiling in GA, and it's very noticeable when you see the skill expression difference of good players versus bad
I mean,
players.
the fact that the best players are like always at the top of these tournaments should tell you
Yeah, like
that the game
consistently there.
is yeah, you know, like Caban is always in the top. Even in just like these weeklies, he's always getting like top spots. So that should tell you that this game, it's it's pretty like the skill expression and the variance isn't as big of a as a concern. Of course, there are some decks that are higher rolly. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. There are some. I mean, I play Rai, so I'm used to it. But yeah, I think if you want to do well and just make it to top cut, I think picking Merlin or Tristan are both very good options because they can fight every deck in the format, right? There's some decks they just really struggle into one or two matchups. So
I think Merlin's weakest matchup is Burn, actually. Burn is really good against Merlin.
yeah,
But it's really bad against a lot of other things out there right now.
yeah. No, the
Like
thing about Xander is
Sylvie
like,
has a
he
fair
just
matchup
preys on
into it.
some decks,
Wind
and
robots
then
can
he
destroy
just
it.
yeah. I mean, like
And Wind Tristan's really good too because Veiling Breeze is OP.
yeah, Veiling Breeze, Veiling Breeze. Have you thought about playing Varrock in Xander? I mean, I don't know how you would ever have enough to pay for it, but and still kill.
Yeah, you'd have to level up and then material, and then like you'd have to be able to play Varrock and then wait a turn.
Yeah,
Otherwise, like you're not gonna kill them, or you play Varrock like afterwards. Like you just pop everything. If you don't kill them, you Varrock after. But even then, it's
yeah,
like
and then go for like a big rending or something.
overcoming it is probably easier to just use rending
Yeah, that's fair.
or slice and dice or something like that.
I don't know. For me, I think it really depends also on like what other people are playing. Because like some in the right meta, Nico could be the best deck. In some metas,
Well, I mean
it could be
that's what I
Sylvie.
mean. Like when that's why I
Yeah,
said like it depends on the context of what you're trying to do and trying to accomplish, but also it depends on the
yeah,
context of like who's going to the event. Like Ascent Taipei is to me a bit more of an outlier because it's the first Ascent of the set, but it's also because there's a
yeah, no.
significant amount of new players at the event who are quite literally
Mm-hmm.
playing a recollection deck with less than $100 of upgrades.
And also just the meta in Asia is different from the meta like the meta in Taipei specifically was very Merlin heavy, right? So it's to be expected there were a lot of Merlins, which is maybe a part of why so many Tristans did really well. And Sylvie's too. I mean, though, people would, I don't know. Do you think is favored in Merlin versus Sylvie? It feels kind of coin flippy to me.
Merlin versus Sylvie?
Because she can just blow you up, but at the same time, once you get Incarnate out, it can
I think it's
turn in your favor.
pretty balanced, but it probably depends on
Yeah.
who goes first. I think Merlin has a decent advantage if it goes first.
I wanna say Merlin is like slightly favored.
The other thing with Merlin is Merlin is
deal.
inherently more consistent, I think, than Sylvie.
Oh yeah.
Like Sylvie,
For sure.
Sylvie, you can actually brick in a very unfortunate way, and you also can just have a really shitty opener. With Merlin, I feel like it's kind of hard to have a shitty opener if you play like Fragmented, for example.
Yeah.
But it depends how
That's
hard
actually
you
why
check
I
your
really
deck
like.
towards certain things. Because like you can have a really allies hate focused deck. You can have a really like spells focused deck. You can play a fog deck. Like it really just depends on what kind of Merlin you're talking about. Like, so many decks have like flexibility now because of all the cards and as well as the sideboarding options. So it's
Yeah, and because of I really like the sideboard change they made. I think it was really good because now it just leaves you way more open to put in a bunch of tech cards into your deck. Like 15 feels like the right, even though you can't put in Regalia obviously, but having like the 15 with the main board Regalia rules, I think that really helped with making some of these decks more flexible into different kinds of matchups. So really
yeah, I
happy
find
to
it really
see
hard to like. I
that.
find it really hard for me to want to put in Regalia nowadays, unless I like
Yeah, me too.
absolutely need it.
I hate putting Regalia in.
I'd rather just have 15 cards I can sideboard in and out, and then kind of map
Unless I
out
don't
what's
have
good.
good main board cards to put in. I or
If
like
you
there's
don't
some
have
Regalia I
if you
just
don't have
really
good
need.
mainboard cards to put in, there's no way that the deck is good.
I mean, there's some
There
where
are so many unbelievably good options now to sideboard. There's no way you can't find at least 9.
yeah, I'd say like but like full 15. Sometimes I can't find like 15 cards where like 3 is more valuable than just having this one Regalia. Like I think with Sylvie, for example, honestly, I'd rather have a one like really big impact Regalia than having like 3 extra cards because in the end that deck is kind of it's not as flexible as some of the others, so you can't really mix and match as much stuff. So being able to put in like a Viridian Protective Trinket or maybe like boots or ears, especially if people start playing the Dust Like Communion stuff, maybe that's more valuable than being able to put in more random slimes, right? So I think there's some decks like that. Or there's just some Regalia where you really want them. I think everyone stopped playing water all of a sudden, so everyone just started dropping Viridian Protective Trinket, and then suddenly everyone started playing Nico and Water Allies. So you can see how like the ebb and flow of the meta there. Where it's like people will just drop stuff, and then they think, oh, well, no one's playing this, so let's just start dropping lanterns and start dropping Viridian Protective Trinket. Actually, that's another thing. Is like Erupting. It's a deck that I think nobody wants to play Lantern right now. Nobody wants to play anti-erupting cards. So I think you could easily spike a tournament with an erupting deck if everyone is just not ready for it, right?
Also, new matches are up. We're going to be seeing Bob
Wind
Scherble on
Ride.
Windrye
Wind Ride is
versus
one of my favorite decks.
versus Wind Tristan.
All right, let's see.
Combo focus Wind Tristan, but has a little bit of the. I mean, this literally is the sideboard that I'm talking about. There's there are 15 mainboard cards here, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards that are ones, and I believe
interesting new development. He is playing one of the new techs that Tristans have been playing, which is Asen Protector.
One Blanche is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
that seems kind of funny to me. Like of all things to run, one Blanche.
You know what's funny to me is the one of Penumbral Waltz against Rai. That could come in pretty clutch. You just like prevent 30 or something for the whole turn.
Penumbral Waltz is like a deflecting edge, a single instance, or it's like it blocks damage based on how much is dealt.
Oh, is that
like
it was for the whole turn?
If you Penumbral for 3, it's 6 damage blocked.
Yeah, but isn't it last?
I'm fairly certain it's not like Resolute where it's per instance.
No, but it's still like a flat amount of. It's just like gives you a shield, right? So if you like prevent 30,
you would need to have a lot of counters to do. At that point, you just play it.
I mean, Tristan tends to have a lot of counters, or even
there's,
just like
there's
prevent
no way you have
that
many. I mean, realistic Tristan counter setup versus.
I mean, if you have double Mastermind, you probably killed him at that point, right? So
if you resolve double Mastermind, you should probably never lose the game, unless you just have no cards.
Unless you just die the turn right when it happens, which is where Penumbral Waltz comes in.
One of Penumbral Waltz is like unbelievably inconsistent. I wouldn't even consider it to exist in the deck.
Inconsistent.
Like one ofs to me don't really exist, especially when you don't have a Sure, Wind Tristan has a lot of ways to filter cards because you have things like Scout the Lands and Fairy Whisperers, which I believe there are no Scout the Lands in this deck.
I don't like Scout the Land. I've always disliked it.
But like the problem with this is like you're running one ofs like a whole bunch of silver bullets, but you have no actual way to really dig for them.
Yeah,
kind of seems useless to me. But sometimes you just believe in the heart of the cards and you hit.
I mean, some decks you just have space to just remove something that's not that useful. You probably don't need ensnaring themes against Rai, right?
Sure, but you're swapping out one ensnaring fumes for one waltz.
One Venom
Like,
Waltz.
like you're not gonna. My point is, you're not gonna if you're hoping for the waltz, like you either get super lucky and you hit it, or like you're just praying for it and it's never gonna show up. Like Ace and Protector.
Actually, the really wacky thing here is the 3 dungeon guide. That's something I've noticed some people have been doing is they just play 3
Cave and
dungeon
Greed.
guide.
That's the Cave and Greed list.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like 3. I mean, especially for the deck that has Shadow Reaver, feels so weird to play 3. But then, yeah, I mean, I get it.
I mean, you have answer. You have ways to get it back, right? Reclaim works. Zephyrs work. On your.
I mean, how do you feel about the 1-up turbocharge? I like the 1-up turbocharge.
I like 2. I like 2 in a deck like this.
2?
I think turbocharge over Umbersight is kind of like the same concept, but it's hard to use earlier in the game.
I also like the 1-up Umbersight. I'm not gonna lie.
I like the concept of it, but like turbocharge is just the same thing but better because Tristan really values like cards earlier, right? Like you want to be gaining value early on in the game, so more Umber cards feel kind of like a waste versus getting like an extra turbocharge in there. Even if you ran 4 turbochargers, right? This is a deck where like 4 turbochargers would be viable and useful.
You think? I feel like you play 4 turbocharge if you're playing like a way of getting power cells.
Nah, because once you've resolved 1 turbocharge, it doesn't matter if you have the other 3. Like if you get unlucky and draw the other 3, you just always use them to pay cost. And then you use them to banish a blood because you're most likely using it beforehand anyways. Like you're gonna turbocharge at level 1 or 2, not at level 3.
Yeah, but let's talk about Rai though. Wind Rai. That's not a card it's not a deck we see that often. It's wow. Wait, he's playing Empowering Prayer.
Empowering Prayer is pretty funny.
That's a card I don't think I've ever seen anyone play.
I think Empowering Prayer is bad.
I mean, I can't say that you're wrong, but I want to see it happen. I mean, this looks like a pretty standard Wind Rai list.
I mean, it's basically a level 1 Empowering Prayer cycles 1 card.
Yeah.
Right.
You could probably find a way to like rig it in the later levels, but that's definitely harder. Not playing Advent in this list, which
I think it's just another way to get
because
it's just another way to get fast levels if you need it.
It's just interesting because I usually expect Advent in Wind Rai just because you don't have Fireball, so you need more ways to win. But choosing to just go for Erratic and Blast, yeah, definitely gonna be lacking a bit on the damage compared to a Fire, but we'll see if he can make it work.
One of the unique things is 3 pure into mana. I feel like most decks we see just run like 1 or 2 or 0. It's 2
or it's in the side.
Yeah. Tempest Downfall is kind of cool. I'm a big fan of that card, but
no, I like Tempest Downfall.
Tempest Downfall with no suppress is a little bit harder to use.
I mean, in the end,
whereas actually Summon Gale is suppressed, right?
So, Summon Gale.
No, it's just return.
Suppress, yeah. Wait, no, Summon Gale's return.
Disorienting Winds is.
Disorienting Winds is return to hand. That's return to hand. In the end, it's still like it's just like Rai is the kind of deck that doesn't really do that much on his turn, especially in the early levels. So if you just throw you just bass and then let your opponent play a card and then throw, like even if they play any ally like a what's her name, Andronica or
Downfall is actually probably more likely for just like ally clear.
I think it's actually more for the slimes because it's an easy out to, oh my god, Empowering Prayer into. I mean, you see that he just did Empowering Prayer into Careful Study.
True.
That's interesting. I wouldn't have thought of that. So
the Jolteon Power Cell. This is just draw a million cards. That's the goal here.
Gonna go for
this is something I don't understand. Why do so many people go boots this early on Wind Tristan?
Well, I think this might have something to do with. I shouldn't say it because it's exclusive knowledge, but let's just say that it was said that it's turn 1 boots is one of the lines that Tristan should be doing.
Like if you have the available cards for like backup charter, you should be playing backup charter in most cases. Like going boots is just a slower materialization. It just depends if you need the prep counters. It like comes down to what's in your hand. If you don't,
I can understand doing boots instead of leveling up, just because you want to maybe want to keep one card in hand, especially if you didn't get the reclaim off.
Well, the other thing with going boots here is that if you go boots here, I know 100% that you're not playing Grand Crusader's Ring and you're playing Quicksilver Grail, which means you're also playing Glimpsewire Mantle. Like it's just a strong tell of what you're playing, and I'm not sure if that's a good idea to give away that kind of information early on. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
I could see why. I could see why you go boots, just because you're gonna bring it out later eventually anyway. So getting it out early, if you don't need the cards in hand right away, maybe it's better to just go for the boots, you know?
Yeah, like early boots to me signifies the chance of you having GCR is really low, which means the chance of you having Gear Strike Gloves is also kind of low. So it's probably Quicksilver Mantle. You're probably playing backup charger with Shadow's Claw, and your last one's like optional. It's usually Safeguard Amulet, but it might be Null Lantern. It's like every Tristan runs Assassin's Rippers too.
Well, actually, this build is not. So
this build does run Assassin's Rippers.
This build is not playing the Slice and Dice package. So
it is playing Slice and Dice. What do you mean? It's literally in there.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought this deck was copied off of a different one because it looks pretty similar. Is he playing Tithe? Oh, he's not playing Tithe. Okay, yeah.
It's not because
the builds I was seeing.
You're wondering from last week.
I mean, I definitely think that's surprising, but the more people expect it, then I mean, it's right. He's not really doing anything. The one thing is Outlook. How does Rai deal with Outlook?
I feel like boots out early matters depending on your matchup. If you know you're playing against Rai, which you knew because you saw him play Empowering Harmony to Scry the Skies, and then a careful study, like you know exactly what you're playing against, right?
Yeah.
The speed at which you materialize and level up against him, I think, is really important because Tristan's kill turn comes one faster than Riot usually. But if you're both playing really slow, it's like kind of baity.
Really hard thing about Ryan in this matchup is like how he has a really hard time dealing with just incaps.
And I think he's gonna try to push him on damage without like forcing the levels immediately. Hold cards in hand for Stifling Trap. Slow down turns.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Is like Ryan has a hard time with. He has a hard time against Stifling. He has a hard time against Incaps. There's just a lot of hate for him. Which is
maybe Windrai actually might have less of an issue with that.
Well, he can dodge Stifling. So that's the one thing that Wind really has with the whole like Dungeon Guide scenario. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, he could play Summon Gale. Maybe that's what Summon Gale's for. All right, so now we're already at 3 prep, which means that after the boot stick, he's going to be at 4. So he could level up next turn if he wants to.
If he has something fast, he's going to get Dungeon Guide. End step, just go straight to
so next turn, just level up, then Dungeon Guide, then we're good. All right, so we're at 3 Arcane already. Oh, wait, one of those is unfortunately Arcane Elemental.
So then the next question means we are not... So Surveil in main phase versus Surveil in your opponent's end step?
Yeah, I don't really know why. I feel like you always just do unless you really just want to see the next card at the top of your deck. I don't really see a reason to Surveil in main phase unless you're gonna play more cards that turn. But if you were just gonna pass, then maybe. Or maybe he just has another one and he wants at the same time.
I'm actually curious why both of the players are leveling so slowly. Oh, he's careful studying again. Actually, kind of based.
I wonder if Bob is just like, okay, you know what? I'm not even gonna play Dungeon Guide because I don't want to risk it getting stifled. So he's just gonna play this careful and then just hard level. I could see that. I think when you're playing against a Wind player who's just holding up cards, a lot of times it's correct to just not even play the Dungeon Guide.
Well, the thing is, he's also a Wind player. Like he has answers to it, right? Or is everything slow? Let me see if he has any.
Summon Gale isn't, but it's also not. Yeah, but Summon Gale is not replace itself. So in a sense, it's like, is it worth it? If it was like Reclaim maybe, or Reclaim is good.
Wait, why would Reclaim be useful though if you're just gonna Dungeon Guide level up?
You can use it to bring up Book later.
Sure, after on, yeah, but you probably want to banish an Arcane card, right?
Yeah, but that's why I use it to bring up Book in the. I mean, I don't know. That's why Rise don't usually play float. So like the only thing that
That's
you
so
can really
funny.
dodge.
He rolled 6 more times in a row.
This is why I don't
like,
like using that.
roll for
But
banishment?
webcams, you kind of have to.
Roll
Alright,
for
Zephyr.
banishment?
Not really that useful.
Pain.
Do you roll if you're not on webcam? Do you roll? Because I just
No,
pick,
I always ask
or
people to pick.
I have my opponent just pick.
I don't even roll in
Yeah,
person.
I don't want to deal with
ask people
that.
to pick.
All right, nothing for your rack. I assume we're just gonna see DG. I mean, what else would it be? Actually, Rai is not playing Stifling, right?
How many cards does he have in his hand? 4, 5?
Looking like 3 or 4. I mean, I don't think there's much he can do here.
Does Brighton have enough cards in his hand to Dungeon Guide, Mastermind Scheme, Shadow Strike for lethal?
Ooh, let me just.
Oh,
probably doesn't have Dungeon Guide. He's doing this.
Ensnaring Fumes. Interesting. A hard level.
Okay, so
I think.
Yeah, probably just gonna go for hard level here.
Mastermind Scheme on this turn is actually not bad though. You play it and then you pick a 3.
This is
you leave one extra card down, but go for the agility 3 is pretty good still.
And you still have this outlook, so if he doesn't get rid of it, you can just blank any spell shield that he does. So
yep, and if he spell shields pre-recollection, you just attack him.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like, in response to that of a spell shield, you're like, cool, I'm gonna hit you with my outlook.
Looking like Mastermind, yep.
Mastermind's good.
He's gonna go up to 8 here, gonna get 1 more from the boots after.
I know this sounds really stupid, but when I play Tristan and I do my counters, I only do counters in sets of 5.
Why?
It just looks a lot cleaner to have 5 on a die repeatedly, and people can count it faster, so they never have to ask me how many prep counters.
You know what? Yeah, I guess that it is easier to count in multiples of 5. So
yeah, so like if I'm at 9, I'll put 5 and 4 instead of 6 and 3.
You know, yeah. I mean,
anyone else do that, or am I the only one who does that? I know Caven does that too.
Okay, you're gonna bring a book here. Does he have DG? Because going for a book here is kind of interesting.
Book, kind of crazy.
He has a ton of cards because of all those careful studies.
From Pokemon, we're too used to counting in 6s.
Point...
I feel like I just counting in 5s is fast. I'm just used to doing it that way. I default to whatever feels like the easiest for like the masses or like the average person. Which is the same reason like when I play slimes, I put a die over my banishment so people can see how many slime cards are in there.
Oh yeah, I also do that.
Or I just separate
also
the piles.
Also with erupting. Or any like graveyard based fire deck. I'll be like, hey, just put a dice on your graveyard so I can tell. Ooh, hard leveling here. Did he just pass? Oh my god.
What, Shadow Strike? What the?
He already banished another Shadow Strike earlier, so he already has 2 of them gone. That's kind of dicey though. I imagine if he put a Shadow Strike now, he must have a 3rd one. Because
in response to materialization, are we gonna see it?
He had agility here.
So.
Yeah, he's doing it.
We're gonna see outlook.
Wait, no. No.
Pre-recollection outlook. The reason you would want to do it early is because you could be afraid of vanish from sight.
Yep. Or yeah, basically it's me. Oh, Umbra side. The one of Umbra side. Okay.
Is he gonna put it underneath?
Draw card. I mean, there's no reason not to take the damage of against Rai.
T2.
Okay, gonna take 2 here. Oh, he's reading his card.
I think he's verifying. Yeah, that is exactly how that works. It's correct.
Now she's gonna take your 2. Draw. Did he draw the card in the memory already? Yeah, he did.
He did, yeah. Recollect and then draw for turn.
Not gonna pop the outlook here. Wow, how many cards?
I'm just like kind of sick. Take 2, draw 2 is pretty good. Windmill Engineer for 1? Outlook for 1? Like, what is happening? No Korhazi outlook is kind of crazy.
I feel like you should have held this.
Definitely.
In case you have spell shield, but he's gonna pop it now. Like, wouldn't you have held it for the spell in case you have spell? If he spell shields here,
this might be it might be a familiarity with deck thing, because theoretically, if you, depending on what you drew, like the moment you draw and you have the kill on board, you would.
Yeah, you should always just go for outlook unless you. Yeah. Oh, okay, Resolute that's fine.
Just in-cap it. He also has a free draw from the boots at any point.
He's just
All right, he allowed it. Resolute. He said Resolute's good.
getting the glimpse off. Probably just gonna go for it next turn instead.
Is slice and
What's in his
dice.
hand? I see. Yeah, I see. I think I see another Shadow Strike.
There's a
I
Shadow
think there's
Strike.
another Mastermind in there.
He's got Shadow Strike, Mastermind, Slice and Dice. Actually, no. I don't think he has a Mastermind scheme. I think that's just
I definitely
the
saw a Shadow Strike in there.
It's the only Umber card outside of Umber Sight. So if we see a purple card,
yeah. There's,
is that
yeah, no, there he has a Mastermind. The card in his right, that's a Mastermind. Yeah, he's gonna play another Mastermind scheme.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, just play it and pick them all back up.
Just play
Mastermind
it.
Scheme's crazy. Yup.
Hell yeah. Okay, so now he's gonna go up to 18, 19 off the boot stick.
18 good.
Okay, clean sixes. So in this situation, would you go 5-5-5-3 or would you just go 6-6-6?
I would go 6-6-6 because it's 3 dice.
Oh,
he's gonna Shadow Strike him. Prep for 18, so he's swinging for 23, so 20.
Yeah, I mean he's level 2 Rai, so unless you have
his in-cap in his hand.
You're not playing Veiling, right? I mean, that's what Tristan does. He just blows you up. If you let her just get a clean, easy road to level 3, then
it's a funny thing. You said you were talking about the Mastermind schemes. I was like, if you have double Mastermind scheme, there's no way you lose the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, unless one of them gets negated, you just win. So,
dude, look at those sideboard cards coming in.
Okay, let's see.
It's like way more than lethal. So it was what, 8 damage on Rai. So he had 14 health left. So Shadow Strike 18 prep with Shadow's Claw
with dagger damage. That's 23. Yeah. So and it was Resolute and he was already at the so it's very dead.
It's overkill. He's overkill by 2 more Resolutes, which is basically what he was.
No, it doesn't even matter because he played Outlook too, so you really couldn't.
Oh, true. Can't even react. Just dead.
So what are we gonna side on the Rai side?
Yeah, probably. I thought he was gonna do that last turn, man. I thought he was gonna say Mastermind Scheme dead.
Probably Peaceful. I imagine Peaceful's coming in. Probably Resolute. Vanish is weird because you know that you basically can't play it if there's an Outlook on field. So do you even bother putting it in? I guess if they just don't find the
I think
Outlook,
he's only putting in Peaceful Resolute. I don't think he's putting in anything else.
Yeah, I don't know. Vanish is really hard to use against Outlook. Unless you just can keep bouncing her back to hand with your disorienting winds or something. And then on Tristan's side, I'm sure you're going to put in the last Incapacitate for sure. Blanche is definitely coming in. I just realized he's playing 3 Mastermind Scheme in his
He brings in in-cap, Mastermind Scheme, Slice and Dice, Innervate, and Waltz.
Probably, yeah, maybe. I mean, there's
the Blanche, so 6 card.
You're probably removing Sadie here, right? Just because...
No. She's still good. She's still really good. You play her early, and then he has no way to kill her, so you just repeatedly bring her back to hand.
Yeah.
And it's like a fast, consistent way to get
Dream Fairies. Dream Fairies probably coming out. Yeah, Dream
Fairy out makes a lot of sense.
Actually, do you put in Asa? Maybe put Asa and just like beating his face in.
But you can Dream Fairy out, and you can Ensnaring Fumes out. And you can probably 1 Swift Recruit out, and you bring all 6 cards. You bring in Blanche, Incap, Mastermind Scheme, Slice and Dice, Innervate, and Waltz.
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty of having 50 in the sideboard slots. You get to be extremely flexible.
Now, if you're super greedy, then you take out all your Veiling Breeze too, and you put in 4 Asins.
No, you're not.
That would be the crazy greed.
And yet he's still right. He can still blow you up. He still has one Veiling in the deck. That is a reason to not be playing Advent right now. Advent really bad against these kind of full turn damage prevention effects. Safeguard is also obviously very in the meta just because Sylvie and Merlin still exist. So, I can understand why you wouldn't be playing it. But yeah, Wind. It feels like Wind doesn't do that much damage without it. Choosing to go first here. Also, yeah, he's not playing any of the alternate spirits. Back in the day, we used to see Rise. They were playing like Serene and stuff.
Yeah, I think the Serene was mainly for on top of the Glimpse. I'm not going to say mainly. I'm going to change my mind on that. That was not the correct way to say that.
Yeah, with Xander, it was mainly for the Glimpse.
Yeah. But you don't play that.
Serene, you didn't want to play Serene, but you just
The thing is, In Windrye, I think you cannot play Serene because if you lineage release, you just lose.
Yeah, that's true.
You can no
Like,
longer
like
play
the
the things you want to play.
The Rise, when they're playing Serene and Fire, they would just play like 1 or 2 fireballs, so it's not completely over.
Glow-Spire, Creative Shock, Fireball.
Sadi.
That's it. Yeah, Sadi good. 2 damage. Pay 2.
Yeah,
Get
2
her back.
damage. Gonna make a prep counter later. Gonna go for the
Having her on the field too also just inherently makes it so that you need 1 less prep counter when you go level 2.
Yep.
So you just wait, level up, and then on the stack of your trigger, just return her to hand, get your prep counter, and then draw 2. So that way you have more controlled banishment.
Also, just leave her on the field and just slam 2. If you already have a lot of prep gen. Oh my god! Careful study. Okay, sure. Think about it. So empowering player costs 2, and it gives you +2 levels. Oh, so yeah, I guess if he's always gonna go backup charger first turn, he plays empowering, and then he can play careful right after. It's a very
Backup charger kind
first
of
2 turns of the game kind of play. Interesting.
Well, boots.
They're gonna go for the boots here.
How many cards did he have in hand before materialization?
Who?
Brighton. Tristan.
He went second, so he had 8. Then he played Sadi, so he had 3.
He had 4.
Or no, he had 4 cards left now.
Oh, but he paid 2 to return.
Yep.
So I guess that's why he went boots.
I don't know. I mean, all I'll say is that Cayman said that playing backup charger first materialization backup charger is bait. I do it a lot, so I don't know.
I think it just depends on what's in your hand. Like 99% of the time, it's just going to come down to what's in your hand.
Yeah, I mean, if you already have the turbocharge, I can definitely.
It's the other reason why I like running 2 turbocharge instead of 1 is your likeliness to see it is way higher, and if you do get it, it's pretty crazy.
Oh yeah, it's huge to get that one, the 1 of turbocharge. I mean, let's see if are we just gonna pass? Yeah, I mean, seems like it.
Right, level 1.
I mean, this Sadi has done 4 damage.
Goodbye, Arcane Sight.
Losing on Arcane.
We lost Andy K.
Yo, lucky that in the there were a lot of win cards I saw in there. So the fact that he banished the 1 arcane or like one of the arcanes, pretty lucky. Right, just ton of cards in hand. That's what happens when you go careful study so early. Ooh, 3. What would he be playing here? Not disorienting. Disorienting would cost. Oh, he's drawing.
Well, 1,000,000 cards. Double Dungeon Guide?
Double Dungeon Guide would be interesting.
Oh, he's the Dungeon Guide. He wants the inherited effect.
I don't see a stifle. In there. Okay. Sure. I mean, okay.
Arcane Sight again and Erratic Bolt, I think.
I think that's Erratic Bolt.
Dungeon Guide again?
I mean, if he has it. I mean, he didn't stifle you on the first one.
Dungeon Guide swings for 1. 1 is good.
Yeah, just 1 in the face. Not gonna bother hitting Sadi. And just passing? That makes me think he probably has a way of returning this Dungeon Guide to hand, right?
Yeah.
So he could have potentially Summon Gale or Disorienting. Disorienting would be the best.
One of them is
actually
slow.
Now the Dungeon Guide
One of them is slow.
Yeah, Disorienting is slow, so it'd have to be Summon Gale. Also, didn't play a Mage card, so didn't get the value.
I missed that, but I assume he did that correctly, right? It was the 2 for Reclaim and then pay 2 to grab Sadie.
Yeah.
Reclaim fails target, but you still get it in the graveyard. Funny. Whoa. Dungeon Guide to 2?
Right, so I mean,
is it happening? Dungeon Guide to 2, draw 2 cards? Then Dungeon Guide to 3?
He doesn't have another one. I don't think he's gonna go for that, but
5 down for Mastermind Scheme.
That would be an interesting choice at 4 prep counters.
A 4 prep counter is not bad though, right? You pay 5. So you pay 5, you mastermind scheme, you get agility 3, you pick all of your cards up and leave 2 for controlled banishment. So you have the exact amount of cards you want to banish.
Yeah, but if you don't have a second one, I would still rather wait till at least like give another turn for boot stick, probably at level 2. Okay, going for the. So I'm wondering why he keeps going for the book at level 2 here.
You need it though. 8, you level up, go to 9 if you don't.
You can play disorienting winds for 2 here.
If you
but actually, I guess he didn't have another ally in hand because I feel like I would have tried to at least force him to return this dungeon guide to hand. But
so here's the math on mastermind scheme on 4 prep counters, right? So you go to 8 counters, you level up, you go to level 2. You dungeon guide to 3, you go to 9 counters, right? You gain 1 from your level.
Then
3
you mastermind again.
You don't even need to mastermind because he has 6 damage on board.
Oh yeah,
if you incap his resolute, or if he has 2, if you incap both resolutes, you can shadow strike for 9 counters with Shadow's Claw, which will give you 14 damage. Your shadow swing for 4 each, so that it will give you 18. Dungeon guide swings for 19. It's exactly lethal, right?
I think he's gonna incap this. Okay, he's not. I think he was thinking about it though. Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't have like a windmill in hand to force the dungeon guide. Because knowing, I guess he doesn't necessarily know what's in his list, but I probably would have tried to kill the dungeon guide there if he'd had another ally. Okay, gonna lose 1 disorienting. That kind of sucks. I mean, this is why I don't like. Okay, losing a blast is not, especially in wind when you don't have as many alternate wind cons. Definitely hurts. So what level is he right now? He's level 9.
Level 8. Oh, 9 because book.
Because of the book, yep.
Yeah. Tome of Knowledge.
They can bring out Sacred Lightning here.
Yep.
I mean, you have 2 cards in hand. Well, you'll have 3 after this. I mean, I think that Tristan's kind of chilling. Lost a second blast? Wow, okay. So a lot of your damage. If he lost 1 erratic and 2 blasts already, he only has
most of your damage in wind actually comes from cantripping your Arcane Elemental.
Yeah.
That's like the concept of the wind deck, I think.
Yeah, but he already went through 2 disorienting wins as well, and he also, he already lost 2 disorienting. So he's actually a lot of his win cons are kind of gone. So if he doesn't if he doesn't have a lot of draw cards left in the deck, then there's a chance that maybe it'll take him a while to start finding.
He can still do it with Summon Gale. It's just less efficient. Like you play Summon Gale for free, it just doesn't replace itself. So it's like a little bit harder, but it still exists. And he did have a lot of influence to start. Oh, losing incap.
Unfortunate. Okay, Tristan 2, draw 2. I mean, your opponent has 3 cards in hand, not that much to work with. I guess 4 technically if you pop the book here.
Surveil. Fairy Whispers would be really nice right now if you need cards.
Oh, he did have a Stifling Trap. Chose not to play it.
2 down, return save.
Innervate in hand is scary for sure. Is there a world where you go Shadow Reaver here? Probably not. I don't think there's that many useful things that you can spike off of that.
Dude, Shadow Reaver against a Rye on webcam sounds like a terrible idea. You're just gonna give him so many levels.
Oh wait, so is that
the webcam errata officially from Weebs is that it's banished face up, and they apply to your champion because they're banished face up.
Oh, okay.
So if you banish 4 arcane cards, Rise is getting 4 levels, bro.
All right, fair enough. I forgot that it was counted as a... Whoa. Huh.
What the? Huh?
Yeah, he doesn't have dungeon. So seems kind of unlucky that all the cards we've drawn, he hasn't found dungeon guide yet. Probably just gonna go for agility here.
I see. Hit dungeon guide.
Does he have? I mean, do you really want to save this dungeon guide? Probably not.
Do you really want agility 3 here?
I'll just assume he probably doesn't have much better to do. Yeah, he's gonna get the agility here, draw 3 back in the hand, and then he gets Sadi back to hand to go up to 4.
Yeah, you can Sadi back to hand to go to level up to 4, I guess. Works out.
I mean, it seems like he doesn't have Mastermind yet. Because he did Seed in hand, so after he returns Sadi to hand and he levels up, he's gonna be at 9. So he just needs to find one Mastermind, and then actually doesn't even really need it. He could just go for Shadow Strike. As long as there's no Resolutes or anything, he can just kill. Fortunately, I'm actually really surprised he kept the Swift Recruits in, right? You'd think that would be one of the things you remove from the deck, but I don't know. Very interesting. I mean, definitely this variant of the deck. I think it's interesting because Pistons weren't really playing Swift Recruit. I think because of Nico, they started to put her in because you need some kind of protection from Iceball Slam, Iceball Slam, Iceball
Yeah,
Slam.
so some sort of protection before level
Wow,
3.
great for QSG. That's weird. What do you think is under that? I'm gonna say it's probably. Does he have Safeguard? Yeah. So
He
it's
does
either
have Safeguard,
Safeguard. It's probably Safeguard because I don't think you're gonna Mantle, or it could be an Ass Ripper. You just wanted to make it more controlled.
yeah. Silver Grail Assassins are first kind of spicy.
I mean, he doesn't have Outlook.
Is there actually a reason to Quicksilver Grail your Assassin's Zerfer in this matchup against?
I think you only do it just because you want to make sure that the card you banish is not like Slice or Dice or one of your win con cards. I mean, I see a Shadow Strike in there. Can I play Sadi Catch Swing?
This is so interesting because it's just like actual chip damage killing Rye.
I mean, Rai's used to that. He's used to playing against allies, just hitting him for face so many times every turn. So he has so many cards. It's really scary. I assume that's Safeguard. It's got to be Safeguard. Really? Yeah, okay. It seems like he does have Summon Gale in hand. It was just really interesting that he didn't play anything last turn. I guess he just maybe his hand is just full of stuff that's not really efficient. He needs like a Scry Disguise. He needs to start finding more of his win cons since he banished so many of them. 2 down. Oh, that's pre-rack. Okay, I assume it's pre-rack. Yeah, okay. So now he is level 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's level. He's pretty bumped up at this point. 5. Using Vanish. Okay. So he did choose to put in the Vanish, or is that from the main? Yeah, he did choose to put the Vanish in. So, I guess he's just hedging that he doesn't find the Outlook.
He needs to survive a little longer until he has lethal in hand. Anything he can do to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if Tristan just levels up, this is gonna be Shadow Strike for 6, 4, 5. So yeah, it's gonna be Shadow Strike for
15.
17 or something. Yeah. He's gonna have.
Oh, you mean including the Sadie return?
Yeah, Sadie return level up. He'll be.
It'll put him at 10.
11.
He'll go to 11, so it'll be Shadow Strike for 16 with Claw.
Yeah, with Claw. So at that point, you're just dead. So I mean, and he has a bunch of cards in hand. So in cap is
Whoa!
Banishing the book. Okay.
Banishing to draw.
He's just trying to kill right now.
Save lethal.
The interesting thing right now is that this Brighton does have Iterate Agility in hand. So it's going for
Arcane Elemental.
And okay, wait, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I think he has to pay 1.
What for Arcane Elemental? It's one.
Did he have
one
7?
less for each arcane card in your banishment. He has 7 there.
Oh right, it's card. That's the thing about Rise. Some of them it's like a spell, some of them is card. So does he have? I mean, at this point, I think you can take it as long as it's not gonna kill you. You kind of wish that he had this Swift Recruit still stood, but is he gonna Veiling here? Okay, choosing the Veiling pretty assuredly keeps you alive, I think. Like, he's probably not killing you through... Oh, Veiling for 3? Assuming that's a safeguard, I'm pretty sure he's alive. Gonna take 4 off of this. Yeah, that's... Wait. Yeah, that's 6.
Veiling kind of good right now.
Yeah, Veiling's pretty good. I mean, if his intention was to just keep bouncing this, then not very worth it now. Okay, summon. So see here, because it's summon gale, it's not gonna be a. It's not gonna. Oh yes, multiple summon gales. Yeah, okay. I mean, he's gonna just keep chipping, or is he gonna go for Sadi maybe? I mean, he's gonna bring it back in the hand anyway. I mean, I'm pretty sure you just take all this.
It's Veiling for 4, right?
If the Raigo shields down here, then he could easily just kill him.
It was Veiling for 4, right? So
Yeah, no, it was Veiling for 3.
Veiling for
Veiling for
3.
three.
I see.
Yeah, it was 4 cards, but there was only 3 wind.
He's gonna play, dude. He's going for it. He's going for it.
Really?
Is he gonna incap it?
Do you incap this? Maybe. I don't know. Because he might just have another one, right? I feel like you just take the damage. You just let it happen. But maybe Bob just has a million cards in hand that can do damage here. He's currently level... What? Yes, Empowering Harmony. I think he's like level 12 or something. 7. Yeah, I think he's level 12 right now. So he could play Arcade Blast for free now. Very scary situation to be in. But you have the Innervate, so I think you just chill, hold the Innervate, and then the problem is if you Innervate, you lose your win con unless you have Slice and Dice. Slice and Dice would do 15 damage, which is put Rai up to 24, then swing with one of your allies. He just dies.
Yeah.
I think you try and force him to commit like everything to try and kill you here.
Or you just hold all your incaps, so you incap everything he tries to do. Every time he tries to make a game action, incap. Get incapped again. What
okay,
the?
So we're gonna go for hard level. Now the issue here is we don't have Outlook, so it's very hard to go for game. Especially when your opponent is holding up this many. Ooh, he lost an Innervate and a Veiling. I'm gonna go up to 10 here. 2 shadows. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you really have to be worried about Spell Shield. So unless you have, even if you have Incap, he could play double Spell Shield if he wants. Oh, he didn't return the Sadi to hand.
I think he's hoping to just attack with Sadi right now to see what happens.
Yeah, look at his hand. It's actually he didn't play the Reclaim. It's interesting.
Oh, Outlook? Yup. I tuned out. It has to be Outlook, right? This is where you respond to the Outlook.
He has this. Does he have Shadow Strike, actually? Yeah, I assume he has Shadow Strike.
Activate Outlook. Remove your prep counter, sir.
He's not removing his prep counter.
Maybe he's thinking. Thinking.
Resolute.
3 down for
Are
Resolute.
you
Cards
going to No, okay. If he incaps this, he won't have enough cards to play the Shadow Strike.
What he should do is he should just allow it to go through.
I think you just let it go through, then just pass.
Yeah.
And then, right, you have Shadow, so he actually cannot go for the... He can't kill you with the Arcane Elemental because you can redirect if you need to.
If he doesn't remove the prep counter to jump in there and say something. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Wait, he gained a prep counter.
Oh, no, that's
in response to the activation?
That's the boot.
Wait, was it?
No, that was the boot stick.
And so wait, but didn't he didn't remove one for the Outlook effect, right?
Yeah, he didn't remove one.
Did he glimpse?
I don't...
All right, give me 1 second to double check.
All right, so I mean, Rai's got to kill him this turn. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure it's over. 25 HP. I don't know if he still has another Innervate in hand. He lost one Veiling, one Innervate, so maybe there's a chance that he lost both of them. Okay, so yeah, we're just correcting the prep counters. He should have one less because he.
Okay, that was correct. He
forgot to.
He did forget to pay the cost on the Outlook.
Okay, so I don't know if he still has Innervate.
Sorry, on the trigger for Outlook.
Okay, there's Arcade Elemental. Let's see if he's gonna redirect some of these.
Whoa.
I mean, you have Swift Recruit, so you can just eat one of these with Swift Recruit first. Yeah, get a
you
float.
Kind of want to
eat
it, right? Because you want the float, yeah.
I mean, at this point, he's already level 3, so the only thing that he could bring out with is Ass Ripper. So, I mean, if you're playing Tide, you could bring out Tide, but
Tide would be so funny.
If you're playing against Rai, it's like one of the best. The decks that gets the most affected by Tide.
It would have been pretty good to bring out like 9 turns ago.
That's true. A 3, huh? What costs 3? Currently, he is level, I think.
So Summon Gale and Disorienting Winds are both efficiency-based cards.
Yep, so free. Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's see. What could he play that costs 3?
3? I mean, Dungeon Guide to banish more arcane cards. Though I doubt you.
That's crazy. There's no way you would. There's no way you would do.
Okay, I mean, pop Outlook. Ooh, wait. Did he? Wait, he's not doing it. He's not doing it in response to materialization.
I think pay 3 is probably Arcane Disposition, right?
Is he playing Disposition? Let's see.
I don't think anything else is 3 cost unless his levels line up with playing like.
Oh yeah, he is playing Disposition.
Well, he lost a card.
Wait, what? Oh, he dropped. He dropped.
It just knocked him off.
And
Arcane Spell Shield. Wait, did he play Resolute and Spell Shield?
Interesting. So now he can't pop it with the Outlook. I mean, I think you're okay with this situation. Actually, you could also just incap this. You could just incap.
I think he let it through because he glimpsed already.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
and step get a counter. This is a really big game of chicken right now. It's a huge game of chicken.
Your opponent just used 2 cards from their hand to do effectively nothing. So I think you're happy with that.
Safeguard Amulet. No, we're out of materializations for Rai.
Yeah, I mean, your opponent is okay, there's the Elemental.
Did he Wind Bobble him yet?
I don't think so.
Oh.
So are we gonna take this or are we gonna redirect? I mean, he does have Innervate, though I don't think you want to play Innervate here. He does have Slice and Dice as well.
I think you just redirect it because you have a lot of damage on board available. Yeah, he's redirecting.
Yeah, he doesn't.
But really 7 kills the Shadow, so like you have to also keep in mind that your Shadow dies.
Yeah.
Shadow retaliates for nothing. For 1, just for fun.
So he would have to do how much? 16 damage here. So he has 9 prep. If he returns Sadi, he can have 10.
You know, it would be really funny.
He just ended his turn and was forced to banish the Arcane Elemental. He doesn't have a way to rebalance it back to hand.
I know this would probably never come up in a game, but can you imagine you Arcane Elemental, you redirect, swing, retaliate 1 with your Shadow. Your opponent goes, I'm gonna play Disorienting Winds, and then you say, in response, I'm gonna Tempest Downfall your Arcane Elemental.
Oh,
how bad would you be?
No, Arcane Elemental is 7. He's 7.
Yeah, but if you retaliate with the Shadow,
after they retaliate, you're right.
So then it leads me to my next question. If you kill Arcane Elemental, it goes to graveyard, right? But it's on attack trigger, says at the beginning of the next end phase, banish the card. Does it banish it from the graveyard then? I think it does, right?
At the beginning of the next end phase, banish Arcane Elemental. It's not on
field
anymore?
Oh, I see. So it has to be on the field.
I don't think, it wouldn't, because it's not on the field anymore.
Once it loses the conditioning for the attack trigger. Okay, cool.
So we're going to do this again?
Banish from sight.
Wait, He didn't play the outlook in
In
response.
cap, it doesn't matter. In cap, it doesn't matter. In cap, game's over.
Okay. He only has 2 cards, so he can't do anything, basically.
Resolute.
Brighton needs to start playing his outlooks in response to materialization so he can't banish.
True.
Okay, just swing for 1.
But he might have wanted to use less. I mean, does he have the damage for it? Technically, you get +2 from Assassin's Rippers.
Yeah,
I guess you can just slice and dice here, right?
Yeah, you could.
You pay 1 just swing with slice and dice for 15, and you just win.
Yeah, I mean, slice and dice already is enough to kill.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he had slice and dice and shadow strike in hand. He had both of them.
Oh yep.
I mean,
the question is, does he have an I don't know if he has incapacitate though, because if he doesn't, it's still not.
No, he's under outlook.
Oh, he's under outlook. Wait, did he activate outlook? I thought he just attacked with outlook.
I'm pretty sure he activated it earlier, just because that's why he played the. I mean, he must have activated outlook, right? There's no reason not to.
I don't think he did.
Okay, so he's just going for shadow strike.
Shadow strike for 8, so 12.
8 plus the dagger 15. Plus 3, 11 plus 4, yeah, 15. Yeah, that's game. So what was in hand? He had Dungeon Guide, he had another Arcane Blast. Yeah, he's just dead. Well, I mean, I can't 15, say. Right?
Shadow strike for 15.
Yeah, this exactly though. This 15
exactly though. He did not activate outlook. I knew it. I knew he didn't activate outlook.
Oh, okay, he didn't activate it. I mean, Rai with 2 cards in hand. The only thing, I mean, what if he had Resolute though?
That's what I'm saying. Right? What if he had 2 Resolutes? You always outlook there because you know you have the slice and dice in your hand, right?
Yeah.
The slice and dice with the activated Assassin's Rippers.
I mean, no. The thing is, if he just activated the outlook on the Assassin's Ripper materialization, he wouldn't have even been able to play the Vanish. So
yeah, and then he wouldn't be able to play cards. The other reason like you would want to play slice and dice in that situation is because if you are afraid that he can't kill you, like you can use the Assassin's Rippers to push the damage using less prep counters because you can still shadow strike for like you shadow strike for 1 prep counter if you want for 5 or 6 damage with the Shadow's Claw, and it's still like relevant to push that, right? Especially when you know your opponent's playing Arcane Elemental, like keeping up extra prep counters to redirect is important.
Yeah. So I mean, Windrai, unfortunately, still. I mean, I actually was kind of impressed. I actually really like that Empowering Harmony. I kind of get it now that I've seen it in action. Or Empowering Prayer.
I don't know if I like it or not. It was cool because it was like, draw a million cards. I love the dopamine of drawing a million cards, but I feel like it didn't progress the game state very far.
Yeah.
In fact, I feel like the game was slowed down a lot because of it, but maybe that's just because I'm so used to seeing Fire Rai push for lethal on turn 4.
Yeah. I mean, Windrai just kills a bit. Or it's not as easy to assemble lethal because you don't have Fireball, but I mean, I thought it was an interesting take. I definitely think that there's potential. The thing about Windrai is I want to play Windrai with like the other Rai, the one that can like double spells, but he doesn't have a good win con. You don't have a card that just does damage.
We actually,
you know,
I built a Mana Weaver deck with Leo. It's pretty funny. It's not necessarily good, but it's really funny to play.
The problem with Mana Weaver is that all of Rai's, all the arcade cards scale off levels, except for like Disposition and Anger the Sky. So ones that don't actually do damage, but the rest of them scale with levels. So it just doesn't work with Mana Weaver.
So what we did instead was we said Mana Weaver copy Tempest Downfall.
Yeah, right. But then Tempest Downfall on face is like 6 damage.
It's just 3 damage, 3 damage. Like 3 damage is like a decent amount of damage, right?
Yeah,
especially when you play it multiple times.
You can also just play Arcane Blast for 11.
If you suppress something early on, like if you're playing like Windblast Forecaster and stuff, you just end up getting a million.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is I think there's so much with like the weird suppress, balance stuff that give you alignment counters, but there's just not a good win con. Even like you think Arcane Elemental would be the win con, but then Arcane Elemental needs to have Pride 7. So you can't even play it in that unless you have another way of getting levels. Like you can play Develop, what is it called? Develop Mana or something, the one that gives you 1 level counter. Or you could play Empowering Harmony, I don't know. Maybe there's a world. But even then, hitting 7 is really hard.
There's
you go like bulk. Book, Empower, and Harmony gives you 3. Then you develop mana, you go up to like 7. It's so hard. I think they need to give Mage some like non-level scaling cards, you know? At least in Wind. I feel like it needs something. Then once that happens, maybe we can see Mana
Tempest
Weaver.
Downfall is a non-level scaling Wind Mage card.
It's 3. It's not enough. It has to be more than 3. Something that does like 5 damage or something.
This guy just wants a million fireballs for every element.
Yeah, you know. Okay, it doesn't have to be Fireball, but something. Or an ally. Give us an ally. So it's a bit different, you know? I want an ally that's like Arcane Elemental but doesn't have Bright Summon.
Wind Rider
Like
Invoker?
5 damage. Yeah, Invoker's good.
Invoker's pretty good. Remove 2 enlightenment counters.
Invoker's good. 3. But then at that point, I feel like you're starting to play more of like an ally deck because you're playing like usually these the builds I used to see back.
You just said an ally that didn't need prize.
Yeah, but I want
talking about an ally deck, are we?
I mean, yeah, I think if you're gonna play Mana Weaver, you kind of have to play ally-ish because you can't do that. You don't do that much damage. So then you can like try and go for the kill with a double Tempest Downfall. Try and like so you do like enough damage with your swings and then you just finish them off. But even then, the hard part with that deck is also hard to get alignment counters because you can't play Careful Study and Peer is not as good. I don't know, right? It's just weird. I feel like there's just everything is so based around levels. So when you play the Ride that doesn't gain levels, it just doesn't. It feels clunky. So hopefully next set being a Mage Warrior base set, we'll see more stuff that Ride can do. Yeah, so I mean that was a pretty fast one.
Bob just pings me and goes. Why did you put me on stream?
I mean that's the curse. If you're on stream, you're gonna do bad, right?
There's no way. Jimmy Lee.
Yeah.
Swung for $1 billion.
Yeah, so I mean Jimmy did pretty good. I feel like Jimmy is always on stream, but then at the end of the tournament you see he's like 3-3 or like 2-2, you know, like he probably. And that's the thing about high rolly decks like that. Sometimes they just get unlucky and things don't work out. I mean, let's see who do we got on here. We got a lot of big names here. I mean, obviously we have Bob, we have Bailey, we have Guros, we have Caban here, Eddie.
You got a lot of players.
Ooh, Caban lost his first round actually.
KB Destro is a pretty big name these days, guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's the thing that's like Alec is here.
What the? Wait a minute. Hold up. He's not playing slimes. What the? What am I looking at?
No, now if you're gonna play a new deck, it should be now, right? You know, it's more casual.
I really hope Nidhogg makes it to 2-0 so we can watch him play because his deck is pretty spicy.
What's he playing?
I'll send it to you so you can see. I don't want to expose it yet though, you know. In terms of outside of the casting booth. But I really hope he wins so we can see this deck.
Ooh, okay. Always happy to see something different.
I'll stay here for you.
Okay, let's see.
Andy agrees with me. He's like, please.
Yeah. I see.
If he wins the round, Andy said he'll put him on Poggers. This deck is really cool. So like, if you look through a lot of the cards, you'll start seeing like where things pair up, and you're like, hold up, wait a minute.
Oh yeah. This deck's cool. This would be a cool one to put on stream. We'll see. He is fighting Carbonite. Is Carbonite playing Nico?
Is Carbonite playing Nico? Probably. Let me check. Yerp.
Yeah. Huh. I wonder how the deck would do against Nico. Fracturize is a card. And
probably
so
it's probably pretty decent in after siding. I think it's like okay to start.
Yeah, that's just
actually
thing, you know.
It's probably just okay overall.
I mean, the Nikos do say that like aggro decks are at least some say that the aggro decks are the ones that they struggle against more. Curious to see how that
robots can absolutely slap Nico still. Even if you have 31 health, it doesn't matter. You have to like level up. You just go so neg. Unless you open like
if
a
you don't
fantastic
open
Icebound Slam or
your
a fantastic
if you don't
Fractal
open
Rain.
your Crosswarns and can't clear their guys, if they just have like 7 dudes on board, I mean, you're gonna die eventually, right? Especially because they don't play
Sometimes.
Resolute, right? They usually play Storm of Thorns, which only prevents 1. So that's not the same. But yeah, definitely curious to see where we go from here. How much time is left in the round? I mean, that was a pretty fast one, wasn't it?
How much time is left in the round? It's a good question. Let me find that out for you. Round time. We currently have 3 minutes left in the round before overtime.
Okay. Yeah, I see a lot of. Yeah, that's the fun thing about playing in Yeti. So you get to run into a lot of known members of the community. So let me ask you: do you think is there a deck from the current format that you really want to see?
That I really want to see?
Yeah, so something that hasn't really been showing up recently. Like, is there? I mean, for me, it's Water Neos, but
I mean,
you featured it.
You'll probably see a lot of Water
sometimes.
Neos at Chicago. I think there's a good amount of people who will play it.
Really interesting.
Ooh.
Okay, I heard that in Canada it's pretty popular.
In Canada, Water Tony Allies was really popular. Neos is probably popular because people like Tony in general.
Yeah,
I gotta think about that. Let's see. Is there a deck that's not shown very much that I would really like to see played? I would really like to see people play Wind and Soul right now. Actually, I know that sounds really weird, but like Wind and Water and Soul, I think are really cool because there's so many more viable cards for the decks. Like Water and Soul, for example, Bailey was playing it on Yeti a couple weeks ago, and he plays the like Fractal of Rain, Idle Thought stuff, and it's pretty good actually. Like it's a fairly consistent deck. Fractal of Rain is just such a good card right now, right?
No, that card's crazy. I remember when I saw that card, I'm like, wait, so it's just Deep Sea Fractal, but better? Yeah, I think for me, it would be Water Neos or Arisana, which, I mean, if you actually really think about it, those are like the only 2 champions.
You're never going to see Arisana.
Or at least the only 2 like non-lineage break champions that nobody really plays. Like the people play Tenoris, they just don't play Neos.
I think maybe it's just in your region, no one plays it, but like I don't know, maybe it's my experience, but like people play a decent amount of Neos Tenoris that I've played against.
Right, okay. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. But yeah,
I think
in general, people don't
it's
play.
also my favorite deck to play right now. Like on top of over like.
No, I really like Neos. I just I want to get a proxy card. I'm gonna wait for a Chicago. If we don't get a proxy card, I'm just gonna stick to playing Tristan or Sylvie. Huh? Arisana? Huh? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they can do.
Watermelon. There's
Watermelon is interesting.
One Watermelon player I know in SoCal.
No, Watermelon's
really Robots cool. Just deletes the deck. Watermelon just takes too many turns is the problem. Like,
yeah.
Crush Art is a really cool card and it's really great, but like Wind Robots just says die in 3 turns.
Yeah, like the only way to really stop it is to what? Refracting missiles, reprogram, you know. Not really the best. I think Watermelon's so cool, but in the end, you don't have fireball. You have worse fireballs than fire, so it just feels like why even play this?
Fireball's just like a crazy card. I mean, anything that interacts with levels is just kind of crazy.
Yeah, fireball's just it's just insane. Of course, the fact that only really 2 decks can play it kind of balances it out, but those 2 decks are really good at using it. So, definitely gonna be interesting to see. I hope.
Am I still rocking Fire Xander? You need some inspiration with a new list. I can post a list. I've been making adjustments to the list that I had, but I wouldn't say I'm like playing it a lot. The thing with Fire Xander is like for me it just gets boring after a while because you either own everybody at your local so hard that they like specifically build against you, or their decks were already good and respected burn, and then it's just not fun to play because you get owned every game.
That's the thing with Fire Xander is if they just stop your dagger turn, a lot of times you just can't do anything after that. Especially with Wind being so popular.
I've made a lot of adjustments to that specifically. to being able to
try
play the
make
game
deck
after the dagger
last
turn.
longer. Yeah.
Yeah. So a good example is a lot of people play Running Flames. I actually play Slice and Dice
Yeah.
instead. I think Slice and Dice is really good as a sideboard
Can you
card,
actually
or
get
even
the
if it's like
3
a
prep
main board
counters?
option. Yeah, you can, because
You
you
play
can
like
just play Mark the Target.
what's it called? Mark the target. Yeah.
But the main reason that I like it's mostly the sideboard, right? The sideboard I actually just side out of a little bit of the burn and go a little bit more into like mid range. So like I'll bring in Sadies, like I'll bring in 4 Sadies. Because that card will control against wind allies and wind robots and give you a little bit more of like a like breathing room, but it also generates you like value by getting like prep count. Like if they try to kill your Sadie, you return it to hand, you gain value, right?
And agility is actually
it's definitely not like
deck.
burn at all because I'm siding out of it. But I feel like it's the only way to play the game if you can't instantly kill somebody.
Yeah, so it's like you transition more to like a kind of mid-rangey aggro deck. Makes sense.
Pretty much.
I can see it.
Because like you kind of have to have it. It's like you all in with Varrock, or you start realizing that you have 15 cards in your sideboard and you play the game a little differently. Right? Yeah. Like there was that one guy Type A who played the actual Xander allies. It wasn't even, it was like not burn at all.
He had like shield mates.
Yeah, shield mates, like, cremation ritual and stuff. It was like
I don't expect to see that in Xander at all.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he made it pretty far, so don't knock it till you try it.
Nah, I'm knocking it. That deck was not it.
Yeah, okay. It didn't look very good.
That deck
at least on the game it got streamed
16 on. Floating and it ran Kingdom Informant. At least play Sable Remnant. Come on, man. Not Kingdom Informant. Anything but that one, man.
I mean, it has stuff. It has stuff.
Look, she's cute if you have the promo, but she's not it, man.
She has stealth.
She's not it. She has stealth is like so cope. Everything just kills anything on the field nowadays.
It's so weird to have a card with floating memory that also has stealth. It's like they're never gonna kill this. Even if they wanted to, they can't kill it. I mean, I definitely agree. Sable Remnant, probably a better choice. Especially because it's a generic float, so it works out. Yeah, just there's a lot of this meta is very, very diverse. Like you can play almost anything. Arizona, sorry, you're one of the few things that can't get played right now. I mean, maybe it's an Arizona deck. People just haven't found it. I can't say I'm confident, but I mean, when you think about it, okay, so people play Sylvie, people play Xander, whether it's Luxem or Burn. People play Merlin and Lorraine. People play Rai sometimes, even though he's not
a good trust. A good one.
People play the Norris as aggro, and then people play Neos. And then Diana. Haven't seen Diana in a while. Unfortunately,
I got owned by a Diana at locals. This guy's like playing Diana. I'm like, oh my god. I'm playing Tristan. I'm like, if I don't have it, I don't have it. First game, he double dungeon guides me. I'm like, I don't have a stifling trap. I used 3 fairy whispers, no stifling trap. Veiling's not enough to stop the taser shot damage. I need Veiling for 6, or I'm just dead.
I assume you don't play Zephyr. Do you play Zephyr in your Tristan deck?
In that one, I had 2 Zephyrs, but again, you have to dig for it, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, you have to have the answer for it. And then the other game, I did draw it, and then he's like, deploy gun shield. I'm like, oh man, it's over.
That's the weird thing. That's the weird thing about Diana. Is like she's so all in, and if her all in doesn't work, it's just the entire deck just falls apart. But then if it does, then you just kind of have a free win. So she's one of those decks where when people expect her, she's so easy to counter.
It's a really good meta call for the room. Like if everyone's building away from things that are good against Diana, you just bring Diana, show up with Diana, dude. Pull a Limelight at C-Nats, right? You just walk in, you say, hey, all these all these Merlins, you're all gonna die now.
I feel like the hard part though is because Sylvie exists, you always know that one of the top decks has like 4 Zephyrs in their deck. So
I don't think people play
that's
4
one of the hard parts.
Greens, do they?
Baby green, yeah.
I don't think people play 4 of them usually. It's usually like 2 or 3.
No, people play 4.
I check right now.
People usually play 4. Like people have all actually started to like drop slime eruptions or like cut them down like 2 or 3.
What the? But slime eruption Pepe hands.
Because it's only the only way for you to dump it is off of baby reds. If you don't draw baby red and eruption, it's not that good. Though of course there's a lot of tricks you can do with eruption, like
Okay,
dodging
I'm seeing 2, 3, and 4 as I go through all the deck lists.
I mean,
I guess
yeah.
it just varies. I think 3 is pretty comfortable.
I know.
You
I
should
like
expect
baby
most people to
red.
have at least one.
Yeah. So Tristan's have started to play Zephyr again. I think mainly because they need an out the Covenant that's not ensnaring fumes.
Also, kind of need an out
So
to what's it called? Like Terrafring and Vapor Jet Shield and stuff. Like you need to have something
yeah,
available to play in end step.
like Tristan started cutting it, but then now we realize, oh god, there's too many regalia we need
It's
to
so
hit.
greedy to cut Zephyr to 0. It's like actually kind of
Yeah,
too
I
greedy.
understood why you do it in like the previous meta, but now it's just there's too many people are too aware.
Also really
like,
helpful for the
counters.
it's helpful for the mirror matchup too, right? Like if you don't have
Oh,
Vertiverse
yeah.
or something, like being able to Zephyr one of their tokens is really nice.
Yeah, it works out pretty well. That's why I think personally, Diana's and also Nico's popular.
We get to see that list I sent you.
Oh, we do? Awesome.
Whoa.
But yeah, I mean,
this is gonna be a 1-hour game, by the way.
Oh god, don't that means like Neo,
Depending on the
seriously.
matchup, this could be very, very long. I'm a believer.
Wow. On a 1-0, awesome. Yeah, like, I think Diana's kind of weird just because I feel like Sylvie's probably pretty decent into it. Because you can just keep your baby gray on field, or you can baby green. And then Nico has Fracture Eyes and Song of Frost. And then Tristan's are playing Zephyr again. So like your main food is Merlin, but if Merlins start playing Reduce Ash again, you can use it to destroy the bullets. So I don't know. Maybe not Diana's time. But she was good. I'm not gonna say she wasn't good.
All right, since we are gonna be in for a long match, I'm gonna be right back. Give me one moment before we.
You know what? Me too.
Just because I want to get water and go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
All right. You back in a bit.
But you guys are gonna see the coolest match. Be prepared for it. It's gonna be sick. Be super sick. Well, the coolest match might be a little bit of an overstatement. You're gonna be in for an interesting match at the very least.
Okay, so we're with Brighton again. So if you like Win Tristan, you're getting a lot of footage here.
Well,
It's a hard deck, so
Win Tristan on the opposite side now.
it's so yeah. We see Wind Vanitas here. Wind Vanitas it's been creeping around. It's one of those decks that people have been experimenting with. What do you think about it?
About Win Tristan?
No, Wind Vanitas.
Win Vanitas has so many different options you can build that it really depends. I think Win Vanitas allies is like all right. I think
Yeah.
I think if you play around like things like Mechanized Smasher and stuff is probably a little more fun. But I don't know if I would say it's good either way. I think it's like a good tier 2 deck. This is not a tier 1 deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cleric has a lot of good class bonuses in Wind, like Blessed Clergy,
Displace,
Enchaining Gale. There's a lot of good ones. It's just that Arsana is not good, so who's the other cleric? We got to play
Displace is a great cleric card. A lot of people forget about that one because you also get the enlightenment counter from it.
Though chances are you're not getting to do anything with those enlightenment counters, but unless you start playing
what 3. I mean, 3 Displace isn't too unrealistic. Like Win digs decks really fast. Yeah, like okay, there we go. That's what I was about to say, but that works. A 1 down for Fairy Whispers.
He is on Serene, which is, considering Vanitas gives you Wind, it makes a lot of sense to play Serene.
Also nice too, because you can just go into Vanitas level 1, have your Wind bonus to Glimpse 4.
Yep,
and then immediately be able to Serene.
Yeah, unlike Nico, where you have to hit level 2, you can just release really early. Okay, wow, Mark of Fervor. Interesting.
Mark of Fervor, I think, is a really unique card for this deck. Mark of Fervor with the Wild Growth Elixir, kind of cool concept.
Yeah, back home in the Philippines, we have a special name for Mark of Fervor, but I'll just translate it as I guess you could call it budget attune.
Budget attune.
Because people could not find the tunes here, so they would just play Mark of Fervor instead.
It's funny. Mark of Fervor giving Vigor is actually kind of good though.
No, Vigor is pretty huge. Especially, I remember I've seen a game where like someone got a Mark of Fervor on an ASUN and then they Snow Fairy'd it, but then it didn't matter because it's just Vigors anyway.
Yeah. One of the reasons I like Mark of Fervor specifically right now is because it turns anything into a potential anti-Sadie. Because Sadie can only attack that target.
I think Vigor wasn't as valuable before, but now that Sadie exists, oh my god, they're playing the exact same turn.
If only Incap was Frostbind.
That's the thing about
the management.
About Incap specifically, or like all the negates that aren't Frostbind, is that they don't banish, so it's not as to wave to recruit is interesting. I mean, it might actually come in clutch against the deck. We'll see if it actually gets to live. Okay, so we're gonna go Vanitas here using that floating. Gonna get the glimpse off of this. For those of you who don't know what Vanitas does, if there's a wind card in your lineage, aka a wind spirit, you get the glimpse for. So you could either choose to play a 2-element Vanitas or just get the glimpse off. What do you think about playing like dual elements with these lineage breaks? Because I feel that there's some potential there, but it is clunky. Vanitas makes the most sense because he's level 1, so you can get the wind off really early.
Well, Wildcat's
really, yeah. Okay, I mean, we're gonna start.
I think the thing that makes it hardest about dual elementing is that it makes your opening hands a lot less consistent. It does open you to more potential different setups, but you want to be careful because you basically have to go level 1 to play win cards, and you're most likely running either a lot of win cards or very few win cards.
It's even worse with Polcock and with Nico because they have to be level 2. So you kind of have to build your deck in a way where it's a majority 1 element and then a little bit of the other one. With Vanitas, I think you can justify it more because at least you can hit win as soon as your second turn. So it's interesting. I like to see if Weebs decides how they can add more dual element support in the future, but we'll see. Do you think they'll ever release a card that's like just dual element? Natively, it's like 2 elements at the same time.
No, but I think we could be more likely to see like a champion have a different element between level 1 and level 2 or level 2 and level 3. That's like not quite
Yeah.
advanced. It'd be cool. Like I guess an example, and it probably wouldn't happen with this, but you know, Vanitas 1 win, Vanitas 2 was a new option, and it's like fire or something.
Oh yeah, that would
Like
actually be
completely
pretty
different
interesting.
Vanitas, but like follows like lore based setups and plays differently.
Yeah, that's one of the things that really caught my attention about GA is the fact that you have multiple options of the same champion. At least before they introduced like alternate level 2s for like Xander and Tristan. It was like level 3 only. But yeah, we can actually see like different level 1s, different level 2s in the future. So that's really one of the cool avenues that we can see the game progress off in the future. Alcahest. Okay. This is a card we have not seen much. Alcahest allows you to give a potion a second or like an extra age counter, which a few potions really care about these age counters.
Age counter
What do you think?
spicy.
I mean, this wild growth is gonna get pretty big. Now the question is though, the problem I see with this deck is that if the ally that you buff up dies or gets removed in some way, it's kind of all in, right? So we'll see what Nidhogg has to get around that. Also, there's a Swift Recruit, so he is going to be able to eat one of those hits if it doesn't get Dream Fairied or removed in some way. Only at
Yeah,
3 prep
I'm trying
counters
to figure
here.
out what the play is here. I'm like spam looking at the deck list, trying to figure out what the kill lines are here, right? Because like there's a lot of 1-ofs. So we talk about things like Turbocharge, Diablerie, Harvest Herbs,
Yep.
and then it's like Repelling Palm Blast is useful as well. So
I'm pretty
Repelling
sure the
Palm Blast can
Wincon.
be really good because you can just pop your Wild Growth Elixir and then Palm Blast.
Yeah.
But like,
I think he was digging for a Surveil there, didn't find it. I think we're just gonna see, yeah, backup charger makes perfect sense here.
the good old book, a backup charger.
Gotta get your power bank. I don't want your phone to die on you. Same thing with tournaments. You definitely have to have your backup charger, especially on those really like 11 round ones. Probably just gonna hit
Those
this
7 a.m.
windmill,
days
force the
into
reclaim.
11 a.m. nights. Goodbye, windmill. You'll be missed. Oh,
Reclaim?
oh,
Ooh,
escape the
escape.
wreckage.
Yeah.
In cap.
Are we gonna incap this? No? Okay, unfortunate.
It's not a bad card to in cap because it's
Yeah, I mean,
a -1
unlike
and
reclaim,
it
it's
kills.
not afloat, so you don't. They're basically -1. Actually, really, when you think about it, it's like they were gonna +1 themselves, and instead they just lost both of the cards instead.
Can we talk about how the escape the wreckage was a one of in the deck?
Yeah, that's. I mean, I know you don't like 1-ofs, but this deck is full of them, huh? Or like 1 and
Too
2-ofs.
many 1-ofs.
You're not a fan of the 1-of escape the wreckage? What do you
Nah.
think about Diablerie?
Nah,
I feel
bro.
like
There's no way. Dude, 1-of Diablerie in your deck is just like you're intending to strike the fear of God into your enemy.
I feel like it's just there to be like
Oh,
funny, you know?
turbocharge.
I
The
mean,
1-of
that's
turbocharge kind
pretty
of paying off
good,
here.
right? Boot sticks, yeah, we just level up next turn. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're not dead here, no matter what. I would have maybe considered keeping the Swift Recruit awake just so you can retaliate or intercept if he tries to go for a big punch, but yeah, this deck's
Grand
interesting just
Crusader
because the main win con I really think is just Wild Growth Elixir and then restand swing.
Well, so he also has a lot of like low cost spells, so he could
Yeah,
actually just play a bunch of spells, gain a lot of damage, and just punch you in the face.
that is true.
Oh, Dream Fairy.
So we're gonna
Dream
use
Fairy
Dream
on
Fairy
Outlook.
on. I mean, it's gotta be Outlook, right?
1-ofs in this
Makes
deck
the
makes
most
sense
sense
because
to
you
hit
scry
here.
10. That's true.
Yeah, you
Scry
know what?
4,
That's
and then you
fair.
scry with all of the Fairy Whispers. Is there anything else that scries in this deck? I think that's it.
Yeah, I think so. It's Fairy Whispers and Fan. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're looking through so deep in your deck, you're probably gonna find one of them.
He is stifling trapping it. Goodbye, Fairy.
Ooh,
Unless the Zephyr,
interesting to
the
stifling
Reclaim.
trap. Not sure if I really agree with stifling a Dream Fairy on One of these guys doesn't feel that.
Wait,
worth
what
it
else
to
are you
me,
what else
but
are you gonna stifling trap against a Vanitas that's level 1 already?
I would just rather keep the
He's not
card
gonna
in my
dungeon
hand.
guide.
I'd just keep the card in hand so I have an extra card in hand. But I guess you really want to keep the outlook. But I feel like you could also just.
I think he's just afraid of
trap
banishing
hit.
the outlook if it goes back to memory.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, we're gonna level up to 2 here. No other float, so we're just gonna. Okay, lost. I mean, look, he had a DF.
Oh, true. I
Okay,
forgot. You
DF
have
to
Serene
DF.
Spirit. Yeah. Serene. The wind into wind is the thing. True. So 22 potential 22 glimpses, kind of good.
Okay, gonna get the Fairy Whispers here. Gonna dig even deeper. I'm surely be a fun dungeon guy at this point. Ooh, Surveil is pretty nice, so he can't play it yet unless he's. No, he can't play it yet. Hey, yeah, let's see. I mean, if he has the DG here, we could just end the game. Oh, wait, no, he does have Serene, so a little bit extra life there. I think you're in a pretty commanding spot right now.
Both players, influence of 30,000. Slowly accruing more value, as that's what we do in Wind. We just draw cards.
I mean, that
and,
wild
don't actually
growth
kill
right
people.
now, it's. Oh, let's see. Does he have his own Stifling Trap, though? Does he play Stifling? He does.
He does.
So.
No Stifling Trap.
No Stifling. Okay. Dungeon Guide number 2 and Reclaim. You know, this is one of the lists where I could actually see myself going Shadow Reaver, though I really don't think you have to in this situation. Okay, Shadow.
I don't see much value in going Shadow Reaver here.
Yeah, I mean the deck plays a lot of those.
You don't know what your opponent's
generic
playing.
wind cards, so yeah,
And
I
you
guess
also
that's true.
you're also fairly certain your opponent's not playing dungeon guides.
Yeah, what are you gonna hit? Gather Herbs or something? Oh, Umbrasite. Usually people play the Umbrasite pre-rec, but I guess if he needs it for the rest of his turn, then I don't think he can't kill right now just because of the Serene, but because Shadow Strike right now would be 10. Yeah, no, it's pretty far off with Serene.
Is it? You need 18 damage. Mastermind Scheme.
Because he
10, 15.
If he had
16,
Mastermind.
17, 18, 19. If he had Mastermind, Shadow Strike is lethal.
Yeah.
With Shadow's Claw. But that's also assuming your opponent has no like interaction. Because like Zephyr.
Yeah, but he has Outlook, so he could pop the Outlook.
True. Pop the Outlook before you bring out the Shadow's Claw.
Right. I think mission critical here is just keeping this Outlook alive. Did he not swing with like Claw or something? I would imagine he just swing with Claw just to get like a little bit of damage.
He wanted the prep counter
next turn. Yeah, I guess that's true. Also, you know, he could.
I think he's also respecting Zephyr specifically.
Aren't you okay with your Claw getting Zephyr? Like they -1 themselves, and you know it just comes back next turn anyway.
It's just harder for you to find lethal sometimes.
Ooh,
oh, turbocharge.
Okay. In cap.
Another one of turbocharge. In cap turbocharge is crazy. That would actually be so good though.
All right.
Lose the power cell and don't get to draw.
Well,
he's doing it.
It is
he's
for
doing
cost. It is for cost, so you are gonna
it.
lose it no matter what.
Goodbye turbocharging.
In cap is such a crazy card. I can't believe they released an unconditional negate that's not on Astra.
Well, it is a conditional negate. It only negates actions.
Conditional meaning that it can only target like 50% of the cards in the game.
That's pretty conditional, no?
Yeah, but those are the cards you usually
want to negate. Is that not like crazy conditional? You can't negate allies and you can't negate attacks. So if I flame sweep you for 40, your in-cap is useless.
Yeah,
so like Frostbind is just everything. Cerulean's non-attack cards as well.
Yeah, Cerulean. So like a lot of the negates we have now are more targeted because you know if the staple is Frostbind, it can target anything. Ooh, peaceful.
What a peaceful reunion? Is that another one of? It's a 2 of.
Maybe.
Whoa, peaceful reunion. Whoa.
That sucks, but you know I think we're okay.
Dude, he's actually gonna come in for the wild growth elixir for 8.
I think he still has a Zephyr though, so it's gonna be kind of hard. Also, he can also just redirect these attacks if he wants to, or he can just take them. To be honest, I wouldn't hate that. I wonder if it's Mantle. That's probably Mantle, right?
I think it has to be Mantle because Mantle
I mean,
here
what else would
counters
it be?
counters the repelling Palm Blast.
Yep.
This game is really unique. There's a lot of things you never see in the game that are about to happen, I think.
I mean, I have seen my fair share of these Elixir doping
Sadie, what the
deck, so wait, did he whiff?
He put one to the bottom, two to the top.
Wait, so he wanted to put the Sadie in?
I guess so, but like theoretically, you put a win card above the Sadie, right?
I would much rather add the card back instead of having Sadie, especially at level 3. Sadie is
going neg 1 is just kind of bad.
Yeah. Okay, Mastermind.
We're reaching critical mass. It's begun.
We are now gonna hit 14. So as long as he doesn't have another, wait, it's a 1-off peaceful, right? So
2-off.
Okay. So as long as he doesn't have another one and we don't have an end cap for it, we should be good. I mean, Nidhogg's gotta win the game eventually, right? So
is he? I'm trying to figure out if he can win the game.
Well, no, he can't just sit here and fog forever. Is what I mean. He's gotta try and win the game eventually. Unless he just wants to draw.
Okay, so like the ideal line here is get a gigantic potion, wild growth elixir,
and then put it on one ally.
But you're gonna Palm Blast, and then in response to the Palm Blast, I guess that this turn would be a perfect time to do it because there's only there's 4 cards in hand available for Tristan. So like you can still activate the Mantle and redirect.
Actually, looking at the list, he's not playing the Drought of Stamina that lets him restart. So he's actually just going for the one shot. So or he just has an ally that's so big that over like 2-3 turns. But yeah, the thing is, this is really weak to Zephyr. Also, it's also weak to Shadows because obviously you can never win if he just keeps redirecting. So see what maybe this is a awkward matchup actually. Let's see. Okay, Swift Recruit is a card. I mean, he doesn't have that much left.
Interceptors don't work against Tristan though.
Yep, exactly. Ooh, Enhanced Potency. So this is gonna come in for this is +8.
Huh?
I mean, you can take it though.
Holy.
8 times 2, 16.
Oh my good lord.
Yeah, so he can give +16, but it's like it's not enough, is it? So he's gonna give 8 to each.
8 buff counters to both of them.
Oh no! Wait. Oh, he put it all on. Yeah, no, he's putting 8 on each. Oh my god. We need dice.
Wait, I don't see where the win con here is though, because he has 1 card in his hand. He's about to get Tristan.
Like Tristan could literally just eat both of these, and
well, he has a Swift Recruit on the field too.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like he's gonna eat one of the Swift Recruits, eat one, and then he's gonna just eat the other hit, and then just kill him with Shadow Strike.
Okay, it's pretty funny.
It's funny. So that's the thing about this deck. Like that's the win con, but Wind has so many ways of getting around it. So you're also he has 13 plus. He has 19 life left because of the.
Okay, I think he just scooped.
Yeah, I mean,
is he scooped? I can't tell.
Shadow Strike here is already enough.
Because maybe he doesn't have Shadow Strike. Maybe he's just praying he doesn't have it. He might not have it. I mean, it's possible.
Oh my god, he's attacking.
He's gonna Zephyr.
I think he just take it, honestly.
He actually is gonna Zephyr the Swift Recruit.
Wow.
Yeah, the game's over. Sure. That's over. It's over.
So Shadow, if he has Shadow Strike, assuming he has Shadow Strike, this is 6-12. 15.
This is where you just show him I have
19,
Shadow
yeah.
Strike, and the game you just tell him the game's over.
Oh,
Assassin's
it's gonna be
Rippers?
Assassin's Ripper?
Or maybe
Okay,
maybe just
Assassin's
slice and
Ripper.
dices them.
Is slice and dice enough? Because he has. If you swing, okay. The thing is, the Swift Recruit has restood because he's efforted. So he would.
Yeah, but he
need
has
to
3
kill
allies
it
that can
first.
kill the. He has 3 allies that can kill it.
Yeah, and then Vanitas, you just have to do. Yeah, you have to do 19 damage to him. So Assassin's Ripper is only 15. Shadow Swing for 2 each with the claw. So yeah, that should be enough. So he's popping Outlook here.
Whoa, he left it on top.
Okay, he must want it. Maybe Shadow Strike.
He
I
only
would have
has 1
expected
card in
that
hand,
was
right? Only 1 card in hand?
Yeah, he only has 1 card, and he's under Outlook, so you basically can't do
Yeah.
anything.
It'd be pretty funny if he cry for help, but under Outlook.
Yeah, I mean that's Outlook is there's a reason it's on the watch list. Let me just read again what Alcast's other effect is. Destroy target item or weapon with memory cost. Okay, he's not level 4 though, so he should be fine. So slice and dice. So okay, we killed so then we just slice and dice 15 shadow claw. That should be more than enough. So plus he has Shadow Strike. I see a purple card.
Shadow Strike for 13 with the Assassin's Ripper is gonna be for 20.
Yeah.
Overkill?
Surveil first.
No way, man.
Just
kill
end
him.
it. Just end it.
Just kill him. End him.
He has to
End
play
him.
around
Finish
literally
him.
everything.
Finish him.
So this would be 6, 12, 14, 16, 19.
Hmm?
I don't know what he's
Could be
thinking
more,
about.
right?
Is there some he's trying
I
to
don't know.
think
It's
about?
more because he's using a prepared Assassin's Ripper, right?
It's 14 on its own, then plus 4,
plus
so
3.
18, then plus 3, so 21. Yeah.
At 21. The prepared Assassin's Ripper is strong. Whoa! He's going down to 2. Wait, 1? 2? Oh, because 1 damage
healed?
came in from one of the allies. That's why. Yeah. So
Yeah.
he'll go down to 2, and then he'll take
This
at
is more
least
than enough to
17
kill.
damage and die.
You can even just bring out claw and then attack. So see, it was Shadow Strike. So okay. I mean, that's more than enough. All right.
Nope. It's definitely a familiarity of deck thing because you would know instantly whether you can kill your opponent or not. Especially once you activate Outlook. Once you activate Outlook, you say your total health pool plus 6. Can I kill it? Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I mean, after Mastermind, he's super dead. That's why it's like
after the
you just need to find
you're just
one Mastermind, right? Once you find one Mastermind, the game's like it's pretty easy to kill unless there's a
one Mastermind is so much damage because so you're at 4, you level to 3, you go to 5 counters, you Mastermind scheme, you go to 10, and then you swing for what is that? 15 20 damage.
Claw.
20 damage in a turn
then
if you have 2
4 from shadows.
Yeah, and your dungeon guide.
Yeah, so theoretically you could do all of that. And that's assuming you're only at the bare minimum amount of prep counters.
Yep. Because if you Mastermind scheme the turn before you level up as well, then it's even more. Or it's 1 less, but you have more cards in hand, so it's more realistic.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you just dungeon guide Shadow Strike lethal. Or Tristan's 1 less if you activate Alec too.
It's a good deck.
You just combo for so much damage.
I think based on the stats I've seen, Tristan has the most tops of any of the decks. If you count Ascent Type A, it has the most tops, I think. But it also has, I think, only 1. Right? No, I'm talking about like regional and up levels. It has the most tops.
Do you count regionals and ups?
Well, I mean, because the thing is, we only have 1 Ascent, so the next highest.
There are a lot of regionals that have very few players, though.
Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, it's also the only metric we really have because the only tournament aside from Ascent is a regional. So
I see. I tend to mostly look at Ascents. Regionals. Some regionals are, I think, good data, and I think others are not necessarily good data. because I think it depends on like the player pool there and what you're looking
I can
for
agree
your
with that.
unit, of course.
Like,
Like
especially
Chicago
because
regional, I think is a good example of a regional where I'm like, okay, the data here is probably pretty good. A lot of really good players that played in that regional.
yeah,
Oh, 2 to the
I
bottom.
definitely agree with that.
Is it 2 to the bottom or 4 to the bottom? 2.
Ooh, 2 at the bottom. All right, so choosing to go first here is interesting, considering you're Serene, so you're gonna side with a 6-card hand.
All right, what do you think gets sideboarded here in this game?
All right, let's see.
Magistrate's actually pretty good against Tristan.
Magistrate would definitely be a good one. I also expect probably the Palm Blast, the second one, because we need more Acid Shadows. Spell
Palm
Shield
Blast is good.
Wind only that only works on allies, right?
Spell Shield
I
Wind?
believe.
Do you mean the buff counter? Spell Shield Wind is for champions.
Oh,
not
no,
for
okay.
allies.
Yeah, so Spell Shield Wind's probably coming in. Peaceful, another one. You think he puts it in cap just to try and stop a mastermind scheme? I definitely could see
cards.
it. Yeah, that's the
Is-
awkward part.
Probably not. It's probably not worth it. Maybe.
Hey,
Oh,
unfortunately,
yeah.
he does not have the reclaim, so he just loses the windmill here. Oh, wow.
What the?
Stifling a windmill, is that really worth it?
What in
that's
the-
not, especially, wait, you have 5 cards.
Yeah, I mean, you can. I don't know if I would say it's worth it.
I don't think it's worth. I mean, you can do it, but I don't think in the end, like, that's pretty, especially considering you went first. You started with 6 cards because you're playing Serene, and like,
I mean, the plus side is like you can windmill again and just gain like accrue more value.
Yeah, but I still think that, I don't know, the stifling there feels a bit hasty. But we'll see. I mean, maybe it might work out. Okay, so I imagine he's probably gonna go boots here. Probably doesn't want to immediately level up without a float. Yeah, makes sense. So let's see. Probably just gonna kill this.
I don't think I've ever seen someone stifling trap a windmill engineer, but honestly, it's not the worst idea. It slows down their game plan, which is still useful.
I would only ever really stifle it if it's, I think, if your opponent is just, they really don't have that much going on, like they don't have a lot.
He also had no way to he had no way to stop the stifling trap either. He had 2 cards in hand, right?
Yeah.
Like the 9 that draws kind of useful.
All right, so just gonna go for backup here. He needs to refill a bit since he lost away cards.
What I'm curious of is if that slows him down enough to get like a strong game plan going on. Like stifling trap into a windmill engineer kills the windmill engineer, so it denies you the opportunity to reclaim it in the future for the level up, but it also stops you from drawing that exact turn. So maybe the 1 for like, it's like 1 for 2 kind of.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we have it. Now we just need to hope that we can stall the Tristan out long enough that they can't get the level 3 that fast. But I mean, you used one of your stifling traps, so maybe he has another one and is gonna hold that for the DG, but we'll see. Luckily, yeah, Tristan hasn't been able to get off the big reclaim game yet going on, so
Level up. Goodbye, Veiling Breeze.
okay, Veiling, good card, but I mean, against this deck, he's swinging really tall. So, oh wow, okay, double surveil is really nice. Already at 3, and then he's gonna take up to 4 when he gets. So he could actually just level up next turn already, if he would like. Your opponent just dropped their Wild Growth Elixir. They don't have Alcahest on field yet, so you're actually kind of chilling. Okay, let's see. Okay, Alcahest makes sense.
Alcast is good. We do like doubling
that's a
our
good
H
card.
counters. I do like getting 2 H counters per turn.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what he can do here. Yes, he's okay. He's fixing his prep counters. Magistrate is good. Double Zephyr.
2 Zephyrs. Yeah, Magistrate's pretty good there.
Magistrate's good.
The only downside to the Magistrate being there is the Swift Recruit's also there, so you probably want to kill the Swift Recruit, but you don't want to give the floating, right?
I mean, he can't kill it on his own yet. He needs another ally still.
Yeah, he's not quite there.
He has like an engineer. He could kill it. Seems like he just swung one though. So if he has Sadi here, he could go like backup charger. Yeah, he's gonna go backup charger. He can Sadi, just kill this. He doesn't have any interaction. The thing about Wind Energy that's or Magistrate that's awkward is that because she has to be imbued, if you Zephyr her, suppress her, she actually loses the imbue. So it's only really worth it to add her back to hand and then replay her again. Let's see what the plan is here. I'm seeing, I think that seems like 3. Yeah, 3. Dream Fairy.
Dream Fairy, the Magistrate's pretty good.
Is this gonna get stifled?
You really want to stifle it if you have it.
You really have to worry about Zephyr Reclaim here. Okay, Reclaim.
Well, Reclaim's pretty
Reclaim is good.
Get the level up at least.
Yeah, we get our Glimpse off. Gonna swing 2. Ooh.
He potentially has a response. Skirting Step Imbue is interesting. So Skirting Step Imbue.
Skirting Step.
You become distant, stop 1 damage, and draw a card.
I mean, it's a pretty good card, honestly.
Yeah,
one of the reasons someone might consider playing Wind Allies Diana.
I tried it. It's kind of hard.
It does feel a bit hard, but it has. There was one regional where there were a few Wind Ally Dianas.
Gildas is OP. Gildas is a good card. Glimpse 4, let's go. Vanitas level 1. If you're a Wind lineage, Glimpse.
I mean, this Wild Growth Lecture is getting pretty aged.
It's popping off.
Though I think it's definitely too early to pop it. I think probably have to wait another turn or two for it to really hurt, especially because there's the Swift Recruit on the field. He could just. I think it's maybe about time he just starts leaving it awake, but no Sadi, unfortunately. He could have definitely try and spike some agility off of these weenie allies to keep swinging. Okay, Turbo Charge, pretty good. Incap maybe, another one?
Incap again.
Okay, look, nothing.
Is that a response? Nope. Cool, I'll draw 2. No Incap this time.
Yeah, it doesn't really. Is he gonna play? He's probably gonna replay the Magistrate, right? Oh,
he's playing another potion. Oh my goodness.
Okay, only 2 cards in hand, so yeah, I think he's just gonna pass. So okay, this is like the perfect time to just go for it then.
No enhanced potency this time.
He only has 3 cards. You just level up, get your draw 2 dungeon guide. I guess you do have to worry about stifling here, but losing a slice and lost a mastermind
scheme. Whoa.
He probably has another one if he's willing to throw away mastermind. Fairy Whispers. You're not the only deck that can glimpse.
I do like to glimpse. You know, I like to glimpse, but man, I do not like playing Rye. Oh,
really?
The classic Whispers into Whispers.
Okay. 1, 2. I think I saw Mastermind.
1 on top, 2 on the bottom. Yep.
1 on top, 2 on the bottom.
4. Another Fairy Whispers.
Oh, Surveil's really good as well. You're immediately
down for Surveil.
Yep. Going up to 6 here.
Card, get a prep. Recollect and draw. Dude,
Recollect, draw.
my
I mean, he
favorite thing
must
about
have
this
Dungeon Guy
game.
at this point, right?
My favorite thing about this game is playing a million cards before recollection, and then your opponent says
nothing.
"End step," and you
Nothing
go
feels better
recollect
than
and
that.
draw. Like you've made
I
4
absolutely
game
agree.
actions, and your opponent just goes, "All right, end step," and you're like, recollect, draw, play another card." Like, wait, stop. They just look at you all confused.
I mean, he must have found Dungeon Guy at this point. It's impossible you haven't found it yet. Yep. Ooh, stifling. Are we gonna see it? Looking like a no. I wonder if he's. Oh, he lost a shot. Oh, he had double.
He's breaking a dungeon guide.
Damn, he must just have everything. He's lost a mastermind, a slice nice, and a shout strike. You could actually just go for it here, but his one has 3 cards, so maybe you have to worry a little bit. Also, Serene still. What could if he just Shadow Strikes now? He's Shadow Strike for with Claw 21 would be Master. Okay, Mastermind.
Game.
No incap.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Shadow Strike for 14. It'll be 19 damage plus shadows plus everything else.
I'm gonna claw, swing
a
bit to chip.
He's just swinging for chip, right?
I think he's just chipping a bit. So that's gonna be another 5 damage. And then he can pop boots whenever he wants. Yeah, so his opponent's at 10. So Vanitas 19 HP. Technically 25 if you count the Serene Spirit.
He banished boots there? I guess
I think he realizes that he's gonna keep leveling up anyway, or he's gonna keep attacking every turn, so I think he's just like, oh, I might as well just have an extra card. Oh wait, did he forget agility? He forgot agility.
Looks like
okay, there. It seems like he caught it. Please remember your agility is a mandatory trigger.
It's also just really beneficial to you to have cards in your hand.
I mean, I feel like there's probably some weird scenario where because of agility you can't level up, and you have like no fast.
You're not level 3, but he's level 3.
I feel like there's some extremely whack scenario like that, but where you would want to choose to not use agility, but I think in general you want it.
So the only advantage I see right now that's like useful is there's no Korhazi outlook on the field.
Yeah, that is correct.
You can also just play an outlook, activate it, and then everything goes kind of sideways, and you're really sad.
And he also has a lot of cards in hand, so incap. Even if he doesn't have, I mean, honestly, at this point, does this deck even have anything that will stop him from killing?
I don't think so.
Spell Shield Wind is a concern. Oh. Wait, in one game,
dude, that is the you did this to me, I can do it too.
I'm still kind of in the the headspace where this is not worth it. Losing a card.
That's actually so funny.
I don't know, man. I don't think this is worth it. Was he thinking about like displacing it or something?
Or reclaiming it, I think. He is gonna reclaim it.
I don't know. I just don't think it's worth it. The stifling that. Like, don't you want to maintain as many cards in hand as possible?
I mean, do you need cards in hand? You just need to kill your opponent here.
Because next turn he's gonna have 6.
You really just need a Korhazi outlook, right?
Yeah.
Outlook.
Oh, he's just releasing now. He's like, he doesn't even want to mess with that.
Whoa.
Okay, so what's the plan then?
That's what I'm kind of wondering. What is the plan right now? Fertile ground.
Fertile ground.
Whoa.
Okay. I mean, no cards in hand. He has 1 card in hand, so he can just go for it, right?
So he has a Freyja, which means he technically has 1 more health.
Yeah, but you could just Shadow Strike for 6, 12, 13, 14,
19.
18, 19, plus all your allies on board.
Yep.
I don't think there's, unless it's Resolute, which I don't think he's playing.
I don't think
there's anything that could save him here. Yeah, I don't see a Resolute. I think this is just
for help. There's no cry for help either.
Can't play Cry for help because he only has 1 card in hand, so.
Yep. Big dead.
I don't think there's anything.
You just gotta pray your opponent doesn't have Shadow Strike and accidentally banish.
Oh, and there's the Outlook too.
Oh, Outlook, it's over. Goodbye.
Is he even gonna bother popping it?
Like, activate Outlook. Yep.
Yeah, he's gonna do it. Okay, gonna stare.
That right there is why you don't banish boots yet, because you can glimpse and then do that.
Okay, 1, 1, 1, 1.
7.
And then Shadow Strike?
What?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't understand what the point of chipping for the ones are when you've outlooked and your opponent's just dead. Shadow
It's a
Strike
send a
for
message.
19.
You know, it's a send a message.
Yeah, Shadow Strike for 19.
Wow, well, that was a fast one.
Yeah?
You know, we thought this game was gonna last a long time, but
I thought it was gonna last longer.
Tristan
kind of just
is
kills
the
you.
kind of deck that just kills you. So you know,
She kind of just says, "Oh, you haven't killed me yet? Well, Shadow Strike for like 20,000."
you can't stall forever against Tristan because at the end eventually she's gonna throw a Shadow Strike. She's gonna like triple Mastermind Scheme and just kill you. So
The only thing you can do is to stall against Tristan is you have to ensnaring fumes, and you have to be the other Tristan. It's like Tristan versus
yeah, you
Tristan.
have to have things that can redirect a Shadow Strike.
You just keep glimpsing until one of you guys sees the ensnaring
It's
fumes.
either you have shadows on field or you have like 8 Atmos shields on field. Huh. Yeah, I mean that was a pretty fast one. So I think Manatas, it's definitely it's a fun deck. I'm not gonna say it's super competitive, but I think that it's honestly not that good of a matchup just because of Zephyr and having taunts and intercepts in your deck makes it kind of hard to go for kills with tall attacks like that. But yeah, I mean, I think the deck is interesting. I like the idea. Yeah, I mean,
Andy pinged my other account and said Alec's camera and OnceInLuv laptop name a better duo team. True. Someone pinged Alec's camera beating them instead of Alec's actual account on Discord.
oh, nice.
All of us with the extra account so we can play Yetis. Worth it though, man. Worth it.
Yeah.
I was really hoping that the enhanced potency was gonna pop off, you know.
I mean, you did see 60 in buff counters on field that didn't do anything yet. It baited one Zephyr and kills a Swift Recruit. Very efficient damage right there. Let's see. Okay, so we currently have 11 2-0s. Well, I guess 10 now. Jimmy Lee is currently
a near
undefeated.
impossible matchup for the potions deck. Yeah, it's because the moment the shadows come out, that potions deck is impossible. You'll never kill anything.
I mean, that's what
like, okay, cool.
For, right?
I killed the shadow, and then you're like, cool. Next time, I'm just gonna kill you in one hit.
Yeah, it's like unless you can palm blast all of their shadows away, and then they cannot kill you on the crackback. That's like the only way.
Problem with palm blast,
really,
palm blast costs 5 and it's slow.
Yeah, it's a slow 5 cost floating card. So it's like
kind of hard, you know.
By the time you play it, like your opponent probably, I mean, chances are your opponent has incap at that point. So, and you know, QSG Mantle is like the new hotness of Tristan, so it's like not even guaranteed to work. Yeah, just a bit awkward. I mean, Shadow Strike.
The brew was there, but the Tristan was, you know,
was the brew there? Because I didn't see him brew a single card. He didn't brew any cards. He hard played all those potions.
True. Maybe that's the strat. Nidhogg, you gotta go back and you gotta start brewing the potions.
We need to start brewing. That's the issue. You guys are playing
more.
God, I actually can't even remember their names. What like? I mean, honestly, I don't actually remember a lot of names of all these brew gather cards because no one plays them. But yeah, I mean, I would love to see a potion deck do well, but it's just so awkward. But yeah, I mean, I think the thing is you really need to hit the early wild growth, but since you glimpse so much, it's like guaranteed you're gonna find it. And then you need to find enhanced potency, and I guess you just have to try and go for a big hit. If your one can't stop it, you just win, right? But Snow Fairy, Dream Fairy, Zephyr, Enchanting Gale. There's like a million cards to get rid of it, so disintegrate. But yeah, I mean, I think the deck's cool.
I wonder what table 1 is gonna look like. Hold on, let me find out really quick. Let me see who's been winning.
What is table?
Who's been winning?
There are 10, or I guess there are 11 2-0s.
Alec
So-
could be table 1, possible.
Yeah, Alec is possible. It's Lincoln versus Guros. Jimmy Lee is still
Jimmy Lee
undefeated.
could also be table 1.
So
Yep.
if you want to see the hard,
Everything else is kind of
again.
flexible. There's a lot of people that could be winning. A lot of things we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, what other
Bailey
decks do you
versus
see?
Shiba.
What other decks do you see here in the undefeated?
There's a
So
lot.
we've seen
There's 11 people that are undefeated. There's a bunch of Tristans. Bayleaf is playing Water and Soul.
Water and Soul.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jimmy Lee is obviously on Fire, OTK, Domain, Tenoris. What is Alec on? Is Alec on with allies?
Alec is on Wind Allies. Yup. What is Semper Ignotus? Did Semper Ignotus win or lose? I think he's still playing.
Yeah, the ones I see, the only one who's done, I think, are
Is he still playing? I missed it.
tables 2 and 4. I think are the ones that are done.
Oh no, Jimmy beat Semper Ignotus, right?
Oh, they're done.
Oh, that is Why do your Dawn decks only play versus Alec? Your Dawn of Ashes? Funny. Why did it have to be Tristan for your stream game? Yeah, it's a little pain. It is indeed a little pain.
Yeah, I think that's probably the worst matchup with that deck, right? I'm pretty sure you could handle Slimes. You could probably handle Nico. I mean, I assume he beat a Nico. I think Carbonite was playing Nico. I think you probably actually do pretty well into other ally decks because your allies are ginormous. And that's I guess the one issue is if you get Dream Fairy.
You played 2 Merlin mirrors today. Did you win them, Happy Tilt? Time to go check.
Merlin mirrors are
1/1.
They are very.
What is that last card in your sideboard? Excuse me. What the? I saw that.
Ooh, can I see it? Let me see it. I
What in the?
If it shocked you that hard.
What in Tarnation? The second card and the last
this
card.
Makes sense. This makes sense. This makes sense. No, that you know what that card is for? That's for Nico. That's for Nico.
No way.
Yes, people play this card now.
You should learn to win them. Damn. And he said I was out for blood today. That's crazy.
Listen, the problem with playing cards like Vanish, because I know some people start playing Vanish again as a hedge against Nico, is that they just either they're gonna counter it, or they're just not gonna play the card. They're not gonna play their card if you're gonna Vanish on Recollection. So what you really want is fast speed stealth, but there's not a lot of that. They have Innervate, but you're not gonna play Innervate. You probably don't want to play Innervate to go from like 1 to 0. There's a few. There's obviously you have the card I spoiled in CNATs, which was Hide and Bush, but that costs 5.
Whoa,
so pretty hard to play. So as far as fast speed stealth cards go, Under Fire is kind of one of the good ones. It's decently costed.
Kill the Nico faster.
I don't know. The thing is, as long as you're able to stop the Icebound from getting off by stealthing yourself, it's actually, you can really mess her up. So I totally see why people are on stuff like this. What are the other cards that give stealth? I think Tristan actually does have one. Slip Away. But it's unfortunately a like imbued Umbra card. So
Gifting Mirage
not the best.
Stealth, I think.
Yeah, but that's the thing is that they're all Umbra cards, and usually the Icebounds come within the first 2 turns. So
Gifting Mirage
you need
get stealth unless they pay 2.
Yeah, that's actually the other thing is that they can just pay 2, which actually Icebound costs enough. If they're already Guardian, they can pay for that. So I don't know. There's a lot of outs, but a lot of them are kind of restricted to advanced elements. Or let's see. I'm just curious what other cards give stealth. Obviously,
In what element?
In just Take Cover is another one, but that's also 5 costs. So at that point, just play Hide and Bush.
Is Brew a Hide and Bush? Might drop and play Minecraft? What the? Merlin players? You're pretty sure gaining stealth doesn't stop on attack triggers from happening. If you stealth in response to the activation of the attack, they cannot attack.
You have to do it
no target.
In response to the activation of the attack. But if you have an ally in field, they can just redirect it to. They can just target. Wait, Yeah, because the thing is, if you give stealth to what they're attacking, then the attack won't even go through.
Well, so to stop the on attack trigger specifically, you have to invalidate targets. So if you invalidate the target on the activation of the card will activate, have no target, and then the on attack trigger doesn't happen. Unless I'm just 100% wrong. I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
That is how it works. So it's pretty worth it to do if you can stop the on attack, then
yeah, because once you have no target, the attack just fizzles. It just doesn't go any further. Unable to target J.
Yeah, so
I just realized that game ended a lot faster than all the other ones, right?
I mean, it was a 2-0, and it was just like literally Tristan just free leveling up to 3 and then shadow striking. So
Guros won. So we have a slime Sylvie.
What is Guros on? I'm curious.
He's on slime Sylvie.
Slime?
Yeah.
Okay.
He beat Lincoln.
So
I'm pretty sure Lincoln.
What is Alec on? Is Alec on Wind Allies?
Alec's on Wind Allies. Lincoln was playing Serene Wind Xander.
Like Serene Wind Luxem Xander?
Yeah.
I actually think that deck has potential. I don't know if you checked in Malaysian regionals.
I think it's the better of the 3 elements, but I don't know if I would say
there were a few Luxem players playing Switchboard Fire Wind Luxem. Really interesting build. Like they would swap the wind against the decks that they want to like stifle. So usually like Sylvies and stuff. And then so we've seen this. So Bayleaf is on Water and Soul. That's wacky.
Yep. He's been playing Water and Soul for a while. It's pretty good actually.
Yeah. I noticed
I've played a lot of games against it specifically. It's actually a pretty cool deck. I'm still not a huge fan of the Idle Thoughts in it, but
Idle Thoughts
it does make the deck more consistent, but it's less high rolly when you play it.
Yeah.
Serene Wind Luxem's pretty good, sure, until you get incapped and you instantly lose the game.
No.
The problem with Serene Wind Luxem, or just Luxem in general, I think, is that Stifling Trap and Incapacitate just murder your deck. So like, if you don't have answers to that, it's so painful. It is so unbelievably painful to play.
The other issue is that right now, if you look at the decks in the meta, you have Nico who can mail you out. You have Sylvie who can do so much damage in a single turn. You have Merlin who has Fireball. You have Tristan who has Shadow Strike. And then it's Allies. So I think, and Allies, Allies versus Luxem, even though it's like, I'd say it's favored for Luxem, it was always kind of, you could still lose if you just don't draw the right cards and they just get like a ton of their powerful allies. They get a tune off. Now they have Stifling. Now they have Magistrate. So it's just kind of hard to play Luxem. But people have been making it work. I think everyone thought, Luxem's completely dead. This deck sucks. But it's popped up a little bit. So I think if you're a Luxem diehard, you can still make it work. You just have to figure out how to adjust the deck. Because you definitely have a lot of unfavored matchups to deal with. I don't know, man. The Sylvie matchup's rough. I think your Merlin matchup's actually gotten a lot better now that you have Incap, but it's in the end it's still Fireball, Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely.
I play it, and the Serene Lux mirror is just 2 people holding Incap, and it sucks. Yeah, true.
That's the thing. Is if you're playing Luxem, how you can't ever go for double Light Weavers against a deck that can play Incap. So at that point, yeah, but the ones that can play it while still actually doing things with their hand.
Yeah, I think a cool one that people kind of forget is you can play it in Wind Allies too. You can play Incap and Wind Allies.
Oh yeah.
When you try to fog it,
especially
Incap and you go, I scoop.
Especially if you're playing like Wind Allies Xander or Wind Allies Tristan, it works.
Oh, it's even better because you have the cheaper Incap, but you can still do it on the rain.
Oh yeah, for sure. I know some people just put Incap in because, like I said, it's the unconditional, unpreventable negate in a sense. So yeah, definitely interesting to see. It's really nice seeing if you look at how the game has progressed over the past since Ascent Taipei and onwards, you can see how things change each week. as people keep adjusting for whatever new wacky text people find. So
I guess theoretically, the only thing you'd really like, the only reason Wind is better is just because Outlook exists. Play Outlook, activate Outlook. Cool.
Outlook,
10 cards in hand, take
Outlook.
16.
Outlook is just.
Well, 17 because Outlook swings for 1 too.
What can I say? Outlook is a good card.
Outlook is a pretty crazy card, guys. I just want people to play 1,000 Refractions with Exploit Vulnerability, but it never happens. Really sad.
Yeah. I kind of wish there was a way to play Luxem that wasn't just Light Weavers. Maybe we can get something that can put the. I want to play Luxem with like 1,000 Refractions or something, you know.
I've always played Lux with 1,000 Refractions. That card is so much
I mean,
fun.
I put in like Exploit 1,000 Refractions in my deck, but I wanna like that to be the win con. It's just 1,000 Refractions someone 15 times. 3 Light Weavers and 21 incaps.
Oh, 21 cards,
that's
so you can triple Light Weavers and incap.
Light Weavers. That's 80
It's
and
double,
then
it's
incap.
double
is
incap,
30.
triple
Yeah,
Light Weavers.
21 cards.
Does incap make Firezender good yet? It's playable.
They don't
like,
but you don't
you
play
can bring it in.
Incap Firezender, right?
I mean, you could
I
bring
guess
it
you would
in.
side it
like,
in.
You'd side it in against like Tristan stuff if you're afraid of Veiling Breeze.
Yeah, the issue with that is that Firezender usually, he wants to dump all the cards into doing the damage. So if you have to spend 3 cards just to stop them from fogging you, you're probably not killing them. So unless you can get them really low and then you kill them on the next turn.
Playing reactions
It's
and burn.
still-
The thing is, like, if you're gonna play burn right now, you basically have to like have a sideboard that's no longer burn. Otherwise, you're just accepting that you will guarantee lose certain matchups and guarantee win certain
Or
matchups.
you just believe you don't have it. Maybe they just don't
Yeah.
draw Veiling, Resolute, or whatever.
Yeah, sure. Until they Fairy Whispers into it, and then Fairy Whispers into another one, and then they play their Veiling Breeze, and it's like for
No,
6.
they're gonna Fairy Whispers and then bottom 3 and then whiff on the top. Exactly. You just have to. You just have to
they
believe.
put down 1 win card anyway, so it doesn't matter.
No.
One more down because
And
they already
then-
had it in their hand.
Their hand is gonna be. They're gonna Veiling but then they have 7 normal cards or like 4 Umbra. They have all 4 Shadow Strikes in their hand, and then another 3 Mastermind Schemes. Right? That's what you get.
Every
Furbish
game
into
that has a burn
Galantine,
deck, the gist of bringing that to an event is maybe they won't have it. I mean, it's true.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
you could very
just
well
gotta
just
believe.
top 32 with it. I think nowadays though, winning like top 8ing an event with burn would be kind of hard because there are some really good players, good decks out there.
The thing is, you just need to run into the ones that aren't prepared. You just need
but
to find
when you hit top like 16,
yeah.
that's not gonna happen anymore.
That's the thing that always surprises me whenever I see an event, and there's just like one Firezender who got top 32 or whatever, top 16. There's just one who made it.
I mean, I
And
think
then they
there
immediately just
probably
lost, but-
always will be one, right? There'll always be like 1 or 2 like players who play something that is so gamble focused that it works.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you have a room of 300 people and 15 of them play burn, right? You're probably gonna see at least one of them in the top 32.
Yeah.
Assuming they're all
in
good
the
enough
end,
players to get there, right?
As the elders of our past said, 99% of gamblers quit before they hit it big. So just keep playing Firezender and just hope that you get that tournament where you run into Sylvie, Merlin, Sylvie, or something. I think it's definitely hard, but that's just the risks we take sometimes. I mean, if you want to have an easy, fast tournament where you get to like play for 15 minutes and then take like a 40-minute break after, you play decks like that, right?
No. There's no way. I hate playing decks like that. I hate losing really fast or winning really fast. I just get bored.
I also don't like playing this, but I also don't like playing a game that as soon as it's over, I have to immediately go to my next game. You have to find the balance where there's enough time that you can take a little bit of a chill pill, but also, your games aren't ending immediately. So seems like a lot of the games are ending.
I want to win a game
How much time is
fast
left in the
because
round?
I played the game really well, not necessarily because I played
Yeah.
a deck that insta kills you or insta loses. I would like to have a higher chance to win into the open field.
Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely. Ooh, a lot of 2-0s, huh? Okay, do you know what is the difference between the red number and the orange?
on Omni
Does
decks.
orange mean they
Orange
like
means you dropped.
conceded?
Means you dropped from the event.
What the heck? So people dropped.
The only thing worse than winning fast is going to time. That's what I'm saying. You got to win faster, but you got to win.
Yeah, going to time really sucks. If you don't want to eat, then play Luxem. Absolutely true.
Mid-range is
The
better.
biggest
than burn.
mistake
You
in
guys would rather
CNAX was
focus
deciding to
habit
play
if
Luxem
opponent
because I
doesn't
never
have it.
got any breaks.
Would you rather hope to have it than hope opponent doesn't have it? Yeah, I would because one of those is gambling all in on the fact that the opponent might not have it when there are quite a few answers. Whereas the other one allows you to continually play interaction and continue to think about options and ways to play. I would almost always rather have more choices than I guess I just want the control in my hand versus the control in your hand. If you have it, you
in the
probably
end,
win the game. Versus like I could change things as we go.
It feels like you have more agency when it's your cards rather than your opponent's cards, right? So totally see it. For me, I like playing decks that can realistically beat like most of the field or has a chance against everything, and that I feel like I always have a chance. That's why I don't really like playing aggro decks, because an aggro deck, it's like eventually you reach a point where you cannot win because your opponent has stabilized too hard. But at the same time, it's also a deck that has really good matchups, or at least even matchups and everything. It has like the high roll potential where you just hit all of your big allies and just hope they don't have it. Like the feeling when you play Autobots and they just don't have reprogram or Zephyr, and it's like, well, you're taking 20 damage this turn, right? So sometimes you just go for it. But yeah, I'm not a fan of like the super high variance. This is just, then again, I play Rise. What am I talking about? My Glimpse, right? I get to choose.
True. Fire Center's the only deck to play. Go
5-0
5-0 or
0-5.
0-5. That's crazy.
Yeah,
5-0 or 0-5 is crazy. I can't believe there's no way you make it to 0-5 because you're probably gonna hit 0-4 and just drop instantly.
Yeah, no, you're gonna
Just
fight
drop
someone at some point.
Yeah.
Once you hit like 0-3, you're gonna fight someone who's also probably doing something wrong, and then you're eventually gonna. I think, yeah, Luxem Fire Xander is the kind of deck like you're never gonna go 0-5 unless unless every single player there is maybe in like Worlds, right? Where every player is goated. Probably everyone there is like ready, but I think at some point you're gonna run into someone who just has not prepared for this deck. Side events, that's true. Every Rye loss is the pilot's fault. I guess if you count deck building, then yes, I guess. Arisana. Do you think Arisana? I was thinking she needs a card that does damage, depending on how hard you glimpse. Like a Regalia that, like, when you
Just play
glimpse, you do like
negate
X damage.
and Constellatory Spire.
That's
literally what that does.
I prefer
and deal damage when you negate
that
people.
does that.
Yeah, and then you Cosmic Astroscope in response to your own activation of the negate, so you can guarantee you negate the right thing.
You know what bothers
Or
me? That
almost
Cosmic
guaranteed.
Astroscope costs 1. That card does not feel like it should cost 1. I think it should be a 0.
If anything costs
a...
more,
I don't know. I'm
why
just
would
thinking
it cost 0? It would actually be kind of
0.
crazy.
Do you know how many times I've seen an Arisana glimpse and just hit nothing? It's like, and then they have to spend 1 for this card.
They should have built their deck better.
That's fair.
And
my favorite is when Arisana glimpses bottoms 3, and then they draw for turn the Comet Wall or like their Star Call card. I'm like, oh god, it feels so bad. But that's Arisana life. Believe in a set Chicago. I think there's a chance. We will see. Maybe she gets something. I hope. Maybe cope. Win Arisana with Reclaim and Blessed Clergy. I think Blessed Clergy is really strong. We need to find the way to make the whole deck turn better, I mean, you see these people who are playing Vanitas because they're like, oh god, we need to play Cleric, but we don't want to play Arisana, right? So yeah. How much time is left in the round? Most people should be done already, right? Ooh, Noel is playing seems like he's playing a long one. So okay, it seems like Alec won, Guros won, Jimmy won. Okay, are we gonna put Jimmy in the finals? I kind of want to see the debate to Doris for the last game. What do you think? Ooh, Water Ensel would be pretty good too. I mean, what does the chat think? Chat, what deck do you want to see for the last round? The Omni promo? Oh, you mean the Scry Disguise? I mean, I just play the card in Merlin or Ryan instead.
I just put it in Merlin. Just put it in Merlin. It's like cool card, sick. You know.
It's not Arizona.
Check around time. We have currently ended the 5 minutes a while ago. I think we're waiting for next round to start soon.
Yeah. So let's see what we can get. If we can get like Jimmy Lee versus Water Ensel, that would be kind of.
Wait, I have a question. Omni promo being Arasana. What promo are you guys talking about?
I think he's talking about the Scry Disguise. The gold.
That's a start.
Yeah, but it's like an Astra card.
What the?
Or maybe he's talking about the Judge promo.
What the? You guys all confused me so hard for a second there.
Have you ever thought about why is Careful Study have Arasana on it when she doesn't play that card?
Because she's cute.
Yeah, but she doesn't play Careful Study. That's a Riot card. Only Riot plays that card.
Well, like she could because enlightenment counters are not locked to like.
So what you're saying is that next set we're gonna get cleric cards that help her gain levels, right? Because otherwise, why would they give her Careful Study?
I don't know. Why do we make cards like Hailstorm Guard when no one actually uses the card?
People use Hailstorm Guard. I've seen some people use it.
Okay. I had one person use it against me, and then I resolved like 5 cards and then said, okay, you're Hailstorm Guarding for 1 now. And they're like, what? Play Fireball, Hailstorm Guard, in response, Prismatic Edge.
Yeah.
It was actually an attack. So I attacked with Merlin on even level counter, and then I said,
and then
they said,
I
said swing for 5 with Prismatic Edge, and they said, cool, Hailstorm Guard. I said in response, Ascension. So I removed the sword, and then I pinged them for 3 and just hit them anyways. It's like Hailstorm Guard is like such an all-in because it costs so much, dude.
Yeah, unlike Spell Shields, it's like 2 cost, 1 cost. The fact that it costs like what 4 or 5, it's definitely awkward. And against Tristan, she's just gonna play Outlook before you.
To show off the other side of Nico. Technically, we get to see all 3 sides of Nico. She's like head tilted, bent all the way back over, all the way around.
Does it bother you that one SP2 card is Invigorated / or no, is it the one with Nico on it? I was like, that has to be Storm of Thorns, and it ended up not being Storm of Thorns.
It'd be Invigorated /
Yeah, and I'm like,
it's too bad it wasn't Storm of Thorns too, because if it was Storm of Thorns, it would have saved the market a lot of money. Because Storm of Thorns is really
yeah.
I checked Storm of Thorns the other day, and I was like, oh, this is $8.
I think I bought. I remember early on in ALC, I bought a bunch of Storm of Thorns, thinking I was gonna play Neo Stenoris, and then the deck just didn't work for me. So I have a bunch of extra Storm of Thorns just lying around. So I mean, at least I can try to sell it. Actually, the reason I actually didn't buy any boxes of MRC because I got so burned buying ALC. I got 3 Magebane Lashes and 3 boxes. And then I was like, well, everyone wanted to buy them for me for like $3. And I'm like, I'm not going to sell you a UR for that much.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Nico will one day become broken. And then I will upmarket to like for $30. And now it's still $8. And I'm like, what do you mean? Nico is good and the rage rate is still only $8? I thought it would be like 20 or something.
I mean, the thing is,
yeah,
a lot of the Nico decks don't even need Mage Bane Lash.
They don't need it, yeah.
Because
But
like you can actually
Nico deck plays
unironically
it.
kill people. Well, I don't know about that. So in SoCal, there were 2 store champs that were won by the same person on Nico, and he sideboards his Mage Bane Lash.
Really? I
Because
mean, yeah, that's
you
true.
don't
You
need
really
it in the main.
don't.
It's like
You
an
don't
extra
need
thing,
it.
right? It's good against certain matchups, but it's very useless against others.
It's not
like,
Icebound or Cerulean where like, oh yeah, I really need this card, but
well, it's like, why wouldn't I just bring out Tideholder Claymore and just swing you for $1 billion, right? You can also Icebound Slam with Tideholder Claymore for what, 13?
yeah.
It gets over a lot of like the Resolute situations or like Deflecting Edge or something.
Or you just mill them. So
yeah, or you can play. Well, I guess it just gives you more options, right? Because you can also Ravishing Finale them with the Tideholder Claymore if you want.
Yeah, and that's your main way of doing
does a lot of damage.
It's the only way you're gonna pull off the 7 damage cleave to kill shadows. You have to have a
because the thing with Mage Bane Lash is Mage Bane Lash is a card that scales, right? Mage Bane Lash scales over time, whereas Tideholder Claymore just is there right from the start.
Yeah.
It like obviously depending how many water cards you have in your graveyard, but it gives you the availability to just have that 5 damage like very upfront.
And you also can't forget the fact that it also stops you or heals you when you take effect damage. So obviously, gets a lot of decks.
Alex camera on stream.
Oh,
whoa! Alec versus Guros. We're gonna see Slimes versus Wind allies.
We haven't had Wind allies today, so okay. The Slimes versus Wind allies matchup is so weird because I feel like there are games where the Wind allies just runs with it. They just get all their guys and they can't clear. But then there's also those games where these slime players are resilient. Sometimes they just refuse to die. They get out like a fat taunt slime, or they get out a vampiric slime, just like healing, and they keep hitting their gather slimes, healing 5 and stuff.
I feel like it's a really fair matchup.
It feels very. I would still say that allies should still be favored, at least using the current deck lists. I'm sure Sylvies could build their deck to be very anti-ally, where they play like more bestials, probably more like level 2 cleavable beast. But yeah, I mean, I actually think the fire build is maybe easier just because you can do like cremation with red slimes and stuff. But definitely curious to see how this goes. I like actually. This is one of the matchups where I actually enjoy watching Slimes versus Wind allies.
As long as it's not Slimes versus Slimes, I always enjoy watching Slimes. But it can't be Slime versus Slime. Slime versus Slime is like the most unbearable matchup for me to watch, next to Game 1 Tristan versus Game 1 Tristan is like equally unbearable to watch.
Yeah, Tristan versus Tristan's actually
anything awful. But those two things. Like I'll watch most games, but those are the two.
A lot of mirrors are kind of hard to watch. Like I think
Merlin versus Merlin is pretty bad too.
Merlin versus Merlin's kind of bad. Rai versus Rai is kind of bad. Luxem versus Luxem is pretty bad. Okay, maybe Advanced Element mirror matches just always.
Luxem versus Luxem, I feel is a little more decisive though, because you have cards that just inherently deny enough of the game to stop it. But even now, like nowadays, it would be the worst just because Incap is so strong.
Yeah, no, especially with Incap, that matchup is probably terrible. It's like just 2 guys sitting there gleaming for 500 years until they find 8 trillion cards.
True.
But guess what? Maybe that's why you need to start playing Wind Luxem so you can play Outlook in your deck. And then
if I play Wind Luxem, someone come over and just slap me. Save me. Save me. Wake me up from the nightmare.
Okay, so Alec, I remember in Ascent Taipei, he said he's done with Wind allies. But ever since then, I have never seen him on any other deck still. So he is Wind Tenoris's. Like he is dedicated to this deck.
Is Wind Tony number 1 fan? The number 1 Wind Tenoris allies player.
You see the beautiful world sleeves.
All right, what's our opener here? Squirrel Asen, pass.
I'm gonna say
3 down for Shimmercloak.
Shimmercloak pass. Or Lurking pass.
Magistrate's actually kind of good in this matchup too if you get it later on because it stops the Guy's Blessing activation. Ooh, Vigilant Sentry.
Vigilant Sentry.
No,
I think with Sylvie, she doesn't really do anything on her first turn, so you're kind of okay with dropping one of these guys.
Oh, Sylvie goes, I do Slimes. I play Slimes.
She plays gray, cake, pass.
True. Cake, pass. All right, Spirit of
Okay.
Slime. We're gonna open Baby Gray Slime.
2 down. What could it be? Is it
Oh,
cake
that's
or
a forest
gray?
cake. There's a cake in his hand.
The question
cake
isn't whether
in
it's
hand.
cake or gray. It's how many of each.
Yeah, which ones do we get? We draw into another cake.
You know, I love the Sylvie turn 1 gambling. Oh wow, is that it? Okay, I mean that's it. Just
Whoa.
1 cake. All right.
Oh, backup charger, kind of good.
Our slimes are not going to be well fed today.
That foil backup charger too. Alec really balling out.
With the Power Cell B.
Wow, I'm a Power Cell A enjoyer.
Yeah, I like Power Cell A more. But B is harder to get, so it's a bit more prestigious.
It is true. It is only available in foil.
I think we probably just start swinging here, right?
I
wonder if we see a level up and then
play.
we might see a level up into Gather, maybe.
So my apologies, I did not give you the deck lists. I brain a little overdrive today. Whoa, Asen.
Jay Sean Protector himself over here.
Holy. Sending you the deck list now if you want to take a look. I was just wondering if we were going to see like a reclaim potentially, but whoa, Asen.
Pretty standard list.
Oh my god, okay. That's 1 Diablerie.
I see a lot of people that are just playing one of those Diableries.
One of Diablerie is actually so funny.
Playing the him.
Dude, that's like villain vibes right there.
Ooh, he lost he had a gray. He put it in his memory. Oh, Gather. Yep.
Cool.
All right, how many are we gonna heal? No.
Oh no.
Oh, 1. 2.
Oh no.
Okay, 2.
The turbocharge.
You know, at least it wasn't 0.
Yo, that's so rough though. The cake, the turbocharge, and a gray all go to the bottom. That's kind of rough, don't you think? So now you know that there's only like 1 available baby gray slime left. So like the amount of interceptors has just been so hard in this deck.
I feel like this is probably a matchup where it's kind of hard to go backup charger just because, you know, you're staring at a bunch of allies, right? Hopefully he has like a red. Now would be the perfect time to go like red, kill off like an Asen here. Or red, kill off the
if he can play the red, that'd be great. But you can also just baby gray, pop the forest cake, and kill the Vigilance Sentry.
Yeah, that works too.
It's like it's not the worst. You get to kill something at least, but baby green. Baby targeting green. The forest cake cycles.
Baby green is weird. Is that? Oh wait, this is pre-rack. So the baby green is going to get the buff counter here.
Good old suppressy.
Shouldn't he have healed too? He was at 7. Shouldn't he be at 5?
Vigilance Sentry for 2. For 2 more. Goes to 4, 7, down to 5.
Should 4, 5, yes. And then he saw 2 gray slimes, so he should have healed too, right?
Because Gather Slimes is only slime allies, correct?
Yeah, there was 2 grays, wasn't there?
There were 2 grays.
Yeah, because he
I will go
added
do corrective procedures. I'll be back in one moment.
Hey, just fixing a
he tapped
Oh, you forget did he like just not register
tapped
the
it on
tap
his phone, but it didn't actually go down.
Okay.
Like, so he tapped it and it didn't register, so that's why it was at 6 and not 5. Good call, caster Flonne. He got us.
Okay. Wait, why is the cake in? Oh, so did he not? Oh, he suppressed the power cell. I see. Okay.
Well,
he really wanted to get rid of that Asen.
Goodbye, Asen protectoring. Yeah, suppressing power cell is good. As long as there's a target item, it's fine. I just missed it because I had to be back and ask them about the health.
Yeah. Because I'm like, there's no way they have 2. There's no way this gray would have a buff counter if he didn't use
Also, is it just me or is Alec's camera angle slowly falling?
It seems like it. It is slowly going lower and lower. We're just gonna kill off one of these slimes, the gray.
He fast activated
see.
baby green in response to Sylvie ones on enter and sacked the cake.
Okay, I see. So, I mean, either way, it's still the same. Like 2 buff counters on 2 guys. Oh, there's the
I
Shimmer
see.
Cloak, the harder one to
interesting.
get rid of.
The unique 2/2s instead of a 3/3 and a 1/1. I feel like making a 3/3 and a 1/1 might have been better. It's harder to kill, right?
How? What is he gonna do here? Is he just gonna level up? Oh, he's got a Slime Shield? I feel a Slime Shield coming. Alec does have DF in hand. He have 4 cards. I think he has 4, yeah.
What is DF?
Dream Fairy.
Oh, Dream Fairy. I see. Yeah, Dream Fairy would be kind of good right now.
Because I think he was thinking about Slime
Well,
Shielding there.
It looked like it. He put 2
And-
down. He's thinking about it.
Because with Escape, I'm pretty sure you just go for it, but. Ooh. Yeah, see, this is like the nightmare scenario for Sylvie. It's like there's 3 allies and I just can't kill any of them. Wonder if Alec is gonna pop this tariff. Maybe worried about like a random engineered into cleave.
Terrafring here is really good because it makes it harder to clear more things on the board.
Even
So,
if
like, if
he's
he
able to
goes
level up
level
to
2.
3. Yeah, even if he levels up to 2 and then levels up the DGs to 3 and then plays the slime, I don't think he'll have enough cards to attack with that slime. So
Yeah. The only like more ideal situation you could have right now would be having a magistrate out so you can't ethereal slime.
yeah, or I mean you can't even dungeon guide, so yeah, this is a pretty bad spot to be in. 3 allies, and you know he has a Dream Fairy in his memory, so whatever slime you summon off level 3, if he even gets to level 3, is just going bye-bye, so
Mm-hmm. Wait to see what he's gonna do here before I bring something up from previous turn. So the choice to sack the cake on the on-enter trigger that he made gives him the 2/2/2s instead of having a 3/3 and a 1/1. Theoretically, it's actually less efficient, right? Because if he were to get the 3/3 and a 1/1, it would have been more efficient. You still kill the Asen, but you take 2 attacks to kill the 3/3, so he would actually be at 5 instead of 7. So if he loses by 2 health in this game, that's actually the reason why.
Okay, so we're getting off the level here. Losing. So he did have a slime shield, yeah. Gonna play. So Alec did choose to pop this tariff, so he cannot. Actually, he can attack because he's gonna draw a card off this. Throwing away the boots. So we can at least clear off. I assume maybe Shimmer Cloak.
Goodbye, Shimmer Cloak.
He's
Wait,
just attacking.
did he go 5 to face?
Maybe he's just got. Okay, no, we're going for Vigilant
Okay.
Sentry instead. Interesting. Now the issue is, like I said, Alec has a Dream Fairy, which means this turn he is definitely
This is so
going
pain.
to. This Ethereal's gone, and I think if you cannot stick your first like buffed level 3 buffed slime, usually that's when the game gets a bit out of hand.
Well, he tried to make Dream Fairy worse. I guess you could.
Ooh. Yeah.
Poison coating oil. Wait a minute.
That's an interesting one.
I think he's pre like getting that out for next turn actually, because he's gonna Dream Fairy the Ethereal Slime, right? And then next turn he's probably gonna level up, and then he's gonna rally to advance with the poison coating oil on one of the allies.
Yeah, that's most likely what's gonna happen here.
Kind of big.
Are we gonna
damage,
bother killing this?
damage.
Okay, he's not even gonna bother killing this
damage.
dungeon guide.
He has 3 cards in hand, right? He might actually have a stifling trap in his hand.
Oh, he's just popping it now.
Oh, he's popping it now. He wants to pump the damage. Wants it to be 14. Okay.
Sylvie
Stifling
still
Trap in
has
hand.
11 life. It's not okay. I'm imagining that's either Stone Scale or Covenant. The Diablerie.
Oh, he actually got him. There's no way, man.
Excuse the one of.
There's no way.
Okay,
Wait,
what card is he gonna put under this?
Hold up. Did that actually?
I think it's probably
happen?
like. I think that's probably like ornamental or something. I don't know.
Oh my god, that just happened.
That's crazy. That's actually so bad for Sylvie. Now you think about it, like
so funny, dude.
I would say I think Diabloing a QSG feels way worse than Diabloing a GCR because like usually when your QSG has like something really important under it, when GCR is just a draw one, this feels really bad.
Holy! The one of Diablerie actually worked.
Okay, I mean, cool.
That's crazy, man. Dude,
Yeah,
that's gotta feel so bad, right?
I think this is maybe over.
You're like, yeah, I was gonna play my Covenant of Thorns, and now I'm just dead. I am just dead.
I wonder what his plan was, whether he was gonna get Covenant or Stone Scale. Like Stone Scale is like if you're going to try and kill him right now, you go for Stone Scale, but
so he levels up to 1. If he has 2 rallied advance in his hand or doesn't lose the rallied advance, he levels up to 1.
2,
on
4,
entry, he has
5.
taunt. So swing with something before damage. You go banish for the ornamental greatsword. Then you rallied with the sword. Oh, he's just bulwark swording.
He just wants
a raw bulwark sword.
2, 4, 5. Gonna put Sylvie up to 19. I mean, his opponent is holding up all the cards in hand. There's a chance that there's Gathers in there. There could be maybe a Hymn of Gaia's Grace.
How many cards does he have in his hand?
I think that's like 5, 6.
Yeah, he could him.
I think that's him, yeah. Choosing the him on the
Shimmer Cloak, it's the hardest thing to deal with.
Attack is the hardest one to kill. Him is an interesting card because it's put.
Wait.
So if he has Ethereal, he could replay the Ethereal Slime.
The nice thing is he can just put it down and then redirect it as well.
Oh, Storm. Oh, he actually might just die next turn. If he has a second Storm. So then banish 2. He's gonna take. Is he hitting face or is he targeting an ally here?
Probably the. He's hitting the lurking.
Okay,
so he could also go for the Dream Fairy.
Guy's Grace is a very good card.
Is there time to retaliate in that? Respond to attack declaration.
Changes the
before retaliation. What the?
Yeah. Oh.
2 Ethereal Slimes gone.
Well, they are in the Dream Fairy, so
yeah,
not the worst thing to lose. I was actually expecting him to bring out the Ethereal Slime with him because it gets around Dream Fairy, kills the Shimmer Cloak, then can kill Dream Fairy again next turn, but Storm works too. Okay, gonna just take the Bulwark damage. I wonder if Alec is holding up. He has 4 cards. Like Stifling is absolutely something you have to be concerned about.
He needs a Stifling.
Because this is I think maybe like 10 slimes.
Yo, what if underneath the Quicksilver Grail is actually a Safeguard Amulet, and he's banking on the overcommit?
Ooh. Yeah, that's definitely. Let's see. He does have Safeguard, right? Yeah, he does have Safeguard. It could be ornamental. It could be null. It could be Safeguard. Those are the things I would expect it to be, because you're not bringing out Wind Resonance or Viridian Protective. So, cake. Ooh, I see a king in hand. Does he have? He has a green and a gray. He's missing 1 element, I think. Who did he give this Covenant to? Did he put it on DF? I mean, that's not bad. He's being forced to kill his own Dream Fairy, and then you can play your Ethereals again, but you already lost 2 of them. Okay, he's leveling up here. Ooh, a Toon. I mean, he doesn't have that many allies. Alec, you gotta raise your camera. It's too tilted. See if he has anything he can do here. Has the taunt. I mean, Alec is that's the thing about playing in Sylvies. You don't have the baubles. So once you get through backup charger and ring, you're you tend to start losing steam at that point.
Hornet Beast Calling. Hornet Beast Calling is great.
Yep, Hornet Beast Calling is fantastic. Ooh. Yes. Oh, okay. He's moving his camera up. I really like the Malaysia Idle Thoughts, Sylvie. Nice. Really nice. Get such a card. Just wish it wasn't Idle Thoughts. Okay, so what can he... Okay, I still don't know what the Covenant is on. Is it on Dream Fairy or is it on Dungeon Guide?
Whoa,
Okay,
Train Sharpshooter.
he's still on Train Sharpshooter. I thought that Wind Guardian at this point had enough wind allies that he didn't have to keep playing stuff like this. Okay, so he's gonna attack, okay, yeah. He's gonna kill off the DF. I think that's his whole turn. Yeah, he only had 6 cards now, so that's it. That's all he's got. He could swing with Bulwark if he wants to. Alright, I'm expecting the Stone Scale to come out, and then he's gonna play the King Slime. Because I think he has 2 elements currently. Actually, no, he has Arcane. No, he has 3. He has Green, Gray, and Arcane. So he can actually go for the King Slime here if he wants. Gonna pop the Stone Scale here. See what he decides to throw. Stone Scale is such an insane card. Ooh, throws a float. Perfect. Draw 3. 1, 2. Can we play anything at fast speed?
Surely there's an ally in there, right? Storm Slime.
I mean, surely.
Oh, Gather Slimes.
Gather could be an ally.
Dungeon Guide, reprogram.
Wow.
Oh, okay, there's the last baby gray slime.
Yeah, that's the last big gray. And he played this gray. I think he has only 2 cards. He has 3. Okay, he has 3. Oh, Ethereal. What are we throwing? Probably Verdant Scepter. Yep. Yeah, I think Sylvia at this point is stabilized. I think unless Alec can get a really big rally debuff turn off, I think Sylvie's probably gonna roll with this. Ooh, I mean that's just silly, man. Like the deck is so versatile; it can do so many things. Guy to face. Are we gonna kill off Sharpshooter? Oh wow, he's actually just hitting face. He probably has Storm Slime then. What are you gonna do, Gruthos? Are you going to play out? There's so many cards, man. Just passing?
No, baby. Maybe he's just not afraid of dying right now. I'd rather hold cards in his hand.
I mean, you have 10 life left. Chances are. Oh no, he's going Gaia's Blessing. All right, so Storm Slime coming most likely. Oh, another Ethereal. Wow. I mean, at this point, okay, just gonna pass. Wow, he's holding up a lot of cards. Curious what's in. I feel like there's probably another him in there. Oh, okay, so it's not. Okay, that must be Safeguard Diamond then. It's not ornamental. It's got to be Safeguard. Okay, Alec. Yeah, he's definitely running out of steam. Doesn't have many +1 cards left. Just choosing to take the damage. There's no fast speed stone scale here, so it's got to be like him or Gather. Slime Shield, possibly.
2 down for rallied.
I mean, these are not big rallies just because it's not Power Cell buffed. It doesn't have Poison Coating Oil. Ooh,
Dream Fairy again. That's so funny.
Yeah, and you know he's gonna draw this ethereal here, so maybe he has like an escape the wreckage, possibly. If you're gonna hold up that many cards, I feel like there must be something like that. Just gotta let it go.
Gonna let it go to pay for Horn of Beast Culling, I think. No, he has a. Doesn't he have a 1 floating?
He does. He threw away a Limitless off of the Stone Scale Band earlier.
Dream Fairy. Oh, he took the 1. He was thinking about something else. Maybe another him.
I feel like he's got like a Gather. I feel like he's got a Gather in hand.
Tony swings with Ornamental Greatsword for 1.
Oh, you're playing him into Chalice of Blood range.
Chalice of Blood range.
Imagine a Sylveon just busts out Chalice of Blood.
Totally runs Chalice of Blood.
I mean, at that point, this has to be Safeguard Diamond. It's like the only thing it could possibly be. Unless it's a bluff. There's the him. Okay. So he's going to bring out Ethereal here, probably. He's going to draw this Ethereal. Or unless he glimpses into another Storm. Because he could choose to draw into the Ethereal and then play it.
He's doing all of them on the bottom.
What the?
He has something else in his hand.
What?
Yeah, Songbird. He's drawing it.
Songbird is pretty good.
Playing
really
the Songbird. Good. Yeah, pretty good.
He's just digging for Storm Slime at this point. Okay, that's not a beast. Songbird effect. I mean, at this point, he's gonna eventually find Lustrous or King or. Wow.
Holy, we're just going through it right now.
Oh, there's a Lustrous. That's actually
not bad.
That's
pretty good.
That's not bad in this situation. Are we gonna redirect? And then so he's gonna redirect, retaliate, take 1. Oh wait, no. Songbird is a 2 HP, is she not? Am I wrong? Isn't Songbird 2?
Songbird is a 1/2, so it shouldn't die? Question mark?
Yeah, so it shouldn't have died there, right?
I don't think so.
Because it was on the sword swing. It was on the ornamental greatsword swing. So that Songbird should be alive. I always think that Songbird is a 1/1, but it's actually a 1/2, so. Yeah, okay, so Songbird's gonna come back. Another extra damage we can do this turn.
Well,
you know, I'll just say that
they said they thought it was he thought it was what's it called? The bulwark. He's like, oh, true, it's 1.
Oh. Yeah.
This is actually like one of the more difficult things with webcams.
Yeah.
Playing webcams.
God, there's so many slimes in there. Even Safeguard Diamond is not gonna save you from this.
Storm Slime for what? 13?
And then swing for another 3. It's just like this is.
So he is gonna Safeguard Amulet. Whoa. Banish the Safeguard Amulet.
So that's it was
8
it was
for 12. I see.
And then 3.
Deflecting Edge?
You have Deflecting Edge. Oh, he has Innervate. He can't play it though. He doesn't have
enough cards, yeah.
Imagine you Diablery someone and you still lose a game.
Diablery is pretty funny. Diablery was pretty funny.
It was pretty funny, but he still lost a game in the end.
The Hymn of Guy's Grace kind of good though. He had both of his hymns.
No, yeah, him is a really good card. I'm glad I got them. back in Doha when it was worth nothing. So the card's really strong. I mean, one, it is a defensive card that replaces itself, right? Because you're gonna draw the card to replace the him. I mean, I guess technically you play the animal out, but it lets you get around a lot of stealth things because it lets you play something and then force the attack on them and retaliate. So it's a really good card. It's also very good against, Tristans and Nikos who want to do humongous damage on your face. So yeah, I mean, Sylvie, what can I say? Sylvie is Sylvie. She is such a good deck. Interesting. So Guros is playing the Lustrous Slimes, which is a card that I feel has been a bit contentious in the Sylvie mind space. Some people think Verdun is better as far as like the taunt slime you can choose. It is a bit more versatile, but Lustrous is just big. He's huge. All right, so let's see what Alec. So Alec has a lot of options here. He could. So he's definitely gonna side out this Wind Resonance Bauble, not doing anything against Sylvie. I expect him to probably put in probably just Eye of Argus. This is only material, or he might actually. Oh, he has Tenoris 2 in here. Probably gonna bring in Tenoris 2 and Eye of Argus. Replace Wind Rezo and Viridian. And I wonder, he's not going to put in. Oh, he has Cleansing Reunion. That's not coming in. Probably Veiling Breeze. Alex's sideboard is actually not very Sylvie focused. Cleansing is not good against Sylvie. You don't want to banish her.
Cleansing Reunion of Sylvie would be crazy, man. You're like, you know what? I don't feel like playing the rest of this game. I'm just going to kill myself faster.
In the end, you were going to banish them off Gaia's Blessing anyway. So instead, let me just not let you get Gaia's Blessing out, but I still banish all your slimes. Not saying it's a good play. I imagine it's just Veiling. Veiling's probably the only thing that comes in here. But yeah, Slime is hard. I think Slime and Merlin are like the decks that are like, you can win. Like, no matter what the matchup is, you can find a way to win.
Yeah, just stall enough until you realize all your fireballs are at the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, that's true.
The thing is, you always have a win condition. It's just, can you get to it? Because I mean, yeah, that's basically what this is, right? It's Storm Slime, Fireball.
Yeah, and then Gildas. We didn't see that in the last game. So normally you wouldn't want to play your Gildas on turn 1 just because she's probably gonna die. But Sylvie really cannot do anything at level 0 unless she's willing to just play out 2 baby reds and let them slam into something. So let's see what is okay. 2 down, Cake or Gray? Cake, We're all caked up here.
Cake. Whoa, speak for yourself. Whoa.
Do we see another one? Do we see a second Cake?
Dude, seeing that Cake makes me so hungry. I'm actually really hungry. Man. I don't want to see Sylvie's anymore.
Blissful.
I'm a blissful
I could go for some
enjoyer.
Cake right now, actually.
All right, chat. What's your favorite cake? Best cake. You can only pick one.
I like Carrot Cake.
Oh, Carrot Cake is pretty good. Pretty based.
Well, actually, no. My favorite cake is actually Forest Cake. What is this? What is this made of? Actually, now I think about it. Okay, choosing to add the baby green. Curious to see where we go from here. I mean, I think it's probably just Cake Bass. Yeah, looking like it. Oh, GCR. You cannot steal this from me. You're not playing Wind. No Diablo.
You can't steal this from me. It's crazy.
Curious what... I mean, Gildas is a really good start. What can I say? It's like the most damage you could be doing. 3, 4, or 4. 2,
A lot of
6.
damage. Sylvie getting kind of slapped around right now.
I mean, she was actually at 7 in the previous game, so
True.
she actually did
true.
less damage. But had
He was completely
resolute.
tapped out last time. That's the thing.
Yep. This time he's not tapped out, so has more potential to do things. Doing the same play, but this time choosing to hit his own cake. Because I guess without the ace on field, you don't need to commit the cake right now. Love me a good baby green. Such a good boy. Now, do we have like a gray or maybe a baby red would be kind of nice here? I think it's gray though.
Well, there it is.
The gray. Probably just gonna go for Gildas here, force whatever deflecting nonsense is going on. What's Alex on? Does he play does he play favorable wins?
Oh, 2 baby reds. Woo.
Actually, kind of surprised he didn't play the baby red, but
Ooh, ice cream
Let's
cake kind of
see.
good.
yeah, there is no favorable or reclaim in this deck, so it basically has to be deflecting edge, which we're seeing right now.
Well, deflecting edge is kind of based.
Yeah, but it is a -1, so we haven't popped a ring.
Minus
yet.
1 for the 4 damage, kind of good though, right?
All right, so you probably need to clear these 2 slimes. Can't let them live. Guru did get to keep a ton of cards, so you have to be worried about a potential slime shield here. Alec going with the same materialization scheme of. Well, actually, you didn't go backup charger this time, but you know the +1 and then Terraframe. Gonna pop this so you can go back up to 7. Should be pretty easy to kill these slimes if there's no shield. Or maybe we see an escape. An escape would be really good right now too. Thinking long and hard about this. Seven cards, could play an ally. Just gonna swing first, force something out. Ooh,
Big damage.
going for face. Wow. I mean, I guess you don't need to commit everything. Maybe he's gonna play like magistrate here. Is he even playing magistrate? He is playing magistrate. Maybe he's thinking about magistrate, but then you won't be able to balance your Gildas. Okay, Shimmer Cloak. I think we did see reprograms in the previous game, right? So there, Guros does play reprogram.
Yep, reprograms exist. Spooky.
Reprogram in the main even too. Wow, just hitting
14
face.
damage on Sylvie. Damn, that's a lot of damage. I think the goal here is to terrafring, and then see how that goes. Level up and then try to rally to advance for lethal.
This is gonna be tough because you're gonna let him draw an extra card from the Sylvie effect, and then I expect like a gather here. Gather, okay. Gather for 5. Gather for 5.
That would be kind of crazy. That would actually be so crazy.
I have seen
right
someone.
Now, like game over.
Oh, 1. Okay.
1. Oh no, both
him.
games are gone.
3. Okay, 3 is pretty good still.
3 is pretty good, yeah.
I have seen a game where a Fire Xander was fighting against Sylvie and they gathered for 5 2 times in a row.
Huge.
And I'm like, well, I mean, sometimes you're just better. Ooh, choosing to keep the Limitless is interesting. Probably already has an Ethereal. I'm trying to gather again. Okay, let's go. Oh, the camera cut out. Okay, there we go. Okay, 1, just 1. All right, I mean, he healed a decent amount there. Gotta love Gather Slimes. +1 with healing. Right, what's the plan here? Probably just gonna DG
22
up to
health,
3.
12
Oh,
up. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
ooh, just passing?
Has to do 2 damage to kill the baby gray.
Wow, he just passed? I imagine he probably has a escape in there.
Recollect and draw. Poison coating was good. Wind Rider Vanguard for
That's
2 into the baby gray.
gonna He has to kill the baby gray with one of these other two, because if you slam with Shimmer Cloak, he's gonna retaliate. So also there's a slime shield though possibility. If he swings, baby gray slime shield gets to retaliate. That'd be pretty bad. Okay, just gonna let it go. Goes to retaliate though, so there's a chance he has like a slime eruption in hand, maybe.
No escape is interesting. Resolute. Hardcast Resolute.
I think he just needed to put 3 cards down so that he could level up, but it's definitely awkward. Playing a
Hardcast Resolute
Magistrate
be
out
like
right
that.
now would be pretty good.
Magistrate would be fantastic to play right now, given the opportunity. Steam Knight's kind of
3
whatever though, because
for
the
Steam
intercept doesn't
Knights.
really apply. Kill the baby gray.
Just gonna kill all of the allies. Swing 1. Hey, I mean, I imagine we're gonna see a hard level here. Then we can play double slime. Stifling is definitely a concern at this point. Four allies. Cleave is hard to achieve. Considering he has so many cards in hand, you have to worry about a potential Zephyr.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Well, backup charger.
Where's
Wait,
the
what? I would be
black
so
jacket
afraid.
here?
Guess he has another Resolute in his hand.
Oh yeah, he does. I saw it. So he banished 1 and had 2 more. Wow, he drew 3 resolutes. That's pretty
He has
crazy.
only 3 Resolutes.
Well, at least we know that that's all he's got. Yeah, as a Wind Ice player, you gotta be happy to see all of them gone. Well, there's still 1 left, but all right. So do we have a DG now? It's just so scary to play DG into someone who's holding 3 cards. It's like stifling. Yeah, I think he's just gonna resolve that hard level at this point. But this is a lot. This is a lot of allies. I think you really gotta hope to try and get off some board clearage at some point. Let me check. Does he play Bestial Frenzy? He does have Bestial Frenzies in the side, which I'm fairly certain he put in. So let's see if that comes up. I think 1 Bestial was revealed off of the Gather. So chances are the other one is either in his hand or somewhere deep in his deck. You're gonna go for his own backup charger here.
Dude,
Now would
4
be a really
allies
good
right
time
now
to
is
drop.
fucking spooky.
Now would be the best time to go out, bring on Magistrate, because I think you're most assuredly going to see a level up next turn.
Whoa!
Oh my god, that's a huge attune.
Attune's
That's
kind of
very
big.
scary.
Balance Guild is too, right?
Yeah. That should be a balanced Gildas. Actually, no, he backup chargered, so I don't think it is. I think he has 8 cards. But he could have a second Attune, actually.
No, I think that is balanced.
Is it? Oh, yeah, okay, maybe.
Debating taking 5 right now.
He has to resolute this. You're just going to die. Hey, I mean, I don't think you really have an option. You just have to. You only have 10 life left. This is just dead on board. And Guros trying to think how he can get around this. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't balanced actually. He only took 2. I think he's wow. That's crazy. Wow, okay, Slime Shield. That's spooky. Huh. How are we gonna level up? Do you have another gather in there? Or like a baby green? Oh wow, he's not doing anything?
I'm confused.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's
Damage
past
up
turn
to
yet,
20
or
is scary, man. How does
clearly
he live this?
he had the Resolute, but he's chose not to use it because I think he probably wants to save it for now when he's already level 3. QSG with a card under. Ooh. Alec could Zephyr that here, expecting it to be probably
Has to
a tarot
be
card.
Dungeon Guide in his hand, right?
But he didn't have it last turn. Unless he had it and he's just been trying to sniff out the stifling this whole time. I don't know how you come back from this. You're so low. Unless you can get a Bestial Cleave out, I think this is just kind of over. You basically have to get engineered into Cleaver. Otherwise, I don't know how you survive there. I mean, you have Resolute still, but Resolute, you might actually still die because you can do Balanced Gildas. Okay, this DG, do we have the Stifling? Alec has Zephyr. He could Zephyr now. He could Zephyr this. He could Zephyr the QSG, expecting it to be a Terra card.
Yeah, in response to the on enter as well, you could,
Yeah,
or I guess
before you
to
get the
before the level up, but I think it's too late for that. He probably just doesn't have it.
Yeah, probably not. Okay, I mean, what's the slime? Ooh, Storm? I mean, it's not enough to kill. If we have the Stifling now, maybe, okay, he's picking up his hand. I'm thinking he might have the Stifling and just... If he had Stifling, he definitely stifled the Dungeon Guide there. Okay, so this is how many slimes? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 6, unless one of those is not a slime. The second Storm slime. This might just be over. Like 6, 6, 3, 3.
Yeah.
Actually, he also has buff counters. Yeah, so this could just be over. Depending on what else is if Alec doesn't have a Stifling here or a Veiling. Okay, he has a Veiling.
Whoa, Veiling. So he sideboards the Veilings in. Veiling for 3.
Ooh,
The
Diablerie.
Diablerie. He actually put the Diablerie down. That's funny.
Why'd you put it down, man? You should have kept it.
Could've
I think
taken
this
it
is
around
actually a
too.
Stone Scale band down here. If he can go for a big Stone Scale turn, he might still be able to kill. You like play another card, Stone Scale, draw 3. But yeah, with Veiling for 3, it's gonna be a bit harder. Just gonna clear board here. Without a cleave though, that's pretty scary. We know he still has Resolute. Okay, maybe that's a Covenant. That's the thing about QSG, you know? Especially with Sylvie, there's so many. It could be Verdant, it could be Stone Scale, it could be Covenant. It'd be a bit tough. Ooh, okay, Safeguard already. Okay. I mean, you basically, okay, he's gonna bust out the Covenant here. Put it on Shimmer Glow. Oh. Yeah, well, these are buff counters, so. He's going to put it on a Steam Knight? And he did have the Zephyr. Choosing to Zephyr the ally so that the Covenant doesn't come back.
Goodbye, Covenant of Thorns.
And he's still going to take the damage then from the attack, is he not? And Resolute. Ooh, 4? Oh. Oh, I already had 1 card. Okay, so this is such a rough spot to be in. You've lost your Covenant. You basically have to kill him next turn, but he has a Safeguard Amulet on field.
Safeguard Amulet available. He's taking like 0 damage.
You kill the Storm Slime. I mean, it is Storm Slime that can swing for 5 on its own, so you probably kill it. But can he actually? Because this, actually, yeah, it's +2. Or is that 3? I see 3 on the dice, but you only have 2 buff counters.
It's a.
Oh, did he eat a cake? I think he ate a cake.
He ate the cake on the things. Yeah, it's a 6. It's a 6.
Okay, so gonna Power Cell, swing for. So that's 5 damage. Gonna die. He's gonna get the banish effect off. If he draws into like 2 more Storm Slimes, there's a chance he might be able to end it. I'm not sure if he has 4 animals yet in grave. Oh, he chose not to do the banish effect? Interesting. Throwing away only 2. I mean, you're not killing through Safeguard unless you're able to play 2 Storms with a Gaia's Blessing, probably, so. I mean, it is possible. Yeah, he needs to get Gaia's Blessing out here, which he is going to do right now. 1, 2, 3, okay, 4. Gonna leave the floating in grave if he makes it the next turn. Stifling is still a huge concern right now, though. Baby Blue. Oh, yeah, right, of course. The Esteem Knight comes back. Baby Gray on top is pretty good.
Well, Gaia Songbird.
I mean, we're just digging here, but digging for. I mean, it basically has to be double Storm Slime.
Well,
Ethereal's not bad. If there is a Stifling, though, you could just kill it before it gets the buff counter, so.
if you wanted to stifle it, you would stifle it to stop the on-enter trigger, though, wouldn't you?
Both.
On-enter trigger and the cake apply at the same time. Like, they trigger at the same time.
Well, there's no cake on field, so yeah. He just dies. He dies, doesn't get a draw. It's a pretty bad spot to be in. I think all Resolutes are gone at this point, so. But maybe we can clear enough of the board with Ethereal plus this Limitless. Ooh, another Storm. Okay. If you stifle this, you will let him banish draw 2, so it's a bit risky. 6. I think that was 6. Fortunately, there isn't a Steam Knight that is awake, so can't exactly slam in.
Well, you can because no class bonus yet.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, you need a class bonus for that.
Okay, just gonna clear. Actually attacking the Esteem Knight. If he retaliates here, you're gonna let him add 2 more cards. Pretty risky. Yeah, she's gonna let go.
What's the
I don't
win?
know if
I
he
mean,
can survive.
dude, I don't think he's gonna survive.
I mean, just this Vanguard alone is gonna do.
Dude, Alec finding 5
3.
damage here is pretty easy with no Covenant of Thorns available
It's
still.
very easy. You could just
Like,
bring a Bulwark Sword, then swing.
you just bring
swing
Bulwark
2.
Sword, you swing for 3 with the Wind Rider Vanguard, swing for 2 with the sword, GG. No fight Lantern, what the?
Wow. Doesn't want to let that King Slime go. Okay. Also stops you from getting erupted, I guess. A heavy swing.
That's
My
so
God,
funny.
okay.
Just heavy swing to face. Heavy swing to face.
Yeah.
8 minutes left, bro. This is about to go to a tie, isn't it?
I mean, if there's a deck that can end it fast, it's Wind Allies, right? But with 3 Resolutes, it's gonna be a lot harder. Well, that's an exciting finals. Let's see how the other tables are doing if they're already done, though I doubt it. A lot of Tristans here, so Bayleaf did beat Brighton, so that means Water and Soul better than Tristan. Confirmed.
True.
Jimmy Lee is still and Byfall are still not done with their game. What is Byfall on?
Byfall is on Hybrid.
Yeah.
Hybrid Merlino.
Wow. I actually think Jimmy should probably win that game then. I mean, it's pretty diverse finals. You see Wind Allies, Sylvie, Tristan, Water and Soul, Merlin, or Hybrid Crux, and Fire OTK Domain Tenoris in top for the first top 6 or the 6 undefeated right now. Pretty good. All right, so Slime going first, as you would expect. Slime
11 minutes and 30 seconds. Can you find it in 11 minutes and 30 seconds?
It is possible.
Surely you can just
turbo.
possible. You can turbo on Slimes, right?
It's either he gets aggro down really quickly, or he gets to level 3 and just drops Storm. You know, anything is possible. Sylvie is one of those decks. All right, so what are we gonna do here? What's the plan? Three down. Wow. Okay. So one of them gets reprogrammed out, but this is a pretty good. This is a pretty good start for the Sylvie here. You get to reprogram one of his allies and then level up.
Reprogram's kind of based.
Reprogram's a good card. Too bad it's only really good against one deck. At least, well, it's usable against some decks, but really, oh, Vampiric is nice. I see a Dungeon Guy in hand too. You could just leave this gray up and then pass. Retaliate into something. If you have a Slime Shield, you can Slime Shield. Alec can't go back up. He has to go Ring here, if ever. Yeah, if he has Slime Shield here, it's pretty easy to just go Slime Shield, unless he sniffs out a Dream Fairy.
Tapped out with just a Shimmer Cloak on the field. How are you going to kill Sylvie now? How are you going to Shimmer Cloak into the 2/2 baby gray slime?
You know what would be crazy if he had another reprogram? You're just gonna okay, Vanguard. Gonna hit into the gray. Do we have Slime Shield? Slime Shield would go kind of crazy here. Oh, or Escape. I think it's Slime Shield. Oh, Oh, that's brutal. Gets a buff counter, can retaliate for 3. Absolutely. The only way this thing is dying now is if he has Dream. Well, he has to Dream Fairy it, basically. Okay. Oh.
The third Shimmer Cloak of the game is
Okay,
crazy.
he basically had to commit everything just to kill one
What
gray.
in the triple Shimmer Cloak kind of go crazy though.
Now I wonder if maybe he goes backup charger here. QSG so early. This is risky. If Alec has a Zephyr and this is a Terra card, that would be. I mean, forcing him to use the Zephyr is also kind of good though. Just gonna pass. Gonna go for his own backup charger. He has 2 automatons. So if we can get like the rallied off here with a power cell, that'd be pretty good.
Still a turn away. Dude, the Quicksilver Grill out now is kind of crazy.
I like bringing out Quicksilver here, but it's just so risky against the decks with Zephyr. Like if he Zephyred that QSG in the last game before he leveled up to 3, it actually would have worked out pretty well for him. Wouldn't have been forced to use that QSG or the Zephyr on his own ally. Okay, so we're gonna gather here. Wow, he's heal 2. What are we gonna add? Baby blue? Seems like that's. I think I'd probably go for Limitless here, but
I don't know. They're all kind of bad
Yeah, it seems
options.
like-
You probably just take
yeah,
Limitless
these are not
because
the
it's
best.
floating.
Limitless, at least you can throw away off of a Stone Scale, if that is Stone Scale into there. Alec choosing to do nothing makes me think he definitely has Stifling Trap. Big concern here. Level 2, do we see a baby green maybe? Nope. Oh, maybe. Baby green on what?
The backup charger?
Backup charger? Oh, no, okay, it's just another Gather.
Well, the dig.
Ooh.
Holy dig. Holy whiff.
Oh.
Almost. He was so close to
Okay.
whiffing.
All right, he at least did not whiff. At
That was
least.
really close to whiffing.
Very close.
Damn, nothing to draw. Really sad.
That's the thing. She doesn't even need it necessarily. Oh, okay. Dungeon guy. Is he gonna just go for it? I think he might just go for it here. Oh, okay. Just gonna go for the. Really worried about the stifling. Though this thing right here can also get cycled. So gonna throw away probably that limitless. Do a decent 3 damage there. And then just gonna pass. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Probably gonna pop his backup charger here. Yeah, he's gonna pop his backup charger. Get his card now. Then maybe I don't know if he has Zephyr. I would probably Zephyr this QSG. And then turn out it's like ears under it the whole time. He could level up here and go for a big rallied advance with the power cell. Ooh, okay. Tariff makes sense as well. Are we in time already? Has time run out? So
It just started.
all right, so
this is like
yeah.
turn 0, I think.
Guru has to basically go sometimes start time now, I think.
Does he have it? Do you think he has it?
I mean, didn't bring out the safeguard, though Tariff would make it a lot harder. Ooh, Asen? Okay, we're gonna bring out Asen. Sure.
A Sun Protectorate. Big boy.
He has
With
a
a big
ton of
swing.
cards in hand, so doesn't have to worry as much about multiple interaction, but he definitely has enough to at least play like a stifling. Let's see. I mean, I assume he's gonna hard level here. He already went. Yeah, he's just gonna hard level. Use one float and then 2 cards. This is definitely doable on both sides, but oh my god, 2 dungeon guys. Wait, those are not slimes though. Uh-oh. I mean, that's gonna be lowering your
Woj.
damage by quite a bit. So let's
Woj.
see what's under this QSG. I wonder if it's
Terraforming. It's
stone
it's
scale
most likely
or
stone scale band.
it could be Covenant though. It could be Covenant, but then again, he hadn't taken that much damage, so maybe he's okay. Did Jimmy go 4-0? Ah, it's been a while since I've seen Domain OTK Tenoris
Whoa,
win.
Jimmy
So
4-0.
I'd be
He
happy
finally
for
goes
him.
back to fire and then 4-0s. A beast.
That's
Oh,
sick.
Ethereal Slime.
Ooh, okay, Ethereal. Does he have anything? I mean, he's just pretty much not. Like, Stifling doesn't really do that much here. Are we going to go for Shimmer or Asen? 2 down. Are we attacking? Ake.
It's crazy. I heard level 3 Tenoris doesn't work and he needs a broken proxy at level 2. That's
I
crazy.
said it doesn't work. I'm just saying it could be better. You know?
Oh, that's so funny.
I just want a level 2 that, you know, gives him a card in hand. All the other level 2s give you cards in hand except for Diana.
Yeah, Diana just gives you a bullet on the field.
Yeah, and you know, but that's our thing. Oh, he lost Rally Advance. Wonder if he's gonna pop the power cell here. If he has like, ooh, I think is he gonna pop this power cell? Reprogram is scary though.
We are
Oh, he has
about
no
to
cards in hand,
see.
though, so
We are about to see a draw. I think,
I'm fairly certain there's no way that
unless
Wendai's
Girthos kills him on his next turn.
Yeah, it's on Guru. Okay? Definitely, Alec cannot win this turn. Especially with assuming that's a Covenant of Thorns. There's no way. I see a heavy swing, but he's just taken nowhere near enough damage. He's just gonna take it, yeah. And just gonna pass. Seems like Alec is just gonna play for the draw. Or maybe he was just looking at his material deck.
Heavy swing.
Wow. For fat 6.
Heavy swing for 6.
He has, I think that's 4 cards left in hand. So
Thinks the game is just over.
Stifling is still a possibility.
So
At
if we
this
see
point,
if,
I mean,
if we see a draw here, that means the only 2 people who 4-0 were Jimmy Lee and level 100 Bayleaf, which means Fire Domain Tenoris and Water and Soul.
Water
were in.
and Soul are actually the best decks in the format. And everything we were talking about before was
best deck in the format is a crazy statement. This is a Yeti Webcam Weekly, brother.
Why did he flip? Okay.
Stone's Gale banned.
Yeah, he didn't bring out Guy's Blessing yet. There we go. Not what you want to see on the top, but maybe it's basically got to be Storm Slime. I like a 20 HP. This on its own is gonna do 5. Needs another. Oh, she's gonna pass. Okay, so does that mean it's over? Oh, they're still going.
5, 4, 3,
3,
2, and it's
2.
Jover.
And that's time. So I mean, just like last stream, it was also Sylvie versus Wind Allies that didn't draw. So reprogram. Man. Program's such a good card. I mean, it seems like they're still going though. Should we tell them that it's done?
Well, I guess that's it then. So it's gonna be level 100 Bayleaf and Jimmy Lee on the 4Os today. So they'll both be winning an MRC box, and then everyone else who had 3 wins or higher will be splitting gold packs. Like always with the Yeti webcam leakies, it is completely free entry. So if you want to play, just hop in, play, join the server. Make sure to change your name to your Omnidex name so that you can join, etc. And then when it comes to your prizing, prizing is always shipped out at the end of the month or the first week of the following month. And the only thing you have to do is pay for shipping. So you can enter for free. If you win anything, you pay for shipping. If not, you just play and have a good time.
Yep. Want to get some points, some Omni points? Just play. Don't pay for your ship. Don't pay for prizing. It's because you can't afford it. Then that's fine too, right? If you just want to play, it's a good way to play against very good players.
True. Jimmy Lee with the big W.
Yeah, so, one of my teammates is actually the second biggest Jimmy Lee fan in the world because the number 1 is from, I think, Taiwan.
Well,
yeah, I'm sure he'll be happy to see this. He loves the domain OTK Norris, and he always just loses with it. So,
dude, domain OTK kind of crazy.
Inspire him. Yeah, if you run into your good matchups, it's a good deck. And even then, even against Tristan, you still have Blade of Creation. I think Blade of Creation definitely helps, and also Hub. Hub is a much better domain to play than some of the ones they were playing before. So,
especially in fire, right? Like before with water, you have Dormant Sacrificial Altar for the draw to memory for the cycle, but in fire, you never.
But in fire, you had nothing.
Yeah, so you were basically
Palatial and
Palatial Combo Sanctum. Can you see the fit? Are they matching? Yeah, my boy.
Yes.
Hell yeah, brother. The best.
Yeah, it's the same.
Best.
See?
My favorite VTuber. Augers. I saw him wearing it. I was like, I'm gonna go get mine right now. Has to be done. Has to be done.
Yeah, so thanks everyone for watching. If you want to like plug any of the upcoming regionals, we've got we
have a lot of things going on. Okay,
so tomorrow, Elusive.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's Elusive, which is Australia OCE, but anyone it's online, so anyone can join.
So then details for Elusive. The details for Elusive are that it's going to be starting at Saturday, 11 a.m. AEST, which is the Australian time zone. If you are in North America, it will be starting at Friday night, I believe 6 p.m. Pacific. Might be off by an hour, so double check and join the server. Make sure to join there. We are also going to be streaming this on the Creative Shock channel. So myself and Mr. Ree TV, if you guys are familiar with him, will be casting and running the stream for that together. And then the next one is Yeti. So we'll be doing Yeti on Sunday.
Yep, on the 28th. Well, I don't know for the US, the time zones are hard, but
wait, tell us the Asia time zone for it then.
Oh, well, I actually don't remember what it is.
Okay, so it'll be starting.
Okay, I'll tell you, it's at at least for me, this is Australia. It's like 1 a.m. in the middle of the night.
Sounds about right.
If you want to play, you gotta stay up. But
Taiwan regional tomorrow. Holy. So Yeti is on Sunday the 28th, and we'll be running it at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. Pacific. Sorry, 8 a.m. Pacific is the correct time. I gave you my time zone. My apologies. Again, check-in closes an hour before, so make sure you guys sign up. Make sure you're all paid up. Make sure you've done the after payment stuff where you have to DM the host and tell them your Omnidex and that you've paid and make sure it's all good, and then join, and then you can get your really cool like Sapphire packs and stuff. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for joining us for another Webcam Weekly. I also forgot to mention this, but on Sunday I will be casting it with Valkyrie. He was joined with me on the Yeti Webcam Weekly last week. I am streaming both regionals. Yes, I will be streaming the Elusive one with Mr. Ree and the Yeti one with Valkyrie.
You're busy. So I guess for you that can't really play much these
no, I can't play anything.
I mean, we need someone to commentate it, so thank you for your service. Yeah, and then Ascend Chicago on August 4 or August 2, 3.
August 2nd. August 2nd. Yeah.
Yes, August 2 and 3. So look out for that. That's going to be a huge event. I think is it the biggest Ascent ever so far? How many people are there? Like 400 or something?
There are over 300 people with tickets. It could go up more. So it'll be a 9-round Swiss day one, most likely.
Jeez. Yeah, so I'm super looking forward to that. Definitely looking forward to seeing all the unique things people are coming up with to handle this current meta. So yeah.
Yeah, it'll be good. But thank you guys so much for joining us.
Yeah.
We greatly appreciate you, and we will see you soon. And be well. Good luck in all of your tournaments, regional, store champs, locals. Have fun milling people for 48, whatever it may be, shadow striking for 50.
Arm slamming
or blade of
20.
creationing for 50 if your name's Jimmy Lee.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you guys for joining us, and we will see you soon. Peace.
Bye.